Okay, our next speaker is Mahmouda from Bangladesh, and unfortunately her internet connection was not particularly good. So certainly for the first 4 or 5 minutes, I've done my best to try and edit out the problems and glitches that can happen with a poor internet connection. But by the time she gets to part 2 and 3, we have both turned off our videos and it'll just be sound only. The reason for that is because we needed to reduce the amount of bandwidth needed to do the exam. So I still recommend that you watch this video for those of you who speak Bengali, or anybody who speaks an Indo-Aryan language, because it'll be similar situations for you, the problems that she has with pronunciation as well as grammar. Okay, so thank you for your understanding. Feel free to skip ahead if it is getting annoying. So go straight to part 2, which is about 4.5 or 5 minutes into this video.
Okay.
Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Mahmoud.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at it now and say, thank you, that's fine. Okay, now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Well, I'm a student and recently I'm studying criminology and police science, a very special subject to me. And I'm studying in my own country, and my university name is. And I also do some other things besides my study. I have some tuition. That's all about my.
And why did you choose this subject?
Actually, from my childhood, I would love to read books, and from that situation, when I have read some books of Sherlock Holmes, I want to be a detective. For that reason, I have chosen this subject, and I want to be a female Sherlock Holmes in the future. That's all.
Okay, and what do you hope to do when you finish your studies?
I want to be a detective, or I have scope in my country to join in police, and there are some other sectors in police. For example, is the special branch, detective branch. I want to work in policing and especially to the detective branch. So it's a criminal investigation department.
Okay. Now let's talk about food and cooking. What sort of food do you like eating most?
Actually, I like eating most that's food which are sweet and sour also. Maximum, I every day I 1 to 3 in my district. One sweet, there is one sweet that is tom tom in our language. Actually, it's my favorite sweets, and I sweet.
So who normally does the cooking in your home?
In my home, our family, in my family, we have I have my mother, father, and my sisters. Normally, my mother usually cooks our dishes. Even in some occasion or in holidays, I also used to love cook, and I can cook very special dishes, and that was very tasty to me. That is really tasty.
Okay. In general, do you prefer eating out or eating at home?
Usually, I prefer to eat in our home, and I like homemade dishes which are prepared by my mother, and which is prepared sometimes by my father, and my brother also can cook.
Okay, good. So let's talk about clothes now. Are clothes important to you?
Yeah, clothes. In some aspects, clothes are very important. For example, when there is some traditional occasions, there are some traditional wears in our country. For example, if when we celebrate our Bengali year, then it was called it is called as Pohela Boishakh. In this occasion, we all Bengali girls wear shari, a popular dress in our country, and in some cases, for example, in home, I don't I don't get any importance on. Usually wear those clothes which are comfortable to my home.
Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say. You can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So use a piece of paper and a pencil or pen for making the notes. And this is your topic coming up on your screen. Okay, I would like you to describe a house or an apartment that someone you know lives in. You should say whose house or apartment this is, where the house or apartment is, and what it looks like inside. All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay? Can you start? Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, thank you. This topic is so good. In my view, the house which is very special to me belongs to my aunt, and it is located in the Tangail district of Dhaka division in Bangladesh. I like this house apartment because it looks like so much natural. There are so much trees and there are some cultural heritage of our country. And when I entered this house, I feel like that it's a home of Bangladesh, and it looks like so much mesmerizing. There are plethora of furniture which is so much different from others. That's why I like this house. There are some points which I don't like in this house. That's my aunt and uncle, all of are so much busy, and this house is always remain silent. I think it will be more it would be more enjoyable in this house if it remains more noisy with some people who are very favorite to me. And this if if I told that how this house looks inside, it's look like a heaven to me. I like this for this house so much. I have spent some days in this house, and in those days I feel to write something, and the natural environment of this house persuades me to write something. And I also have written a story which was published, that was so much that was I think that was a contribution of this house.
Okay,
because
you.
of living this house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to live in this house?
Yeah, I'm living in this house from March 24. Actually, the whole pandemic situation, I have spent my days in this house. And
okay, okay. In the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and the paper and pencil back now. Okay, now we've been talking about a house or an apartment that you know, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions relating to this. So let's consider, first of all, different types of home. So, what kinds of home are most popular in your country?
In my country, nowadays the taste of people are changing. First of all people used to live in the house made by tin, but now it's turning to the building which is made of concrete. But in my view, I would like to live in the house which are made of tin or wood. Even there are in some parts of my countries, houses are made of uh, soil also, and these houses are two-storied building made by soil, only soil,
Hmm.
and it attracts me so much.
And what are some of the advantages of living in houses made of soil and houses made of tin?
Okay, it's very nice question to me because in the house of soil, uh, you look. I feel that I'm living with the nature, and what I in our religion, it is believed that we're made of soil, and we also live in soil. That means we are, and we have to go to soil after when we'll die. That's why it's so much eternal to me, and I feel like pure or sacred in living soil's house. In the house of tin, there are some advantages. For example, our country, rainy season is very available, and by living in the house of tin, you will enjoy the sound of rain in the house of tin. It's so much amazing. There are so much poets of our country have written about this feeling, and one of them is Humayun Ahmed, and he also uh, made a house which was made by concrete but whose roof was made by tin for enjoying the sound of rain. It's
Okay.
so much mesmerizing.
Do you think that, why do you think most people prefer to live in larger homes?
Okay. In my opinion, large house which is large or small, that doesn't fact. The fact is the house is well furnished or well decorated or not. Yeah, if a larger house n- which is totally empty, or there are so much few people in that house, then it will be like not so much beautiful. And a small house which is furnished nicely, that will be, there is sufficient people in that house, that will be more attractive in our country, and we would prefer to live in small house but well furnished house where we can live with our near and dear ones.
Okay.
We need not large house. Okay.
Okay, let's talk about now finding a place to live. Um, is it easy to find a place to live in your country?
If you are from Bangladesh, and if you have enough money, or if you have your property by born from your parents, then it will be easy to find a place to live in. Actually, in other cases, people can hire some apartments for living. So I think it's easy in our country to live in any part of the country. You can move in any part of the country if you are a resident of Bangladesh.
Uh-huh.
So
And
it's not very difficult.
do you
Okay.
think it's better to rent a house or to buy one?
Uh, there are some issues in this topic. If I want to live in one particular place, then it would be better to uh, buy a house. But if we if we have to move from one place to another after some years, then we should rent house.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mahmuda. That's the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video, we're going to be listening to Mahmuda. She's from Bangladesh, and she speaks Bengali, which is an Indo-Aryan language. So there is a distant relation, so a very distant cousin to European languages like English, but not that close. And as you know, if you've already listened to this video, she did have some trouble with her Wi-Fi. So halfway through the test, we both turned off our videos, and it's just audio. So as long as you can bear with that, we're going to try and get through this. Okay, so let's just go through this bit here where I explain this problem. Okay, your full name, please.
My full name is Mahmoud.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at it now and say, thank you, that's fine. Okay, now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Well, I'm a student, and recently I'm studying criminology and police science, a very special subject to me.
So recently I'm studying, currently I think she means to say, currently I'm studying criminology, so the study of crime. And I heard Philistine, but I know that's for sure not the correct answer. And it's a combination of perhaps she speaks quite quickly, Mahmuda, but also the quality of this internet connection is not very good. So I didn't catch that second word. So we'll just leave that for the time being.
And I'm studying in my own country, and my university name is. And I also do some other things besides my study. I have some.
Okay, I also do some other things besides my studies. I also do other things besides just studying. Okay, she said my study. If you're going to say that, you can say my studies with an S. Or you just put besides studying. And you can also, instead of besides, you can say apart from just studying, or apart from my studies. Okay, good.
Tuition. That's all about my.
And why did you choose this subject?
Actually, from my childhood, I would love to read books, and
So from my childhood, I would love, I think she said would, I would love to read books. I would love to read books. Now, you can use would in a way that you use used to. I used to love to read books, that's fine. The problem is that when I use would in the same way as used to, I cannot use a stative verb. And a stative verb are verbs that are very difficult to suddenly stop doing. So I often explain to my students that if there's an action that I can stop doing within 2 or 3 seconds, like run or swim, that's an active action verb. But state verbs like love, know, I know this person, I can't suddenly stop knowing this person in 2 or 3 seconds. It's totally impossible. So stated verbs, where you can't stop that verb very quickly, cannot be used with would. So there we go. We prefer to use, I used to love to read books. Okay.
actually, from my childhood, I would love to read books. And
okay, so when I was a child, in my childhood, I used to love to read books. Okay.
From that situation, when I have read some books of Sherlock Holmes, I want to be a detective.
Okay, So from that situation, when I read books about Sherlock Holmes, I wanted to become a detective. So let's look at it in a better way to say that. Ever since I was a child, I've been fascinated by books about, for example, Sherlock Holmes and other detective stories. And because of that, I've become interested in criminology, and I've followed my dreams into studying this subject. Let's just change this by studying the subject. Okay, so ever since I was a child, I've been fascinated by books about, for example, Sherlock Holmes and other detective stories, and because of that, I've become interested in criminology and I've followed my dreams by studying the subject. Okay.
That reason I have chosen this subject, and I want to be a female Sherlock Holmes in the future.
I want to be, sorry, let's just try and hear that again.
Chosen this subject, and I want to be a female Sherlock Holmes in the future.
So something in the future, I want to be a detective in the future. I didn't hear the word at all, but that's not her fault. I think it's the quality of the internet connection. In the future, she said something, so something there.
That's all.
Okay, and what do you hope to do when you finish your studies?
I want to be a detective, or I have scope in my country to join in police and.
Okay, so scope, that's a useful, not so common English word to say there is possibility for me. But we use, with scope, we use there is in standard English. There's scope for me to join the police force in my country. Okay, there's a possibility, so scope or a possibility. And this is technically an idiomatic use, a telescope, something you see far away with, and in this way it's used to scope as in a distant plan. So there's scope, there's a possibility for me to join the police force in my country.
There are some other sectors in police, for example, is the special branch, detective branch.
So special branch, detective branch within the police force, so she would be able to pursue her dreams in one of those branches, in one of those. She didn't say branch the first time, is it?
Other sectors in police.
Sectors. Okay, so there are various sectors within the police force, such as the special branch, such as the detective branch. Okay, good. So sectors works well here.
For example, is the special branch, detective branch. I want to work in policing and especially to the detective branch. So it's a criminal investigation department.
Okay, so she wants to work in the detective branch in the criminal investigation department. So that sounds interesting. Good luck to you, Mahmouda. Now let's talk about food and cooking. What sort of food do you like eating most?
Actually, I like eating most that's food which are sweet and sour also.
Okay, so she's trying to use a relative clause here, but it's battling a little bit. My favorite food is food that is sweet and sour. Okay. My favorite food is food that's sweet and sour. Okay. That's basically what she was trying to say. So just with the word that's. Okay, fine. So she's putting in a relative clause. That's good.
Maximum, every day I want to be in my district. There is one sweet that is.
Okay, so I didn't catch that again, I'm afraid, but it's something like, I don't know. Maximum I want to be, there is a sweet in my district called. So I'm not sure if I heard that correctly, but that's why we turned off the video after a while.
Tom Tom in our language. Actually, it's my favorite sweets, and
So something like chom chom, tom tom, I couldn't catch it, but there's a sweet that she eats in her, that's specific to her district of Dhaka in Bangladesh, where she absolutely loves. So we could say it's something, by far my favorite food is food that is both sweet and sour. There is a particular sweet dish that is famous in my area of Dhaka in Bangladesh, and I go out of my way to try and get some whenever I can, because it's really delicious. So there's a particular sweet dish, or I don't know if it's a dish or a sweet, let's just say sweet, that's famous in my area, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and I go out of my way. To go out of your way is to do your best to try and get it. So I go out of my way, idiomatic, to try and get some whenever I can, because it's really delicious. Delicious, obviously, tasty. Okay. So who normally does the cooking in your home?
in my home, our family, in my family, we have, I have my mother, father, and my sisters. Normally, my mother usually cooks our dishes.
Okay, so my family is made up of my mother, my father, and my sisters. And normally, it is my mother who does the cooking. Okay, and notice here's comes something called clefting. We've spoken about it before, to emphasize it's the mother, the noun phrase mother here. So it is my mother who does the cooking. Again, we can use it as a relative clause. So I could say my mother does the cooking, but when I use a clefting, I'm not only showing off my high level of English because it's a relative clause, but I'm also emphasizing that it's my mother who does the cooking and not me and not my sisters.
And in some occasion or in holidays, I also used to love cook. And
Okay, let's write it. On certain occasions, and certainly during the holidays, I will be the one who's cooking. Okay, will be cooking. This is the future continuous. Will be cooking. It's more like a course of events that doesn't. A course of events that that can't change. She said, I used to do the cooking, but that suggests that this is the past, that no longer is the case, but I don't think that makes sense. I think she means to say, it's quite normal for me to be the one who cooks during these times, and that's why I can use, in this case, the future continuous. It's quite normal. I'll be the one doing the cooking during those times to give my mother a break because she works so hard during term time when me and my sisters are at school or at university.
I can cook very special dishes, and that was very tasty to me. That is really tasty.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that, but let's carry on. In general, do you prefer eating out or eating at home?
Usually, I prefer to eat in our home.
Eat easily. Okay, I think she means to without doubt. I prefer eating at home. I think she was going to say, let's just listen. So without doubt, it means, it's not difficult for me to decide between the two. I think she said easily, but it wouldn't work in standard English here.
Usually, I prefer to eat in our home, and I like homemade dishes.
Okay, so yeah, eating at home, homemade dishes. So nice collocation.
By my mother, and this is prepared something by my father, and my brother also can cook.
Okay, she's also got brothers. or a brother. So he can also cook. So it sounds like she's got lots of cooks at home who can cook some nice, delicious meals. Okay, good. So let's talk about clothes now. Are clothes important to you?
Yeah, clothes. In some aspects, clothes are very important. For example, when.
Okay, good. In some aspects, in some ways, clothes are important to her. Okay.
There is some traditional occasions. There are some traditional wears in our country. For example, if when we celebrate our Bengali year, then it is called as Pohela Boishakh.
Okay. Bengali year. I'm not sure what a Bengali year is, unless she means independence. So she's talking about traditional clothing, I think, or times of when you have to wear traditional clothing, and maybe the independence year of independence of Bangladesh from India, Pakistan, then perhaps that is what she's talking about. And it's those times when she gets to dress up in more traditional clothing.
Occasion.
So she said special occasion, on special occasions. Okay.
All Bengali girls wear shari, a popular dress in our country.
Okay, so shari, I think she says in maybe in Bangladesh it's shari, in India sari, I think. So this single piece of cloth that wraps around. So all the Bangladeshi girls will dress up in traditional shari or sari on that day.
And in some cases, for example, in home, I don't get any importance on. I usually wear those clothes which are comfortable to my home.
Okay, there was a bit of a disaster there. So let's just listen to, I think what she said is, however, in my daily life, I don't pay much attention to clothing. I just find something that's comfortable, and as long as it's comfortable, I'm happy to wear it. So, however, in my daily life, I don't pay much attention to clothing. I just find something that's comfortable, and as long as it's comfortable, I'm happy to wear it. Okay, yeah. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like... Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay, so let's check. So she's gonna describe a house or an apartment that someone she knows lives in. She should talk about whose apartment or house it is, where this house is, what it looks like inside, and explain if you like or dislike that apartment. Okay? Can you start?
Okay.
Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, thank you. This topic is so good. In my view, the house which is very special to me belongs to my aunt, and
Okay, so a house that is very special to me belongs to my aunt. A house that is very special belongs to my aunt. Okay, so relative clause here. More advanced grammar, that's good. And belongs to, so that's good.
is located in the Tangail district of Dhaka division in Bangladesh. I like this house apartment because it looks like so much natural.
It looks like so much natural. Okay, so be careful. This is very typical of subcontinent problems. It It looks like so much natural. Okay, so first of all, it, no S there, looks, and I don't need to say like, and I don't need to say much. So it looks so natural. Okay, looks like and looks, there can be a difficulty for some people to see the difference. So if I'm talking about an adjective, I use looks. So, oh, that food or that cake looks delicious. That photograph of you traveling around Croatia looks lovely. Okay, it looks amazing. But if I'm talking about a phrase, so it looks like you had a good time. It looks like that would taste very good. It looks like a natural a house made out of wood. So looks like with a phrase after it or a sentence after it. Otherwise, just looks. And looks so much natural. Remember, I spoke about this with I think it was, I can't remember who, Vincent perhaps from Bangladesh, or maybe Dr. Shivam, I can't remember. I think it was Vincent who put much in front of the adjective. Remember, much cannot come in front of an adjective unless it's much too natural or much more natural than, etc. Okay, so I can use much only to emphasize words that are comparatives, like much better, much more exciting, and with the word too, much too natural. Remember, too is always negative. So I could say, I had a girlfriend once, she was much too pretty for me. Too pretty, obviously being pretty is a positive thing, but too pretty in my point of view, because all the boys were looking at her and I didn't have this girlfriend for very long. Okay, so too is always negative, remember that. It's not the same as very.
So much trees, and there are some cultural heritage of our country. And when I
Okay, so much trees should be so many trees, because trees is countable. So much with things like sugar, water, rice, gold, things that cannot have an S on it. Otherwise we use many when I can put an S on the next noun.
I entered this house, I feel like that it's a home of Bangladesh. And
So feel like, let's just write it out. As soon as you go through the front door, you feel as if this house represents Bangladesh, with its beautiful colors, a feeling of nature around you. Okay. Let's put that here. So as soon as you go through the front door, you feel as if you could say like, in this case, feel like this house represents, that's true, but it's much more common to say feel as if, especially if the next word is an adjective. So feel as if no, sorry, feel tired, so no, nothing there. Feel tired, feel like, hang on, I've forgotten the grammar already, just one second. Okay, I remember what it is now, I've just looked it up. So we use as if the next thing after this is a full sentence. This house represents Bangladesh. Subject, verb, object. However, if I use like, it's just a noun phrase after it. You look like my friend. You look like my father. It feels like, if I'm putting my hand through a box with a hole, oh, it feels like a spider. Okay, so bear in mind that if you're going to use a full sentence, we use as if. Okay, with its so grammar there. Its beautiful colors, not it is, of course, with its beautiful colors and a feeling of nature around you. Okay, let's carry on.
It looks like so much mesmerizing. There are places.
So it looks mesmerizing, and I wouldn't say it looks mesmerizing. It either is or is not mesmerizing. Okay, and Mesmer was a famous man, I can't remember, named after this person's surname, and he could do hypnosis on people. He was the guy who famously did the swinging clock. So mesmerizing, it's like you cannot take your eyes away from it. You're just amazed by what's around you. So it's a mesmerizing effect, or the house is absolutely mesmerizing inside.
Of furniture which is so much different from others. That's why
So it's so different. Different being adjective. So it's so different to other houses.
like this house.
That's why she particularly likes this house. Okay, there
are some points which I don't like in this house.
So there are some points that I don't like in this house.
My aunt and uncle all of are so much busy, and this house is always remain silent. I think it will be more it would be more enjoyable in this house if it remains more noisy.
Okay, right. Since both my uncle and aunt are live such busy lives, this house often ends up being pretty silent, and that's one downside of it. I feel that this house would come alive if there were more people inside and there was more hustle and bustle within it. Since both my uncle and aunt live such busy lives, this house often ends up being pretty silent, and that's one downside, single word, downside of it. I feel that this house would come alive even more if there were more people inside and there was more hustle and bustle within it. Okay, hustle and bustle, noise and energy and people moving around and the whole family in there clinking glasses of drinks and sharing food together and all that. Okay.
With some people who are very favorite to me, and
okay, so people who are related to me, so she would love it filled with distant cousins and aunts and uncles and everybody in this house.
if I told that how this house looks inside.
If I were to tell you what it looks like inside, I would try to explain that. Okay. If I were to tell you what it looks like inside, okay? So she's trying to say that. If I told you, okay, she's trying to use higher level grammar with conditional if, so that's good. Just try and get it right. I would explain that, or try to explain that.
It looks like a heaven to me.
It looks like heaven. Now in this case she can use like because heaven is a noun phrase. So as I said, it looks like what I said. It feels like a spider when I put your hand through this hole in the box. So it looks like heaven to me.
I like this Portuguese so much. I have spent some days in this house, and in those days I feel to write something, and
okay, so I think she said I've spent some time in this house, and during those days I felt, let's try it right. I have spent some time in this house, and during that time I just felt inspired to do some writing. Okay, so something makes you inspired from the word spirit, that means breathe, spirit, a feeling of breathing in and feeling more energized to do something, to do some writing.
Natural environment of this house persuades me to write something, and I also have written a story which is
okay, good. So story that, not who. Who is for a person. So a story that is about, let's go back to the beginning just a little bit.
The natural environment of this house persuades me.
Okay, so the natural environment. So you get the impression that there are trees and maybe there's even a river coming through this house. I'm not sure what house this is, but I've got a vivid imagination of a very beautiful house with nature sort of halfway in the house and outside of it, which has inspired her to start writing this story.
To write something, and I also have written a story which was published. That was
Okay, so you hear that her story was published. So I've just written, so use the present perfect here. So I've just written a story that, not who, that has been published. So she's used a very good grammar here because it's passive voice, has been published. We don't need to know who published it. We don't need to know the name of the company. The focus is on the fact that she's got the story. So I don't need to know by who it is, etc. Don't need to, it's not interesting. So passive voice, plus she's trying to use a relative clause. She said who, but remember it's a thing, so we use that, or which. You can also use which, of course.
so much. That was I think that was a contribution of this house.
Okay. Okay, and that's the end of the 2 minutes. So I think it was the contribution of this house. Now, you could hear the way she said this. It was the contribution of this house. So she's trying her best to emphasize here. But remember, again, this is a chance to use clefting. It was this house that was the main contributor to my story, in a way. Okay, relative clause, that plus clefting. It was this house, so the emphasis becomes this house that was the main contributor to my story, in a way. So contributor, actually technically it's the trib is the stress, contributor, but could you say a house as a contributor? Yes, I suppose you could, if you're thinking of it in a way that the ideas from the natural environment of the house came into my eyes, through my body, into my hands, and I started writing. So that's fine. Let's try another way to say, it was thanks to this house that the story was put to paper. I wouldn't have lifted a pen if I wasn't feeling inspired by the beautiful nature around me. Okay. So thanks to this house that, so again, clefting, but using thanks to in between. It was thanks to this house that the story was put to paper. Put pen to paper. So let's do it on here. I'm mixing it up. To put pen to paper. There's the two that I'm mixing it up with, which means write. So idiomatic way to say write. All right, that's the end of her story about the apartment, and then I ask her a question, I think.
Because of leaving this house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to live in this house?
Yeah, I'm living in this house from March 24. Actually, the pandemic situation, the whole pandemic situation, I have spent my days in this house.
Oh, I see. Yes, in fact, I live there right now. I've been there since March the 24th, and I've been in this house since the start of the pandemic. She said pandemic situation, just pronunciation is a little bit of an issue here. So yes, in fact, I live here right now. I've been here since March 24th, and I've been in this house since yeah, okay.
And
okay, thank you. Okay, in the real exam, I would ask you, you've been talking about a house or an apartment that you know, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions relating to this. So let's consider, first of all, different types of home. So what kinds of home are most popular in your country?
In my country, nowadays the taste of people are changing. First of all,
Wait. What?
in my country, nowadays the taste of people are changing. First of all,
Sorry, I just could not catch that.
all people used to live in the house made by tin.
Okay, so traditionally, we wouldn't say all people. Traditionally, most people or everyone, let's use it properly. So traditionally, everyone used to live in houses made, now what's it here? Tin. Okay, oops, tin. So that's a type, corrugated iron. It'll be very noisy when the rain hits the iron, the corrugation. And so that's traditionally what Bangladeshi houses were made out of, with this special tin. But she said made by tin. Well, we say of tin. Okay, if it's made by, it's made by somebody. This painting was made by my grandfather in 1944. Okay, so made of tin.
But now it's turning to the building which is made of concrete.
Okay, turning to the building. So traditionally, people used to make houses out of tin, but now there has been preference for buildings made out of concrete and brick. But now there's been preference. I think she's trying to say, yeah, people prefer making buildings. Let's do it this way. People prefer making buildings out of concrete, brick and concrete, concrete and brick. Okay.
But in my view, I would like to live in the house which are made of tin.
Okay, so again, problem with who. So houses made out of tin. She would prefer houses made out of tin. Now let's listen why.
Or wood. Even
Okay, wood. I know that can be tricky for some people from the Indian subcontinent. Wood. Okay, so made out of wood and tin.
there are in some parts of my countries houses are made of soil also. And
Okay, so houses made of soil. I think she means clay, which is a type of soil that hardens in the sun. And certainly in Africa they have mud houses, so houses made out of mud. So usually we would just say mud houses, or sometimes huts if they're round. That's called a hut. So Pizza Hut, but it's never round. So mud huts in Africa, and certain places in Bangladesh, it seems there are people still living in mud huts or mud houses if they're more square shaped.
these houses are two-story building made by soil.
Okay, two-storied buildings. All right, two-story buildings. So they're certainly not huts then. Those are houses. So two-story houses made out of mud houses, or made out of clay. Okay.
Only soil. And it attracts me so much.
And it attracts her so much. I find houses made out of mud, so mud houses, far more attractive than traditional houses or modern houses. Sorry, I'm dealing with something there. So I meant to say than modern houses made out of concrete. So I find them more attractive. In this way, you could say traditional mud houses far more attractive than modern houses. Okay. What are some of the advantages of living in houses made of soil and houses made of tin? So I used, technically in the real exam, I wouldn't have made this mistake. You can't just use the same words. So I would say houses made out of mud or houses made out of clay, but sometimes we allow the student a little bit of chance to understand what I'm saying, because she might not know mud, she might not know clay, but in the real exam it's unlikely that'll happen.
Okay, it's very nice question to me, because in the house of soil, I feel that I'm living with the nature, and in our religion, it is believed that we're made of soil and we also live in soil. That means
Excuse me. So living with nature, know the nature. So she's talking about in the Muslim religion, this idea of you being made from soil, or made of soil technically. So every human is made of soil, and you are returned to the soil when you die, and we live within soil. Essentially everything we make is essentially from the earth.
we have to go to soil after when we'll die.
We will return to the soil when we die. Okay.
It's so much eternal to me, and
eternal. Okay, so it's a cycle, a natural cycle, birth, death, death, birth, and so it goes, returning to the soil and coming back out of the soil. Okay, so it's a natural cycle.
I feel like pure or sacred in a living soil house.
Okay. I feel pure and sacred living in a house made out of mud and clay. Okay, it would be better obviously to say the hypothetical, because she doesn't live in a house made out of clay. So I would feel pure and sacred living, but I didn't catch the would, so just bear that in mind. Okay, let's carry on.
Because of tin, there are some advantages. For example, in our country, rainy season is very available, and
very available. In my country, the rainy season is I don't know what to say. Is regular, comes every year. I'm not sure what she means by available. She have to think about that. So the rainy season is reliable, perhaps. It comes every year. It's a huge downpour of the monsoon rains that can cause flooding, and houses that are temporary might be better, because you can always rebuild your house after a massive flood.
In the house of tin, you will enjoy the sound of rain in the house of tin. It's
okay. So now she's talking about that noise that the water droplets make on the corrugated iron. Let's just write it down. Corrugated iron. Okay, as I said, this sort of corrugation that happens on the roof especially, it's not really iron, it's a combination of tin and iron, so that's why she's referring to it as tin.
It's so much amazing. There are so much poets of our country have written about this feeling.
So it's so amazing, and she spoke about poets. I don't know if you caught that there. There are many poets, because remember, poet is a countable. Poets with an S there. There are many poets who have written about the pitter patter of rain, heavy rain, on the corrugated houses, the corrugated iron roofs of tin houses. Or just houses. Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
And one of them is Humayun Ahmed, and he also made a house which was made by concrete but whose roof was made by tin.
Okay, so she talked about having met one of these poets. I actually had a chance to meet one of these poets who explained to me that his house, although it is modern, the roof still has uses corrugated iron, and he relishes the chance to listen to the rain on the roof during the monsoon. Chance to meet one of these poets who explained to me that his house, although it was modern, the roof still uses corrugated iron, and he relishes the chance. He looks forward to the chance to listen to the rain on the roof during the monsoon. So he relishes the chance. He's let's say he's excited when the rain starts, when the rainy season starts, because then he gets to listen to this beautiful sound on the roof.
For enjoying the sound of rain.
Okay.
It's so much mesmerizing.
Do you think, okay, so mesmerizing again, nice word, just don't forget, try and take away that much. That, why do you think most people prefer to live in larger homes?
Okay. In my opinion, large house which is large or small, that doesn't affect. The fact is the house is well furnished or well decorated or not.
In my opinion, the size of the house makes no difference to me as long as it is decorated and well furnished. Okay, now that's fine, but be careful now. In part 3, they're asking, the examiner will be asking general questions. They're not going to be asking your opinions about you personally, but your opinions about what others feel, what others think. So as long as she carries on starting now to talk about what other people feel, then she will have answered the question, and it would be fine.
Yeah, if a larger house which is totally empty, or there are so much few people in that house, then it will be like not so much beautiful.
Okay, so she's still sort of talking about a situation that she would face, but let's just improve on that. It's all very well and good having a huge house, but if there are only 1 or 2 people living in it, the beauty gets lost because it's so empty. So all very well and good. It means, yeah, that's nice, but okay, so that's nice, but it's all very well and good having a huge house, but if there are only 1 or 2 people living in it, the beauty gets lost because it's so empty. Okay, that would be fine. Just a little bit too much focusing on herself.
A small house which is furnished which is furnished nicely, that will be, there is sufficient people in that house, that will be more attractive in our country, and we would prefer to live in small house but well furnished house.
Okay, so then now she's starting to talk about our country. So we would, there are some, so she might say, I'm sure there are places in the world where having a huge house is important, but certainly in Bangladesh, this small house that is well furnished and well decorated is actually preferable. Notice I use this word a lot. I'm sure there are other places in the world where having a huge house is important, but certainly in Bangladesh, a small house that is well furnished and well decorated is actually preferable. Okay.
We can live with our near and dear ones.
Okay, nice idiom there. We have a chance to live with our nearest and dearests. Okay, that means, so idiom, nice idiom here, people that are closest to you are husbands and wives, children, fathers, mothers. Okay. So small houses are better than big, huge houses if everyone gets a chance to fit in and live together in peace.
We need not large house.
We need not. Okay, a bit formal. We don't need a large house. Let's just do this right. We don't need a large house as long as our nearest and dearest can be with us. Okay, don't know why it keeps capitalizing this. Right, let's carry on. Okay, let's talk about now finding a place to live. Is it easy to find a place to live in your country?
If you are from Bangladesh, and if you have enough money, or if you have your property by born from your parents, then it will be easy to find.
Of course, if you have enough money, or you inherit your house from your parents, then getting a house is easy. But of course, things are different when money is tight. Okay. Of course, if you have enough money, or you inherit, she says if you are born and you get the house from, she means inherit your house from your parents, from your father, then getting a house is easy. But of course, things are different when money is tight. So when if you're poor, basically, if you're poor, finding accommodation, finding a house becomes more difficult.
A place to live in. Actually, in other cases, people can hire some apartments for living. So
hire. Okay, she uses the word hire an apartment. We don't use hire in standard English for apartment. Sorry, we don't use it for apartment. We use to hire a car. So you borrow a car, you pay a certain amount of money every day, and then you return the car. So we can rent an apartment, okay, but not hire.
I think it's easy in our country to live in any part of the country. You can move in any part of the country if you are a resident of Bangladesh. So it's not very difficult.
So if you're a resident of Bangladesh, it's not very difficult to find a place to live. Do you think it's better to rent a house or to buy one?
There are some issues in this topic. If I want to live in one particular place, then it would be better to buy a house. But if we have to move from one place to another after some years, then we should rent house.
Okay, nice phrases there. If you plan to stay in one place, then buying a house is better. But in this modern world, we tend to have to move from place to place, from one place to another, in which case renting a home or an apartment is the way forward. But in this modern world we tend to have to, so we usually have to move from place to place. Certainly when you're younger, from place to place, she said from one place to another, which is perfectly fine as well. In which case, so in this situation, then renting a home or an apartment is the way forward. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mahmuda. That's the end of the speaking test. Okay, so she does quite well. She does find herself running out of air. Did you hear her? It's part 2, breathing in, because it's nervous. She's nervous. Also, she does speak quite quickly. So Mahmuda, in general, will benefit from some breathing exercises, getting herself a bit more relaxed, and also just slowing down a little bit, because there were bits where I couldn't understand what she was saying, not only because of the quality of the internet connection between here, London, and Bangladesh, but also because she was speaking a bit too quickly than is necessary. She doesn't need to speak so quickly. Okay, now let's go and have a look at the band descriptors. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. My students from India, Bangladesh, so far have been very good with this. The fluency and coherence has been excellent. I haven't seen anybody lower than 8 actually, and it's the case with Mahmuda here as well. She's able to develop the topics coherently, appropriately. Any hesitation that she does have tends not to be a problem with language so much. She did sort of think about, is it a house made of soil? But she got there in the end. It didn't take long. So she's closer to an 8 for the fluency and coherence. So that's good. Lexical resource, she got some great collocations here. A few bits of idiomatic vocabulary, and she does use some advanced vocabulary here. So that is also around an 8. Some inappropriate choices. No, not so much. This is more of a closer to an 8. The problem comes in again with the grammatical range and accuracy. So very basic grammatical mistakes. However, they're compensated by the complex structures. So we've got some basic mistakes with so much so much good, so much happy. That's, for example, so that's a problem, but then it's cancelled out by some good complex structures. So it's not a 6, but it's certainly not an 8, so we're closer to a 7 here. And then, as I said, the pronunciation, she speaks a bit too quickly sometimes, and I find it difficult to hear what she's saying. So I knew that she was studying criminology, but I couldn't catch that second word as an example. So that can't be as high as an 8, so it's closer to a 7. So she has managed to get a 7.5 in this speaking exam, which is pretty good for the first time she's done one. Okay, so if you have any questions, let me know, and I'll see you in the next. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one focuses on how you can improve your speaking without having a chance to interact with native speakers of English. I know some of my students come from places where interacting with a native speaker of English is quite difficult to do. So hopefully this will come in useful for you. You may have even got a teacher who's very good at English, or even a native speaking teacher, but you just feel that they don't always give you the chance to speak as much as you would like, or certainly they don't correct your pronunciation as much as you would like. So I've found well, not me, but I've read or heard about a way of improving your individual sounds, your pronunciation of individual sounds, and practicing it just using the technology that is available from Google. So two videos ago, you would have set up your lexicon, and you would have had to use Google's technology, which means you would have to get a Google account, which is in this case you would have to do the same, not for the second technique that I will talk about, but certainly for the first technique you would have to use you would have to sign in to Google for this. Okay, so let's go to what I've got here. This is docs.google.com. Okay, and let me just show you what it looks like when you land on the page. So if you type in docs.google.com, you have all sorts of templates up here, and these are all my documents that I've used. So you can just click on blank and it will open up what looks like a Microsoft word processor type document, and I'm sure you've used this before, some of you at least. And if you look at the tools section here, it's got something called voice typing. Now, voice typing allows you to just speak directly into the document, and then you can actually see whether Google is able to understand you. Now, Google has made huge strides in this department, in this speech-to-text technology, and certainly in the last 2 years I've been really impressed with how accurate it is at understanding me, and certainly all the captions that I have on these videos are generated by Google's technology. And obviously I've just added the punctuation and the capitalization, but most of it is highly accurate, so it's very good. The thing is that Google is not very good at understanding people's bad accents, and so it forces you to have a better accent if you want Google to understand you. So I'm going to pretend to be somebody from let's say somebody from Kuwait, and we had this word from the individual sounds last time, and here it is, this pronunciation here, so bird, that word there. Okay, and I'm going to pretend that I'm a pre-intermediate student from Kuwait, and I'm finding I can't really say that sound. So let's see what happens, what Google if Google is able to understand me when I type in when I say this word in bad Kuwaiti pronunciation. Bird. Okay, built. Let's try again. Sorry, let me turn that off. Let's try a new word. So I'll turn this on again. Beard. Okay, that's often a word that comes up. Sounds like beard, but I'm trying to say bird. Okay, and so what you could do if you're practicing your individual sounds is to just say the word by itself, not in a sentence, and I'll explain why later, and try and get that word until finally Google Documents understands what you are trying to say. Have a look at this sentence here. I'm going to say it in my terrible Kuwaiti accent. Let's see if Google is able to understand the sentence as a whole. I saw a bird in the garden. Okay, did you see initially it had typed in built in or something like that, but because Google uses a corpus similar to the way we know how collocations, which collocations are common, so it uses that same technology to work out the most likely words that would come in this context. So you're not going to say built. I saw a built in the garden, although it started off thinking that was it. Certainly you wouldn't say I saw a beard in the garden. By the way, if you don't know what a beard is, it's this thing on my face here. So I would never hear somebody say I saw a beard in the garden, but the chance of saying bird in the garden is very high. So Google has translated this, has interpreted this correctly. But even though the word bird was pronounced the word bird was pronounced bird. Okay, so be aware that if you want to test your individual sounds in this context, then you need to just say the words by themselves. Okay,
notice that if you don't want to have a Google account and go into Google Docs and use this voice typing, you can also use Google Translate. I believe you don't have to have an account to use Google Translate because you've got that little option here to use the voice input. So let's try again. Birt. Totally different. Birt. We can be here all day. Let's just do it properly. Bird. Okay, and there we've got Tahir. Okay, so Google Translate is very good if you don't want to use the account. This is nice just because it keeps a record of all the mistakes you've made, and then when you finally get there you can see that you have succeeded. That's a sort of motivational way of doing it. If you've got the app, let me just show you the app. So Google Translate, and then I can type in I can click the voice. Birt. Try again. Okay, so for some reason the voice recording on this phone is not allowing me to click it, maybe because I'm recording the screen at the same time and there's some conflict, but you get the idea that you can use a Google Translate app using the same Google translating technology, Google speech to text technology on your phone if you want, if you have a smartphone, and you can do exactly the same things here. But as I said, the Google Docs version allows you to see all the mistakes you've made and then gives you some motivation when you realize you've got it. Okay, so I hope that's of a little bit of use to you. Play around with it, try and get those perfect words, and then once you've got those words right, we'll look at how to get the sentences right, and that's another a pronunciation video which deals with something called weak forms, which are very, very important. So tune in for that video. I think that's coming up in 2 learner or 3 learner training videos time. So I'll see you in that one. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next unit.
Okay, in this video, we're going to be looking at something called intonation. And this is where the stress is even more exaggerated than normal stressed syllables in a sentence for effect. And you could write a tome about the different rules of intonation, and I have tried teaching it to my students, but a lot of it just comes naturally as you hear the English language. And so the more listening you do, the more your intonation will just come naturally without having to consciously think about, okay, this is a question, but is it a question that demands a yes or no answer? Well, if it is, then the intonation goes up. It'll come intuitively to you as you listen to more and more. But let's just have a look at how intonation works, because that's one of the things that the examiner is looking for your pronunciation. So let's listen to this first. It's not technically a sentence, but an utterance. So that's a good question, because I think the answer to this keeps changing. Okay, you can hear both of those. They're not up, but they actually go like this. Answer to this keeps changing. So that's a good question, because I think the answer to this keeps changing. I mean, I would say a digital service of some kind. So this is lengthened out, digital service, because it's a new piece of information to the person who's listening, in this case the examiner. So I would say a digital service of some kind. So what I mean is, and look here, we've got some space. So what I mean is something like an app on your phone. Okay, and notice this is lengthened because I'm giving time for myself to think. An app on your phone. Okay, stress on those two. But the question comes up as to which app is more reliable. Which app is more reliable? So that gets strengthened because I'm asking you to focus on those 2 words. Which app is better than the other? What happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities is, so remember, this is the emphasis structure. So what happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities is that and then the next word, plan, the verb after they, is that they plan things based on dry weather. Okay, dry weather predicted by what was supposedly, now this one, very high up, because what I'm saying is that I can't trust this app, which was supposedly a reliable weather app, only to find, and this starts going down, only to find, so this is where the sad thing is, this is exciting, this is interesting, this is good, only to find it's a complete washout. Okay, and this really ends up quite low, a complete washout. Okay, so even though I'm stressing it, the tone of my voice is ending quite low, it's a complete washout, which of course is very frustrating, very frustrating. And I mean, this happens all the time, in a place like the UK where the weather is so changeable. And of course it's important, now there's the word important, so we're going to stress that, so it's important to get these things right. I mean, I think if and when the Weather Bureau can get the algorithms right, and if they can use supercomputers, then unpredictable weather will become a thing of the past. Okay, so this is just about practice, as I said. If you want to try and recreate this, look at where I've put the pink spots, the pink dashes. That's where I'm asking you to put in more stress. Notice, for example, bits like this where I want to add a bit of pausing for effect, get you ready to listen to what I'm going to say. Even this strengthening, lengthening out a single word, like an app on your phone, okay? And some of these, like digital service, I'm really stretching out because it's new information. It's coming at the beginning of the utterance that I'm saying. So this one as well would be, this keeps changing. This is new information for me, for you. And I would say it's a digital service of some kind. And what I mean is, and then we've got the space here. So we've got the space there, we've got a space there, and there's spaces all over. Wherever I've got a comma or a full stop in this, it basically means a gap or a space in your intonation. Okay, so I know this isn't huge amount of practice, but the only way you're going to be able to practice is to listen and then repeat. So if you're not subscribed to the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Listening course, this is your opportunity, because the only way you're going to improve your intonation is hearing English being spoken and then trying to recreate it in some way. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
It's Monique.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you're from?
I'm from Brazil.
Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at it now and say thank you, that's fine, exactly. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work, or are you a student?
I work at in a mining company. I'm a geologist.
Okay, and why did you choose this kind of work?
Because I like to travel and I like nature. So yeah, I like to be on the field. So I was trying to find a job that I can have some fun while I'm working.
Okay, what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
That's the tricky question, because I'm the point that I want to change career. So I think I want to keep traveling, but doing short projects, not to be attached in a company, or yeah, I want to explore more creativity ways of life and do a different project.
Okay, let's talk about shopping now. How much time do you spend shopping every week?
Every week. In the quarantine, I'm like at home and I spend like 30 minutes in the supermarket. So, and I'm not a shopping person. So if I take the average from week, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, just the basic stuff.
Why don't you like shopping?
Why?
Yes.
Because I it's the point is I need to prioritize my time, and I have others priorities and other things that I want to do more. So
Okay, what is your favorite shop and why do you like it?
I like to go to supermarket. That's my favorite shop, and I like to see the brands, and to see the price, how they change, and analyze the people, what they are shopping. So when I'm traveling, I always go to the shopping, like local shopping, to see how they are behaving in this atmosphere that we all need to go shopping food. So yeah,
Okay.
I like.
All right, let's talk about reading now. Do you enjoy reading?
Yes, I enjoy it. And before quarantine, I was not reading a lot, and now I feel that I have more time, so I'm spending more time reading, and that's really nice. I feel that I'm more calm now, and that's a good practice for me. I need to keep it.
What sort of things do you read?
In this time, I'm reading lots of spiritual things, because it's a thing that subjects that I'm thinking a lot. So I'm reading more spiritual or like self-development books.
What are some of the advantages of reading instead of watching television or going to the cinema?
I think both are good. So you need to take the best of both. But when I'm reading, I feel that I'm more connected with myself. It's more silence. So it's an introspective action. When I'm watching TV, maybe I'm with my mom or my brothers, and I'm more active, like outside active. And when I'm reading, I'm quiet and I'm with myself.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can take some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so now use your paper and pencil for making notes. And here's your topic. It's going to come up on the screen. Okay.
Okay.
Describe something you don't have now, but would really like to own in the future. And you should say what this thing is, how long you have wanted to own it, where you first saw it. All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, so the thing that I want in the future is a new wetsuit for surfing. And I've been waiting for the price to be okay, like has the last time that I thought, I need the first time that I need a new one was 1 year ago, and I'm still I was planning to buy it in the summer, but then I forgot it, and now it's winter again here in Brazil. So, and I need it, but the price is high. So the first time I saw something was on the ocean, and I started surfing in 3 years. I'm new in this, so I have one, but that's the old one. So I need a new one with more technology to be more comfortable to practice the sport. So that's the thing that I'm really looking the online shopping. And also it's a difficult thing to buy because I'm a girl, and there's no many options. So sometimes you can find it, sometimes no. So that's the thing that I really need after quarantine.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to say about that?
No, the main reason I need it, it's for comfortable. And yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, in the real exam, oh, sorry, I forgot to ask one question. Do you often have to save up to buy something?
If I often have,
Do you often have to save up to buy something like this?
No.
Okay, thank you. Right, now in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and the paper and the pencil back, but not in the real exam now. Okay. We've been talking about something you'd like to own in the future, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, owning things in general. What types of things do young people in your country most want to own these days?
I guess smartphone and electronics in general, no? Smartphones and also the games. So they are more like internet connected than my generation. So they need it for keeping in touch with the other people or fake people, I don't know. So they need it for life. So I think the smartphone is the main, and I'm from Brazil, so it's not that cheap, smartphone. So it's probably a dream product for someone, and yeah, I think it's electronics.
Why do you think some people feel that they need to own things? Why do humans have this desire to own stuff, do you think?
It's cultural. We live in a society that the people need to have, not to be, not be. So if you look for someone who has something, you need, he's better than me, so I need it to be as better, as good as him. So to have things is it's essential for this capitalism and consumerist culture.
Do you think that owning lots of things makes people happy?
I think it's a temporary happiness. Like when you buy it, you can, I achieve it. It's a short-term happiness. So for a while, yes, but then you need to buy other things to feel happy. So it's a process that never ends. And if you need to stop doing it and trying to find inside yourself what is happiness for you and how you can access it without buying anything, because you don't need buy anything.
Okay, so you were talking about how we live in a capitalist society and there's certain expectations of us in this society. So let's talk about, do you think television and films can make people want to just get more and more new possessions?
I think depends on the movie and on the TV show, because we have a good TV shows and also good films, but usually it's not the case. So yes, maybe if you stop to watching TV and these popular TV programs, you can get less stimulated to buy things because you feel so attracted, and you start to imagine that the life is just about this TV program or movie. And so, you need to be careful how many hours you're spending doing it, and take some time for doing other things to open your mind and change your culture.
Okay, do you think there are any benefits to a society or a culture of people wanting to always have new things?
I think it's a benefit for the business. like for the ones who are working or is the owner of the business. It's a really benefit because you earn more money and can keep the system going. But for the people, for the normal people like me, I cannot see a good benefit to focus on shopping or focus on have more money and have work hard to get more money to buy more things, and it's a crazy system.
Okay, thank you, Monique. That's the end of the speaking exam. Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at a student called Monique. She is from Brazil, so she speaks Brazilian Portuguese, and as I'm sure you know, Portuguese is a Latin-based language. English is made up of a large percentage of the languages made up of Latin, so European languages, Latin-based European languages and Germanic languages tend to be the closest to English, so we'll just be looking at how she deals with this test. So let's get started. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
It's Monique.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you're from?
I'm from Brazil.
Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at it now and say thank you, that's fine, exactly. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work at in a mining company. I'm a geologist.
Okay, and why did... Okay, that's fine, and she's self-corrected with the preposition. I work in a mining company. I work at, we would say I could work. I work at, and then location. I work at the office on the corner of Chicago and, you know, Minneapolis Street, whatever it is. Okay. You choose this kind of work?
Because I like to travel and I like nature. So yeah, I like to be on the field. So I was trying to find a job that I can.
Okay. I like to be out in the field. Okay, so be on the field would mean literally like if you're a farmer, you're on the field of grass or wheat or whatever. But to be out in the field means, it's idiom, so she's using an idiom here, which means not just staying in the office. So often, for example, civil engineers will be out in the field, they'll be working with the builders on a construction site, things like that. So that's what she means here.
Trying to find a job that I can have some fun while I'm working.
Okay, what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
That's the tricky question because I'm the point that I want to change.
Okay, that's a tricky question. I'm at the point where I'm starting to change my career.
So I want to change career. So I
notice that, a very good grammar there. At the point that I want to change career. Okay, she did it perfectly because she used change with the noun directly after it, no S. Well, you could say change careers. I change trains. I go from one train to another. I need to put an S on that, but you could get away with change career here by itself without the S. So a lot of people say change my career. No, it's just change career. Change trains, change planes. When you get to New York, change planes for the flight down to wherever it is, North Carolina, and you need to use this change. Well, you can work it out when you're moving from one thing to another. So she did a good job here.
I think I want to keep traveling, but doing short projects, not to be attached in a company or, yeah, I want.
Okay, short projects. Okay, good. Not to be attached to a company. My ideal situation would be to do short-term projects as opposed to being attached to a company and being forced to adhere to a contract of 2 or 3 or 4 years. To do short-term contracts, yeah, better short-term projects as opposed to rather than. And because instead of rather than, I've used opposed to, so as opposed to, so here's the preposition, therefore I must use the ing form of the next verb, and this means to be attached. It's a passive voice, so I need to say as opposed to being attached to a company and being forced to, I don't think the word adhere to, yeah, you could adhere to a contract, adhere to, that means stick to a contract, so let's just use stick to a contract of 2 or 3 or 4 years. Okay, so she prefers short-term projects. Okay, that's all I want to say here. And notice I would like, she says I would like to, that's fine. She's using I like a lot, so the word like, it's fine, but at this point you can start looking at other ways to say I like. My ideal situation would be if I was given the opportunity, I would, those sort of things.
To explore more creativity ways of life and do a different project.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'd like to explore more in terms of creativity and life experience. Okay, so explore more in terms of creativity. Explore more, what did she say? Something, explore more with creativity, I think. Something.
Creativity way.
Creativity way, so it doesn't really work, that collocation.
Company or, yeah, I want to explore more creativity ways of life.
Okay, explore more creativity way. Okay, so explore more in terms of creativity. The creativity of life. You could say, things that are related to being creative in one's life. Okay, that's good.
Life and do a different project.
Okay, let's talk about shopping now. How much time do you spend shopping every week?
Every week. In the quarantine, I'm like at home and I spend like 30 minutes in the supermarket.
Okay, so obviously she's referring, obviously we're doing this video in the middle of quarantine, so there's no physical shopping in most countries around the world at the moment. But her reaction is, it's, the speaker is a human, sorry, the examiner is a human, and if you've got a smile and sort of a little bit less formal way, if you can relax yourself to the extent that Monique is doing here, I'm not going to say it gives you an extra grade, but it certainly, if there is a boundary issue where somebody goes, okay, is it 6.5 or 7? 6.5 or 7, very tricky. These tiny little things like, being more friendly and being more relaxed with your examiner to a certain extent will certainly help you. I'm not saying it's the only way to do it, but it is a small thing to think about. Okay, so she's laughing. You mean during the COVID-19 crisis? That's not going to happen. Right, let's listen.
I'm like at home and I spend like 30 minutes in the supermarket. So, and I'm not a shopping person.
Okay, so this is a typical Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese problem to forget the final Y of English words. So 30 minutes, but you need to be aware that it's 30 minutes. This is still a very highly pronounced. And there are times when a particularly strong Portuguese accent will in fact add a Y when there shouldn't be. So I went to a concert in Brazil, and I went to watch a man called Fatboy Slim, who's a famous DJ, and I was so confused because my friend kept on telling me that we were going to, we were going to watch Fatty Boy Slimmy. So Brazilians tend to drop off the Y when it should be there, and then add a Y when there isn't, if they've got a very strong voice, strong accent. Okay.
If I take the average from week, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, just a bit.
Okay, average, so it's average. Now I know that there's the magic E there that makes it sound like, oh, like I should have ave, like that. But it's average, just like it's avenue. Even though there's an E there, it's avenue, average. Okay. So let's go back a little bit more again, one more time.
If I take the average from week, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, just the basic stuff.
So if I took the average over a whole week, I would say I only spend about 20 minutes actually shopping. Let's change this to present to conditional 1. So if I take the average over a whole week, or average over a week, I don't need to say whole, I would say I spend about 20 minutes actually shopping. Okay. Why don't you like shopping?
Why?
Yes.
Because the point is I need to prioritize my time, and I have others priorities and other things that I want to do more.
Okay, good. So priorities she used perfectly, the noun. I have other priorities. I want to prioritize. The reason is because I want to prioritize my time. Of course, I've got other priorities, so shopping is not one of them. Okay, so the reason is I want to prioritize my time. I've got other priorities and shopping is not one of them. Okay, that's good. Okay, what is your favorite shop and why do you like it?
I like to go to supermarket. That's my favorite shop. And I like to see the brands, and to see the price, how they...
Okay, good. So Monique has got quite good English here, and this is her opportunity to start moving away from the more basic stuff. So I like. So one thing I really like doing is having a look at all the brands and comparing prices of different products and filling my trolley with deals, and yeah, I like that sort of thing. Now notice, instead of I like, it's just as simple as one thing I really like doing is. Take away the second is. And now you need to put the ing form of the verb having a look or looking at. But having a look is more spoken English. So just by changing this, one thing I really like doing is, and then the ing form, shows off a higher level of English than I like looking. I like looking at all the brands compared to one thing I like doing is having a look at. Okay, filling my trolley with deals, and yeah, I like that sort of thing. Okay, and she said I really like shopping at supermarkets. Supermarkets are by far my favorite shops. Simply because I thoroughly enjoy looking at all the different brands, comparing prices. Okay. Other ways to say it. So by far my favorite shops, simply because I, as opposed to maybe clothing shops where you have a limited number of brands. Okay.
Change and analyze the people, what they are shopping. So when I'm traveling, I always go to the shopping, like local shopping, to see how they are behaving in this atmosphere that we all need to go shopping food. So yeah.
Very interesting. So I love going to supermarkets not only to buy stuff but also to analyze how people do their shopping. I'm a people watcher. Even when I go abroad, I people watch, and I find it fascinating the way that they go about their daily lives. And of course, everybody has to shop. Everybody has to buy food. So it's a great way to find out what people are up to. Let's see if this is right. I love going to supermarkets, not only to buy stuff, but also to analyze how people do their shopping, and I'm a people watcher. Okay, so this is a phrase. I personally too am a people watcher. I like watching how people behave in certain situations. I'm happy to sit outside in a cafe if it's good weather and just watch people go past. So that's a people watcher. And even when I go abroad, I people watch. Okay, so this is now a type of verb. So I need a hyphen between it. I people watch, and I find it fascinating the way that they go about their daily lives. So go about your daily life. It's a strong collocation to do their normal everyday life. And of course, everybody has to shop. Everybody has to buy food. So it's a great way to find out what people are up to. What are you up to? What are you doing? So it's a more informal spoken English of saying, what are you doing? What are you up to? And finding out the community. If you want to know about a place, want to find out more about the country, then it's a good way to go to find out is to go to a supermarket and look at what people are buying and the products that they have in their trolleys, etc. Okay, that's very good, Monique.
I like.
All right, let's talk about reading now. Do you enjoy reading?
Yes, I enjoy it. And before quarantine, I was not reading a lot. And now I feel that I have more time. So I'm spending more time reading. And that's really nice. I feel that I'm more calm now. And that's a good practice for me. I need to keep it.
Okay, very good. Everything except just at the end when she said it's a good practice for me. But that's very well answered. I feel calmer. Okay, more calm. Some people do say more calm, but calm is a single single syllable. So we just add ER. So I feel calmer, more relaxed, so it's another. I know what she means by practice, but it's a good habit. Yeah. I feel a lot calmer nowadays, now that I read so much, and it's a habit that I intend to keep up even once lockdown for quarantine is over. Nowadays, now that I read so much, and it's a habit that I intend to keep up, I want to keep up, I plan to keep up, even after or even once, you could say both of them, lockdown. So it's now a single word. It's become a very popular word around the world. For quarantine is over. Okay, lockdown for COVID-19 is over. Oops. Okay. And over means finished, right? What sort of things do you read?
In this time, I'm reading lots of spiritual things because it's a thing that subjects that I'm thinking a lot. So I'm reading more spiritual or like self-development books.
Okay, thinking about a lot. So spiritual books and I know self-development is probably the direct translation from Portuguese, but we say self-help books in English. Okay. What are some of the advantages of reading instead of watching television or going to the cinema?
I think both are good. So you need to take the best of both. But when I'm reading, I feel that I'm more connected with myself. It's more silent, so it's an introspective action. When I'm watching.
Okay, great. She's using very advanced words, introspective, probably also in Portuguese a similar word, so she knows how to say it in English. So that's useful. But I'm more with myself, she said, or something like that. When I'm reading, I feel I'm more in touch with myself. I can imagine the characters. I can imagine the scenery in the book much better than being forced by the director of a film or of a TV show to not be creative in my own mind. Creative in my own mind. So I'm more in touch with myself. Okay, so to be in touch is to know yourself better, and it's a certain amount of creativity as well. I can imagine the characters, I can imagine the scenery in the book much better than being forced by the director, forced by the director to not be creative. It's active versus passive. So if some of you will say that's from grammar, but there is a relationship as well in real life. So if I'm being active, that means I'm the one creating the ideas in my mind. So when I'm reading a book, my brain is being the active participant, and I'm imagining the characters, and I'm imagining what hair color they have, and I'm imagining how they feel at that moment based on what they say. Whereas if it's passive, I just watch the film and I just get told by the director, by the actors, by the lighting director what to feel. Okay, and she said introspective. It's an introspective activity which is great for you to get in touch with yourself. Okay, so introspective. Spect comes from the word spectacles. Well, spectacles come from the word spect, that means to see. So spectacles is an old way to say glasses. And intro is inside, so looking inside yourself, introspective activity. So reading is an introspective activity, and it's a great way to get in touch with yourself and to develop yourself. Okay, good.
TV, maybe I'm with my mom or my brothers, and I'm more active, like outside active. And when I'm reading, I'm quiet and I'm with myself.
Okay, quiet. So she's talking about when she's watching TV, it's usually with her family, with her mom, with her brother, and she's active in the way that she's interacting with other people in the room and discussing what they just saw, perhaps. And whereas she's talking about being a much quieter, so quiet is two syllables. So quite, be careful, this one, quite good. That is a single syllable. That is a single syllable, but quiet, obviously not noisy. So I'm more quiet, I'm quieter technically. I'm quieter, I'm more introspective, I am more in touch with myself. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, so describe something that you don't have now but would really like to own in the future, what this thing is, how long you've wanted to own it, where you first saw it, and explain why you would like to own it. Okay, let's just carry on. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, so the thing that I want to want in the future is a new wetsuit for surfing. And I've been waiting for...
Sorry. Own. Okay. Own. Oh. So own. I'd like to own a wetsuit. Now, a wetsuit is a thing that surfers use if it's cold, if the water is cold. So I suppose in Brazil, in winter time, the water isn't particularly warm. Winter in Brazil, but anyway. And so you would wear a wetsuit that keeps you relatively warm in the water. Okay.
I've been waiting for the price to be okay.
Okay, great. I've been waiting. Great grammar there. For ages for the price to be more. She says okay, but let's say reasonable. So a reasonable price, that's a strong collocation. A price that you feel is fair, and then you can go and buy it.
As the last time that I told, I need, the first time that, I need one, a new one was 1 year ago, and I'm still trying to, I was planning to buy it in the summer, but then I forgot it, and now it's winter again here in Brazil. So, and I need it, but the price is high. So.
Yeah. So usually, if you need stuff for winter, then you buy it in summer. So she forgot to do it in summer because obviously that's the last thing you think about is being cold in the water. And now she's back in winter a whole year later, and she forgot. Now that everything she said there is great, grammatically great. So let's just carry on.
The first time I saw something was on the ocean. And I started surfing in 3 years. I'm new in this, so I have.
The first time I saw something was on the ocean. I'm not sure what she means here. Does she mean she saw somebody else surfing and she thought that's the type of wetsuit I would like? Or does she not have a wetsuit at all? And then she started realizing that the water was getting a little bit too cold. So I'm not really sure what she means here. And anyway, we wouldn't say on the ocean. And it was like while I was in the water. Okay, so while I was in the water, I realized I need a new wetsuit, or I need a wetsuit if she doesn't have one already. Okay.
Surfing in 3 years. I'm new in this, so
I'm surfing 3 years. Okay, so she's been doing very well grammatically, tense-wise, but now she's slipped up a bit. I've been surfing for 3 years, so obviously I'm new, in inverted commas, to this, but okay, so in inverted commas, now that's that thing. She did it with her hands there. You can see them holding up her hands like this, saying I'm new, but this is what it means. So if you were speaking to somebody on the telephone, and they couldn't see you doing that with your hands, you would say in inverted commas. And so what she means is that she's not really new. 3 years is a long time. But perhaps to compare to other people, perhaps 3 years is new. And because it's new, she's saying it's new, you would imply that it's a temporary thing, or at least it's not temporary, but you haven't been doing it for very long. So you would use I've been. Oh, what's this? Searching. I've been surfing for 3 years, so obviously I'm new, or so I'm new. Let's not say obviously, because it's not obvious. 3 years might be a long time for most people. Okay. Obviously never write this down. If this is your writing, then you would certainly do this, and that would be it. Okay. Right, let's carry on.
One, but that's the old one, so I need a new one with more technology.
Okay.
Surfing in 3 years. I'm new in this, so I have one, but that's the old one, so I need a new one with more technology.
Okay, so she's already got a wetsuit. It's an old one, but she needs a more updated version of it with the latest materials. Technology has the implication of electronics running on power, electricity. So the latest materials, or the latest actually I can see her point. So with the latest technology. to keep you warmer, to keep the water out, whatever it is. So yes, you could. I see what she means. You could use technology here. So I've got an old one that's not particularly advanced, but I feel that I'm in need of a newer version, a more updated version with the latest technology and the latest materials. Sorry. So I need sorry, don't know what happened there. I've got an old one that's not particularly advanced, but I feel that I'm in need of, or I need. So I need is the same as I'm in need of a newer version and a more updated version with the latest technology made of the latest materials. Yeah. Okay.
To be more comfortable to practice the sport. So.
Okay, to be more comfortable to practice the sport. Now, this is a typical mistake for Latin-based languages, so Spanish, French. We don't practice the sport unless you mean like I'm going to football practice. We've got a match on Saturday. The practice is on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This is the final practice before the match on Saturday, and that practice is literally, we're going to simulate the match, etc. But if I'm talking about something in general, then I just say do. Do the sport. So do karate, do judo, for example. Karate, judo. But if it's something that's done outdoors, then go surfing, go swimming. I mean, swimming can be indoors as well, but it's traditionally an outdoor activity. So we use go for things that are outdoors. Go skiing. Okay, but do the sport, always that's a collocation. And then there's certain sports like karate, judo, I'm trying to think. There's not so many with do, except for with sport. And when I think of some others, I'll tell you. But otherwise, it's go surfing, go swimming, go running, go jogging, go whatever. Do a marathon. But the actual activity is usually go.
That's the thing that I'm really looking the online shopping, and also.
Okay, really looking for online. So I'm looking for this a real good discount or a fantastic deal on wetsuits online at the moment.
It's a difficult thing to buy because I'm a girl, and there's no many options. So.
Okay, so wetsuits for girls not very common. Not many options for girls, for women, for females. Okay.
Sometimes you can find it, sometimes no. So that's the thing that I really need after quarantine.
Okay, after quarantine, yes. So she's obviously getting a bit sick and tired of being indoors, and so this is an option for her. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else? Now, technically, actually, it sounds like she's finished, and technically, as an examiner, I'm supposed to give her 4 or 5 seconds here, basically just staring at her before I interrupt. I suppose I felt a bit sorry for her because imagine if I just stared at her for 4 seconds, like this. Okay, now you can imagine it's starting to put you off. It's putting me off. And it does say, I must admit, it does say at the beginning of this part 2, it says you can speak for 1 to 2 minutes, right? So that's true. I could, if you only spoke for 45 seconds, I would have to force you to speak until you've got to 60 seconds. But if you pass that 60 seconds and you stop at 1 minute 15, for example, then I have to keep still for about 5 seconds. And then I say, is there anything else you would like to talk about this? Was there anything else you'd like to talk about regarding this? Or I can't remember the exact phrases. And it's something like that. And those 4 seconds or those 5 seconds can be very off-putting. And you certainly want to avoid that, because it's unnatural for humans to just stare at each other and then 5 seconds later, is there anything else you want to say? So it's always better to try and speak as long as you can, to not get that off-putting feeling, because it can put you off. And when I say put you off, it means it makes you feel uncomfortable inside. So it can put you off in part 3 of the exam, which is the most important part, where the more tricky questions come up and where you can really show off your level of English. If you've got in the back of your mind that strange situation that happened in part 2, where the man just looked at me or the woman just looked at me for 5 seconds before she said something, you know, it can put you off. It can make you feel uncomfortable, and then that affects the rest of your exam. So I sort of rescued here Monique a little bit instead of just staring at her. But let's see what she responds to when I say, is there anything else you would like to talk about this? Like to say about that?
No, the main reason I need it, it's for comfortable.
Okay, and so she just says no, the main reason. So that's fine. I have to now move on to part 3. But the point is that you don't want to get into the situation, and also, your part 2 is an opportunity to show off your level of English, so you could speak more. And you'll see in this course how we look at developing lots of ideas for this, so that you can easily speak for 5 or 6 minutes. It doesn't matter what topic it is, and I'll be showing you that. You'll see that video in this course. Okay, and she says, okay, so the main reason, it's... Okay, so she says that. Let's just listen again how she says it.
No, the main reason I need it, it's for comfortable.
Okay, so the main reason why I need it is because, well, is for comfort. Let's put it like that. Okay. So comfort is the noun of comfortable, able to be comfort. So comfortable is the adjective, and comfort is the noun. So the main reason why I need it is for comfort. I'm finding the older one too tight, or I'm finding the older one too, it chafes. To chafe is it scratches against your skin, so it can happen here. I also know what wetsuits are like, because I'm a scuba diver sometimes, and it can chafe under your arm here, and it can chafe on your neck if it's too small, or if it's worn out. So worn out means, we've come across this word before, a bicycle can get worn out after years of use, a car as well, and a wetsuit, the soft material on the outside of it can get worn out, and you have the more hard material, and it scratches against your skin. So that's chafing against your skin, and it's not very nice if it's worn out. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, thank you very much. Now, in the real exam, oh, sorry, I forgot to ask one question. Do you often have to save up to buy something?
If I often have,
do you often have to? Okay, and that was my mistake as well. I have to allow the student to fully ask the repeat of the question. So I should have allowed her to say, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, or something, but she didn't have a chance to say the whole thing in English. But anyway, I repeated this. Save up to buy something like this.
No.
Okay. Okay. So to save up means to collect money over a while, and then finally you pay something. Now this is just the follow-up question that comes at the end of every part 2. You can speak at, obviously always speak at length if you can, but anything beyond 30 seconds, the examiner will say stop, because you're really not allowed to, well, not supposed to speak for more than 30 seconds. And, well, obviously she just said no. So obviously try your best to answer this question, even, but not beyond 30 seconds. Right, let's carry on. Right, now in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and the paper and the pencil back, but we're not in the real exam now. Okay. We've been talking about something you'd like to own in the future, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, owning things in general. What types of things do young people in your country most want to own these days?
I guess smartphone and electronics in general, no? Smartphones and also
Okay, so
the game.
sorry. Electronics in general. So that's nice. Remember this phrase. So she starts off with a specific thing, but then realizes actually, people also want to have computers. They want to have PS4s. They want to have all sorts of electronics in general, not just the smartphones. So that's a useful phrase to remember, or useful, phrase technically.
So they are more like internet connected than my generation. So
okay, that compared to my generation, so that word generation, a time when you grew up. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s, so that was my generation, and I don't know what generation Monique grew up in, but we can imagine that she wouldn't have had so much internet connectivity as the generation these days. So internet, let's just think, online. These days people are far more connected to each other digitally, over cyberspace or over the internet than I was when I was their age. These days people are far more connected to each other digitally. These days, young people, let's say, are far more connected to each other digitally over cyberspace, over the internet, than I was when I was their age. Okay. Basically what she said, I was just trying to think of a better way to say it, but I suppose that's online, digitally, online, over cyberspace or over the internet. All of those ways we can say rather than just the internet. Okay.
they need it for keep in touch with the other people.
Okay, for keep in touch, for is a preposition, so keeping in touch always after a preposition, the verb form takes the ing. So for keeping in touch with each other, okay.
Or fake people, I don't know, so they need it for life. So I think the smartphone is the main, and I'm from Brazil. So
They need it for life. I suppose life nowadays, a lot of it takes place over the internet, over cyberspace, and so they need it to keep up with everybody else. To keep up with everyone else, smartphones, they need smartphones. So they need smartphones to keep up with everyone else. Okay.
it's not that cheap, smartphone. So it's probably a dream product for someone, and yeah, I think it's electronics.
Okay, it's a dream product for some people, yeah. For some people, the poverty levels in Brazil will only allow certain people to be able to have access to smartphones. And if you're not one of those people, then you're just going to be happy with a Nokia or some equivalent. Okay, that's good. Why do you think some people feel that they need to own things? Why do humans have this desire to own stuff, do you think?
It's cultural. We live in a society that the people need to have, not to be, not be.
Interesting. Okay, and just be aware that society, so that's the problem. So yeah, we live in a society where people, what did she say? People need to have, not just be. Okay, so she's been reading those spiritual books, I think, and it's quite philosophic what she just said there. Need to have, not just be.
So if you look for someone who has something, you need, he's better than me, so I need it to be as better, as good as him.
Okay, so this is called keeping up with the Joneses. Now, this is a phrase. It means, it comes, I think, from a TV show in the 50s, but I'm not sure. The next door neighbor was the Jones people, and every time they bought a new car, the family next door had to also buy a new car, and then they improved the house, and they had to improve the house. So it was keeping up with the Joneses, and all of them are getting into debt, losing money, having to pay money to the bank, just to pretend that they were doing as well as the other. So we use this phrase in English, to keep up with the Joneses, and I could use it put it into a sentence. These days it seems that everybody tries to keep up with the Joneses, and if they see somebody with the latest version of a smartphone, then they have this almost need to have to have a similar smartphone or better, to feel good about themselves. Almost, I wanted to say need, but it's almost it's almost hang on. Okay, the word is compulsion. This compulsion to have a similar. So compulsion comes from the word compulsory. You absolutely have to. So if you want to travel, for example, to the UK right now, and you come from Africa, it is compulsory to go into quarantine for 2 weeks. There's no way to avoid it. It's legally obliged to do this. So a compulsion is like this need, but beyond it, it's like you can't stop, you can't avoid it. So they have this compulsion to have a similar smartphone or better, to feel good about themselves. Okay, that's what she's basically saying. Now notice here, I think Google has done a better job than me. It should be Joneses if you want to use this with an ES. So they have this compulsion. This, in this case, this compulsion, I use this to mean something that I can't put my finger on, something that it's not a specific thing. Let me give you an example. I saw this guy in the park, and he was riding a tricycle. So I'm not saying, when I say I saw this guy as opposed to a guy, it's more like a sort of general. It's okay. Hang on one second. Okay, there it is. I put it up here. This is from the LDOCE online, the dictionary I love, because they have quite a lot of information. Plus, you can listen to these. So it's apparently then used in stories. So she's talking to a certain extent about stories. When you mention a thing for the first time. So I met this really weird guy last night. Suddenly there was this tremendous bang. And what she had here, what we had here already, this compulsion, I'm as opposed to a compulsion, it's like I'm just introducing this idea first, and I expect to speak more about it. When I say this compulsion, I'm going to speak more about this situation. So this is very advanced grammar for spoken English, but for those of you who are interested, this is instead of a compulsion, this compulsion. I'm going to speak more about it. Okay, let's carry on.
To have things is it's essential for this capitalism and consumerism culture.
Okay, yes. Having things and owning things is essential for the capitalist and consumerist societies that most of us live in these days. Okay, capitalist consumerist societies, and she's using the gerund form, starting. This is the subject of the whole sentence, having things and owning things, and there's the main verb, is. So I have to put ing on the verbs if they are verbs at the beginning of the sentence. So having things and owning things is essential for the capitalist and consumerist societies that most of us live in these days. Okay, good. Do you think that owning lots of things makes people happy?
I think it's a temporary happiness. Like when you buy it, you can, I achieve it. It's a short-term happiness. So
Okay, very good. So she's using short-term, a temporary happiness. Again, happiness, or it's actually with no one, but don't forget the happiness. Okay.
Oh yes, but then you need to buy other things to feel happy. So it's
okay to feel happy. Yeah. So she's saying that once you've bought something, you have this temporary happiness, then you have to buy again to have that same feeling. It's almost like a drug, an addiction. So that she was talking about. So you could really develop this to say it's become almost an addiction for certain people. They are called shopaholics, and shopaholics are people that are addicted to buying, to have that feeling of a high every time you buy something. You feel that high, but it's only temporary. It only lasts maybe a day or two, and then you're forced to buy something again to get that same high related to drugs. And this is idiomatic in a way. So a feeling of a high from being high on drugs, and we can talk about that for shopping as well.
A process that never ends, and if you need to stop doing it and trying to find inside yourself what is happiness for you and how you can access it.
Okay, a very philosophical again, how you can access your happiness without requiring things around you, owning things. So that's very philosophical. I just want to go back a little bit, and she was talking about something here.
And inside yourself,
okay, a bit more.
So it's a process that never ends.
Okay, that's a lovely word, a process that never ends. Now, this is a specific name. We call this a cycle. A spiral. That's right. So a spiral is something that, for example, if you have had a bath, the water goes into a spiral down the plug hole of the bath. So it's excuse me. Okay, it's called a downward spiral. And so you think everything's okay, and then you get worse, and every time you buy a new thing, it doesn't get you that high as you did before. So you have to buy more expensive things to get that same high, and you get into debt and you start losing money, and every time it's just a downward spiral to eventually you're feeling very depressed, and perhaps you've lost your car, your house, your family. It depends on how bad it is.
And if you need to stop doing it and trying to find inside yourself what is happiness for you and how you can access it without buying anything, because you don't need to buy anything.
Okay, how you can access happiness within yourself rather than relying on other things. And you don't need to buy anything to be truly happy. Okay. All right, so there we go. Okay, so you were talking about how we live in a capitalist society, and there's certain expectations of us in this society. So let's talk about, do you think television and films can make people want to just get more and more new possessions?
I think depends on the movie and on the TV show, because we have a good TV shows and also good films, but usually it's not the case. So yes, maybe if you stop to watching TV and these popular TV programs, you
Okay, stop watching. Okay, stop to watch is different. So if you stop watching television, that's what she wants to use in this context. But stop to watch, if there's an accident on the side of the road, you stop your car to watch the ambulance people deal with the accident. Okay, so stop means stop the activity you're doing now, and then start doing the second activity. Stop driving to start watching. Stop driving to start watching, whereas stop watching TV is what she means here. It's just simply stop watching TV. Well, it's not so easy, but might be useful if we can try.
and get less stimulated to buy things because you feel so attracted and you start to imagine that the life is just about this TV program or movie. And so, yeah, you need to be careful how many hours you're spending doing it.
Okay, so less stimulated to buy things. Stimulated, I think that might be a Portuguese word coming in here. So stimulate, it's to make somebody, if you can be stimulated by an idea to improve, or usually the word inspired is better. So stimulate is not the ideal word here. So you could be coerced. You can be manipulated. And both of those come in with the preposition into. So let's use it here. One thing people can try to do to avoid being coerced or manipulated into buying products on TV is to remember that to make themselves happy, they just need to be happy inside, introspectively. Avoid being coerced, manipulated into buying products. Yeah, is to remember that to make themselves happy, they just need to be happy inside. Okay, yeah. So coerced, manipulated, pressured into buying products on TV, or buying products not on TV, but buying products based on TV adverts. British English say adverts, Americans say ads, or actually, sorry, they don't say ads, they say commercials. Okay. Right, let's carry on.
And take some time for doing other things to open your mind. And
so spend time doing something else rather than watching TV to open your mind and to escape from the world of the characters on your favorite TV show. Spend time doing something else, yeah, rather than watching TV, to open your mind and to escape from the world of the characters on your TV show. Okay.
change your culture.
Okay. Do you think that change your culture is very difficult, because a culture is obviously related to an entire community or entire country, but change your worldview, change your point of view, okay, change the way you think about the world, change the way you think about the world, all of those would work here. Any benefits to a society or a culture of people wanting to always have new things?
I think it's a benefit for the business, like for the ones who are working or is the owner of the business.
Okay, not the business. So there are, because we're talking about a general thing here, so it's beneficial. Try to use paraphrasing. So I've asked benefit. You can make it into a noun, or an adjective in this case, then it's better. So it's beneficial for business in general, so no the, or corporations or companies. Any of these would work here. So it's beneficial for businesses, corporations, companies, business in general, we could say business in general, don't need to put the ES there. Okay.
Really benefit because you earn more money.
Okay, earn more money. Earn more money. Sorry, I'm just trying to do this without. So this sound here, that's a little 3 backwards or an E backwards, is so it's earn more money. And in American English, earn, so the would be heard. Okay. So they can earn a lot more money by manipulating people into buying products all the time.
And can keep the system going. But for the people, for the normal people like me, I don't.
Okay, yeah, so for people, so for normal people like me, there is no serious benefit to this consumer culture. There's no benefit. To this consumer culture. Okay.
I cannot see a good benefit to focus on shopping or focus on have more money and have work hard to.
Okay, yeah, so good. Focus on having more money and working hard, did she say? Okay.
Get more money to buy more things, and it's a crazy system.
Okay, great. She's talking, she didn't know how to say it, but this is the downward spiral or the cycle. In this case, I suppose it's a cycle. Get more money, buy more things. Get more money, buy more things. And it's just a cycle or a downward spiral if it's really bad. Okay. So, and I think that's it. Okay, thank you, Monique. That's the end of the speaking exam. Okay, so Monique did very well. She really developed her topics. So that's turned out very well. But what we'll be looking at is the band descriptors now. So hold on 1 second. Okay, so let's have a look at the band descriptors now. So Monique does very well in the fluency and coherence. She was able to develop her topics quite well and had no trouble really expressing herself quite fluently. She only rarely had to search for language. So most of the time, if she has any hesitation, it's usually because it's content related. So she had to think about what she was going to say, but it's not because she didn't know the words or the phrases that are required. So she develops the topics coherently. They make sense. So the way she develops them is very good. So this, for her fluency and coherence, is a nice 8. Now we get to lexical resources, and it's between these two here because she's quite strong. The problem here is that we've got idiomatic vocabulary she doesn't use very much, and we've got it here, but she uses it skillfully, whereas here she uses some, so there's a little bit of idiomatic vocabulary, but she does use a lot of less common vocabulary, which is, when I say less common, or when they say less common, they mean it's not commonly used, in terms of the ranking in English. So she's lucky in that she knows how to take some words that are in Portuguese, and she knows how to say them in English, and those words are less common in English, and therefore this is where her L1, her first language, helps her to get a good grade here. And she does use paraphrase sometimes, but she could have done it a little bit more, but it is effective occasionally. So, and she uses it flexibly. So this is a 7 for the lexical resources. Grammatical range and accuracy. There are a number of grammatical mistakes that she makes. And we go down here, we can see the complex structures. They rarely cause comprehension problems, but are they frequent? So this is a difficulty between 6 and 7 here. Uses a mix of simple. So I like, remember I was speaking about I like, instead of other ways of saying it. So This one is between 6 and 7. And I didn't hear a wide range of complex structures, so this is closer to a 6 for her here. In terms of pronunciation, she still uses the staccato syllable timed Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese that comes through into her English. So this is one of the sustains flexible use of features, and connected speech is not always clear. The weak forms are not always clear. So this is not quite an 8, it's more like a 7, so a mixture of these two here. So I had no trouble understanding her, but she doesn't use these features as much as I was hoping. So she's more of a 7. So for this we can see that 8 cancels out 6, so it's a strong 7 across the board for Monique in this one here. Okay, let me know if you have any questions, otherwise I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video we're going to be talking about paraphrasing in the speaking exam. Now, what is paraphrasing? Well, basically it's making sure that you don't copy exactly the words and phrases the examiner uses in the question, but reformulating those pieces of lexis, the pieces of vocabulary, and certainly sometimes some grammar to make it sound like you're able to do it, you're able to paraphrase, but also not to copy what the examiner has done, to show off your higher level of English. Okay, and it comes explicitly in the band descriptors. They clearly state that if you don't know how to paraphrase properly, you're going to lose marks in the coherence and cohesion. So let's have, in the lexical resources. I keep on mixing these two up. Okay, so lexical resource, that means your ability to use vocabulary. So this is a very important thing for your vocabulary score in the IELTS speaking exam. So have a look at this. These go from 6 here, 7, 8, 9. So this is a grade 6. There's 7, 8, and 9. We're trying to get anything above here, obviously. But let's have a look at 4, 3. That's 5, 4. So 4, it means rarely attempts to paraphrase. That means you copy exactly what the examiner says. You look at the words that the examiner has used, and you just say the same words back. And we're going to be looking at some examples of that later. Okay, so what we are trying to get, as I said, in this course, we're trying to get a 7.5 and above, so that's somewhere around here, and uses paraphrasing effectively as required. Now, this thing here, as required, it means that there's no need to always paraphrase. If it's natural to just say something very similar to what the examiner says, then you do it. So it's getting to 8 is about natural use of English, but 7, they use paraphrase effectively. That means that you've understood that it's important to paraphrase. You do your best to try and paraphrase, but sometimes it sounds like, okay, this candidate is just paraphrasing for the sake of paraphrasing. They're changing the words because they know they need to change the words. 8 means it just naturally comes. You don't even have to think about paraphrasing. It just sounds better for you to respond in a different way instead of the exact same words and phrases the examiner has used. Okay, so very important to get paraphrasing right in this exam, and that's because it comes up in these band descriptors. Very important. Okay, so let's have a look at the lexis type of thing. And remember, lexis, it's about vocabulary, which are individual words, and phrases, which are groups of words. And these can be things like set phrases. And a set phrase is what everyone always says. So how are you? I am fine. How are you? 3 words. That's a set phrase. I am fine. 3 words. Set phrase. You can have collocations. So words that typically come together, like swimming pool. Okay. And then you also have idioms. Idioms, as you'll see in this course, I spend a lot of time on idioms because that can really push your grade up to even an 8 and possibly a 9 if you can use idioms effectively. And you'll see that. Okay, idioms are set phrases, a bit like set phrases, but we'll be looking at them in a lot more detail in this course, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so when I compare between these two, have a look. Let's look at the words in the question here. What kind of food do you like? Okay, there it is again. What kind of food do you like? Now this is the not so good stuff. So this column here
has the not brilliant, and this one on this side has a much better response. So have a look at this. The kind, so there's the word kinds. I've added an S there, but it's still there. Of food I like, same thing. Food do you like? Our Thai food, and I like Indian food too. Okay, grammatically fine. Grammatically good. The problem is that it's using the same words and phrases that the examiner used. So it doesn't show off your high level of English. So those of you who are, let's say, more worried about accuracy, look what happens. You've done absolutely perfect, grammatically correct sentence, but your grade is going to be lower than if you just tried to respond in a different way and made a few mistakes. Okay, so let's have a look at this. I'm keen on, I like, keen on Thai curries. I'm also into, to be into something. There's the be, so be into something I enjoy doing, I enjoy eating, I enjoy having. Okay, okay, and there you've got the word cuisine instead of the word food. Okay, so Indian cuisine, and you started mentioning the different foods. Okay, so a curry is a type of food. There's curry again. There's soup, salads. So here we've just got food, food, food. There you've branched into the lexical set of food. So food is the name of the lexical set, and then all the things underneath that: curry, salad, barbecue, soups, etc. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. So not just changing the verbs like keen on instead of like, but also breaking nouns into their constituent parts, taking the lexical set and breaking it down into little individual things, like giving examples like soups and curries. Let's have a look at this one. Are there any foods you dislike? Okay, so obviously we hear the word dislike, so somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, they're going to use the same thing. I dislike bland food. Bland food means food without its flavor. Certain foods are like, they give here like tofu. Tofu is pretty bland, or very bland in fact. White bread tends to be quite bland. Okay. All right. So now that we know what bland means, you can see the problem still. They've used bland, which is good, but this person has used dislike, and again the word food. They have, however, started to give examples, so this is good. Okay, but let's have a look at another way of doing it. So bland cuisine, again using this cuisine instead of food, is not my cup of tea. Now that is an idiom. An idiom in this case, which means it's not something I don't like. Okay, so it's not my cup of tea. And then they start talking about soba noodles, white bread, tofu, and it doesn't stimulate my taste buds. That's not so much an idiom, but it's a type of collocation. So to stimulate the taste buds, you just, makes the taste buds fire. Your nerves in your taste buds fire. That means that they go off and they tell your brain, oh, that's delicious, that's interesting, or maybe too hot, perhaps. Okay, let's have a look at this one. What food did you like to eat as a child? So there's that set structure, as a child. There's the word like, there's the word eat. So there's a lot you can do with this. Somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, they say, as a child, there it is again, I like to eat. Okay, and then you start giving examples, which is fine, but there it is, as a child. I sometimes ate cakes as a child too. Okay, so not great. So how can I reformulate, how can I paraphrase those three words, like, eat, and this phrase, as a child? So let's have a look at this. When I was a kid, so as a child, when I was a kid, I was hooked on, I was addicted to, I absolutely loved spaghetti and hamburgers. I couldn't get enough of them. I remember how excited I used to get, so we've got used to instead of did. Okay, I used to. So we're changing the grammar slightly. I'm going to talk about why sometimes it's not a good idea to change the grammar and why sometimes it's necessary. So here we've got an example where it has been changed, and that's fine. When I used to get, when we went to Burger King to get a quarter pounder, it's a type of quite solid, thick burger, big burger. I also had a sweet tooth. There we go, another idiom, to have a sweet tooth, which means I like sugary things, and so I'm keen on, I like cakes. Let's look at this last one. Do you prefer to eat alone or with other people? There's the word prefer, eat is the verb again, alone, and of course this person is going to say the same things. They're going to use prefer, to eat,
and there's eat again. They didn't use alone. I think I can talk to them while I eat. Yeah, this is a very short answer, so they could well have carried on, but probably used the word alone because this person doesn't know how to say the word alone in a different way. So let's have a look at this. So we've got now would rather as opposed to prefer. So I would rather have dinner or lunch with someone like my classmates or friends, as I find it more sociable. So there we've got something sociable, reasons why. It's the opposite of alone, so they're using the opposites. And we can chat about various things. I feel uncomfortable eating. Now here, we've got the word eat, but it's an ing form. So we've changed the form of the verb slightly. And you could say, yes, over here, kinds. What kinds of food? And here we've got kind. But that's not a huge difference. There we've put the ing form on the eat, which shows off to the examiner that you know how to use it, especially because you know that comfortable always has the gerund form of the verb, the ing form of the verb after it. So you know how to use it. Okay. So if you want to look at this, they in bold italic, they're copied from the question. So they're clear and grammatically correct. However, it's too simple, too limited, and you're not going to get a high mark if you answer this way. So if you're worried about accuracy, that's fine. And it's important to be worried about accuracy as well as fluency. But accuracy is not going to get you all the way. I do have students who, for example, you'll see some of the students when we do the feedback. One student called Deepika got an 8. She made a number of mistakes. She wasn't perfect. There was a number of accuracy issues, but she was so good with paraphrasing and with using idioms that she got all the way to an 8. Okay, and you'll see her later coming up in this course. Now, down here, compare the words and phrases in bold here. Firstly, they're different from the ones used by the examiner. Secondly, this is important. So not only they're different, they're often idioms or phrasal verbs or other set phrases. There we go, the set phrase associated with liking and disliking food. So this person has got a much wider range of vocabulary and is demonstrating it to me as showing off. That's the whole point of an exam like this, to show off your abilities to do these things. Okay, now let's go on to the grammar side of things. And this is where things get not so clear. Okay, so with the grammar in the question, you need to listen carefully to the question, because very often the grammar you should use is embedded, it's sitting within the question itself. And usually you can simply copy the grammar. So I'm asking you to paraphrase for the vocabulary, but sometimes, usually, the grammar you would need to use is very close to what the examiner has provided you with in the question itself. So let's have a look at this. Present perfect is a classic example where it's just no other way to say it. Have things changed? So verb 3 with have makes it present perfect. So have things changed in terms of what special occasions people celebrate? Sorry, in terms of the... So there's a mistake there. So have things changed in terms of the special occasions people celebrate in your country? That means, are the special occasions that people used to celebrate in the past, are they different to the ones that they celebrate now? Okay. And the answer would have to be with present perfect. Yes, they have. In quite a significant way, to be honest. Probably put a comma here. One thing I have noticed is that people have started to celebrate Halloween, which was unheard of in my youth. So Halloween is a celebration that is particularly in Ireland and in America, and it's that idea has spread to all sorts of countries that just 10 years ago would never have had a celebration for this particular day, okay, especially for children or for young teens. Okay, so present perfect is a classic example where it's very difficult to say it in a different way. Okay, you could use the past simple, but you would still have to explain that things have changed and still changing now, which is present perfect. But there are times when it is possible to change the grammar, in which case please go ahead and use it. So we looked at words like prefer, to be keen on. Okay, I prefer, I'm keen on. That's vocabulary, but can also talk about making choices. And so it's grammatical in a way. And this one here, used to, for example, and would are often interchangeable. So let's have a look at this one. How did you used to celebrate your birthday as a child? Okay, there's the word used to, grammatical structure. And the answer might be, well, most of the time my parents would throw a party for me and have lots of sweets and cake. My birthday falls in the summer where I'm from, so it was almost always a pool party. So I've gone from used to in the question, and I've used would, which is similar to used to. You can't use it with stative verbs. If you've done the IELTS step-by-step mastering grammar course, you'll see where I've talked about would and used to. And would, we can't use it with stative verbs. Stative verbs like be, know, believe, things like that. But otherwise, we can use it. And it's very interchangeable between used to and would. And of course, once I've introduced would or used to, I don't like to repeat it. I prefer just past simple. In this case, then, you go ahead and use a different grammar structure. So as we go through example responses to speaking questions, you'll see how I sometimes change the grammar where it's necessary, but oftentimes I'm sticking with the grammar that is used by the examiner in the question itself. Okay, so if you have any questions, let me know, but that is paraphrasing in the speaking exam. Okay, welcome to this video where we'll be looking at discourse markers and looking at them in more detail. We'll be delving deeper into discourse markers, delving deeper, looking in more detail about them. We already had an introduction video about discourse markers in section 3, I think it was, but now we're in section 9, and this is where we'll be able to look at the different types of discourse markers. So you'll see that we're going from talking about opinions, adding contrast, something called hedging, expressing certainty, giving examples or explanations, commenting on your own ideas, rephrasing, getting back to the point, and concluding discourse markers. For this first video, we're going to be looking just at these first two, so talking about opinions and adding contrast. So let's get started. Okay, so when we're talking about opinions, there's agreeing with an opinion of somebody else, disagreeing with somebody's opinion, and then expressing your own opinion after that. So we're going to look at the first one where you agree with somebody's opinion. And an examiner might ask, do you think it's true that? And that's basically the examiner is stating an opinion according to obviously his piece of paper, but it's still an opinion and he has to read what's written on his paper. So do you think it's true that children learn better when they are in a loving environment? Okay, and the stronger agreeing discourse markers are at the top of this list over here, these 4 lists, and then the weaker ones down below. So I couldn't agree more, I couldn't agree more, or I completely agree with that, or it's a fair point. That's a fair point, I think. So I'm not quite 100% agreeing with that, but I think there's some truth to that. Or this one here, that's true to some extent, especially if you consider, so I'm saying it's true in these situations, but you expect if somebody starts with this, so it's true to some extent, especially if you consider that, but, and then somebody might say but, or however, because you expect them to elaborate, to explain more about what they mean. If you go on the other side, look at the disagreeing, this is stronger at the top, so I'm afraid I have to disagree with you. Now, this is something I want to talk about very quickly before we move on. There's something called hedging, which will come up in the next video in section 10, and that is where English speakers don't like to be so direct when they speak. So you'll find that this disagreeing with opinion, it's not, I completely disagree. It's more like, I'm afraid I have to disagree with you. Now, I understand that for some cultures this can be very frustrating. In fact, I did my master's degree on this very fact, that certain cultures like people who speak very directly, like Polish people or people from Israel, they don't like using hedging. All I'm saying is that
this is what the English people do, and you might consider using hedging, even though it makes you a little bit angry inside and makes you frustrated because you sound like a little bit like what could you say, like a hypocrite. If you completely disagree with somebody, why don't you just say it? But this is the English way, and please be aware that there are certain cultures within the English-speaking world where that's completely fine. The Australians can be a lot more direct, for example, than the British, Southern British. The Northern British can be a lot more direct than people from Oxford and Cambridge. The USA is very different, so I don't like to generalize, but on average, the English-speaking peoples prefer to be a little bit less direct than other cultures. Okay, anyway, so when I have disagreeing with opinion, you'll see it's a little bit hedged. So, I'm afraid I have to disagree with that, or I'm not sure I completely agree with you on that, or I'm not sure I agree with you on that, or yes, but that's not the whole story, and it gets a little bit weaker. Well, I think it depends. So that one is like, okay, I can see what you're saying, but it depends on the situation. So let's have a look at an example here. And I also want you to listen to the intonation that I use here. I'm going to try and make it sound as if I'm actually speaking, even though I am reading, just to listen to the intonation and get used to the way I stress certain things to make it clear where my important points are. So, yes, I think it's true to some extent that children learn better at home, especially if you're considering the bullying problem that's affecting many children who supposedly don't fit in. However, okay, so there you can see it's true to some extent. I agree in these cases. However, okay, we're going to get to the contrasting discourse markers, however, and all the other ones later on. Okay, now let's have a look at the one where you're expressing your own opinion. Okay, this is when you're introducing a new opinion. So you're not contrasting, or you're not reacting to somebody's opinion. You're just bringing in an opinion from nowhere. Okay, so you can have things like, as far as I'm concerned, my view is that. It would be hard to deny that. Now, this is a general thing. People in general would find it difficult to disagree with me on this. So it would be hard, passive voice. Somebody else would find it hard to deny or to disagree with that. Okay? So there we're starting to use the people. This is what people think, and I also agree with that. Right? The point I'm trying to make is, okay, and the last one, I think most people would agree. That's the same, similar to the one, it would be hard to deny. I think most people would agree. That people think that, and I also think that. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. So we'll start from the top, because it starts here and it finishes here. So yes, I think it's true to some extent that children learn better at home, especially if you consider the bullying problem that's affecting many children who supposedly don't fit in. However, that's not the whole story. I mean, it would be hard to deny that teachers are experts in their field and in the long run would do a better job than parents. Okay, so discourse markers, talking about opinions. You can have a look out on the internet if you want any more information about discourse markers with opinions. You just literally have to type in discourse markers, opinions, IELTS speaking, because discourse markers for writing are a little bit different, they're more formal. And you'll find some more examples of these. But these ones I've used deliberately slightly higher level than the usual ones that you will see on most course books, because I want to get you to a 7 or 7.5 in the IELTS. Right, let's go on to the next one, and that's where you add contrast. So this is the similar one to however, but we don't want to use however because it's too easy. Let's try and use a more complicated version of however. So you've got the ones like on the other hand. That is an idiomatic phrase. Hand is not really a hand, so it's an idiomatic phrase which makes it good to use in the IELTS, because the IELTS examiners are looking for people who can use idiomatic language. Okay, so on the other hand, that said, it means I've said this thing, however. So that said. Okay, we've seen that before already. Another one, looking at it from another angle, we could say that. Okay, or taking the other side, you could argue that. The other side, what side? Okay, another idiomatic, actually, in fact, another angle of a
well, an angle is 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 30 degrees. That is also idiomatic. And the last one here, this is a useful one to remember because I can use the if clause here, which is the conditional. So I can use the conditional, advanced language, plus I can use very advanced idiomatic phrases. But if I were to play devil's advocate, I would say that. Now, the devil's advocate is somebody who always looks at a point of view and says, but what about it? What about flipping it on its head? What about the alternative point of view? Even if it's very evil, what about it? Let's think about it. That's called playing the devil's advocate. And there are people, let's say very, very wealthy people, CEOs of some companies, even in America, who employ one person to be the devil's advocate for everything that they think. The point is that they want to see the positive, the possible negative sides of any idea. That way it can be completely eradicated any problems because they see straight away where there might be issues with that problem. So that those people's jobs is literally to play the devil's advocate, to look at the opposite side of something that everyone else agrees with except this one person. So let's have a look how it could be used here. I think it would be hard to argue that tourism has enormous benefits. I mean, bringing in strong foreign currency to a place that has a minimum wage of, say, $1.50 an hour is going to make an enormous difference to the people there. That said, there are disadvantages. Take people being priced out of certain areas, because there's a huge hotel there and now services are catering to the tourists rather than the locals. But if I were to play the devil's advocate, I would say that in the long run, everyone would benefit from the trickle-down effect of money changing hands down the line. Okay, now, wow, that's a mouthful. In fact, there's only two sentences in this, or three sentences in this, but you can see how the contrast is being used. That said, there are disadvantages. But if I were to play the devil's advocate, I would say, even though the hotel has pushed these people out, so it's a horrible thing to think that people have been living in their houses for years and years and years, and suddenly a big hotel arrives. They don't push the houses down, but the hotel goes there, and the shops and the services like small restaurants that used to service those local people in those houses suddenly push their prices up because all the hotel tourists are coming out of the hotel. They've got US dollars instead of dirham or Philippine, what do the Filipinos use? Whatever. Sorry, I don't know what currency you have in the Philippines. If you're listening, I'm sorry. But it's obviously a lot weaker than a big euro, dollar, Swiss franc. Okay, so somebody comes out of the hotel. Oh wow, these pizzas are so cheap. Okay, and they just buy and buy and buy. And the restaurateur realizes, wow, actually, if I increase the price of these pizzas, then I can make much more profit. What happens? The locals end up not going to that shop. They're not going to the next shop. They're not going to have a haircut. And they get priced out of the area because of the huge hotel in that area. Okay? But I'm playing the devil's advocate. Everyone else is very angry, and I'm saying, hang on. In the long run, everyone will benefit if there's more tourism. That may not be true, but I'm playing the devil's advocate. Okay? And I'm saying that it would benefit from the trickle-down effect. So the trickle-down effect is this effect where wealthier people give a little bit of money. That person, like, for example, the restaurateur in the pizzeria, he makes a bit of money from the tourism. He decides, well, actually, I need a new oven. So he pays the local builder to come and build him a better quality or larger brick oven. That guy gets some money. Then he passes that money down to somebody who's making the cement, and the cement maker, and so it goes. That's called the trickle-down effect. And the money changing hands down the line. So it starts with the tourist, and it ends up maybe 30, 40, 50 kilometers away in a shop selling shoes. Okay, and that's the trickle-down effect. Okay. All right, anyway, so now you've got an idea of how to add contrast. Of course, use but. Of course, use however. But these are 5
very useful ones that you could use. And as I've said before, discourse markers are all over the internet. Just know how to use discourse markers. Those are the two words you need to look for, sometimes called signposters, but that's not so common. So discourse markers, IELTS speaking, contrast. You'll get another 3,000. Well, you'll get another 30. But these are the ones that I like to use, and they show off your complex grammar, especially if I were to use the devil's advocate, looking at it from a different angle. That's the gerund ing, looking at it from a different angle, comma, we could say. It's another way to say, if we look at it from another angle, comma, we could say. So it's technically a conditional as well. That is what the examiners are looking for, complex grammar. All right, so that's adding contrast. And in the next videos, we're going to be looking at the next two, which are hedging and expressing certainty. So those two. So look out for the next video in section 10.
Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Deepika.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
Actually, let me start off by saying I'm from Sri Lanka. At the moment, actually, I'm working outside of the country.
Okay, I'll ask some questions about where you work in a second. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So,
Okay,
of course,
sir.
now I'll pretend to look at it and say, thank you, that's fine, and I'll give it back to you.
Okay.
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 Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Actually, for the time being, I'm working as a nursing officer. I guess I've been working 6 years now. And also in my spare times, I like to do some studies, especially English.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
To be honest, it's a pretty tough job. As you know, dealing with the real people lives, it's not that easy like people does. And also, it's all about the accountability and responsibility.
Okay. And why did you choose this kind of work?
I would say it's not my own decision to be a nurse. I think my parents pushed me there to be a nurse.
And what would you like to do in the future in terms of work?
I'm not pretty sure what I'm going to do in future, but at the moment, to be honestly speaking, I'm not content the way I today, because it's making a lot of pressure inside myself working as a nurse, especially long working hours. I mean, the unsocial working hours literally weighs me down.
Okay. Now
I hope if I get a chance to move to UK and as my career prospects, and I will be excel in my field. I hope so.
Okay. Now let's talk about music. What types of music do you like to listen to?
If I say the truth, there is quite enormous list of music I'd really like. To be more specific, I would say I'm really into kind of soothing music where I get away from my day-to-day schedule. Apart from that, I think kind of jazz music would be spice of my life.
What times of day do you like listening to music?
It really depends on the situation and the time you're getting off from your work. As you know, since I sprang out of my bed until I hit my head on pillow. I'm really having non-stop schedule that keeps me doing anything. But whenever I never get to listening to very much good music that keeps me alive, to be honest.
Okay, now let's talk about travel. Have you done much traveling?
So far, I would say I'm in Oman. It's the first time I'm out of country. If I'm talking about the local travel as Sri Lankan, I would say I have visited so much extensive places in Sri Lanka, including higher altitudes, where I could really let down my hair.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand? Okay, so you're going to use your piece of paper.
Yes, I do.
Great. Use your piece of paper and pencil for making notes. And here is your topic. It's going to come up on the screen. Okay. I would like you to describe a shop near where you live that you sometimes use. You should say what sorts of products or service it sells, what the shop looks like, and where it is located. All right. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking now, please?
Yes. Well, I'd like to talk about one of remarkable shop I've ever met in my life. That's one of a retail shop, including it has all the bells and whistles. Like it has extensive area of socialization for the people who really need to take time off and sit back. And also, this place I recognize as my go-getter. Whenever I need anything, I really run into this shop where you could find anything, A to Z, things you need to utilize in your daily life. Apart from that, why I really like the place, it has the location is electric. Why I'm telling this, the lightings and the way they are set up the place, much more attractive, to be honest. Another thing, it's a quite melting pot, if I say it is really right, because you will find much more people there from all around the world. Especially, I have seen recently the people from UK. They are quite beautiful people who knows to get along with the people. They are so socializing, and also it is not just place for shopping. It's a real place for really take things from your mind, out from your mind, to be honest. And what I really love about the place also, they are offering the signature dishes.
Thank you. That's very good. One question for you.
Yep.
Do you often go to this shop?
It depends very much, actually. If I get off time in my workplace, definitely I would run to this place because they are having much of variety of things. Especially, I'm really into the dresses.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is trendy dresses, it will catch up my mind.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask for your paper and the booklet and pencil back, but now we're going to go on to section 3. Okay, so we've been talking about a shop that you know well, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, local businesses. What types of local businesses are there in your neighborhood?
As you can see, I would say there is a variety of, extensive variety of businesses, especially local businesses. And also, I cannot forget about the foreign businesses where people set up in my area. If I go straight into this topic, I would say I could see much more shops around the city where you could find anything you want. The thing what you wish in your life, it will be there. And also what I see here, the local businesses are really booming, but according to situation, the world going on now, I think now we are facing economic downturn, especially in my city, and so many redundancies I could see.
Do you think that local businesses are important for a neighborhood? And if yes, in what way?
Absolutely, yes. Why I am telling it is really a vital part of the local community. It really feeds our nation in terms of offering jobs where you really need to blend with different kinds of talents. It is the place you could showcase your talents. For example, some people in my area, they are really into some businesses like, I would say it is like handmade handicraft. So they are getting good chance to show up their abilities to the world. They are doing some exports with these products.
Okay, now let's start to talk about people and business and how those work together. Why do you think some people want to start their own businesses?
I am not sure about this topic very much, but I would suggest that maybe it is because due to the fact that the economic landscape is continuously changing. So people really need to engage in a business where they could save for the rainy fund. Absolutely, I would agree if somebody need to excel in their local businesses, that would be a great idea. It's a yes from me.
Are there any disadvantages to running your own business?
It's a tricky question, though. I would suggest like this. Sometimes if you are not talented enough, the place where you want to give your money, spend your money, you would get into trouble, definitely. But if you know the field as back of your hand, there is a chance you would get a good benefit, good outcome.
Okay. And what are the most important qualities for a good businessman, do you think?
Oh, there's lots of qualities which I really cannot remind one by one. But one thing I would say now, it is the team spirit. If somebody is having this team spirit, and if they have also untiring efforts, and it would be a great deal of time they are investing their money on something. And also there is a risk I could see sometimes if you don't know the business very well, maybe really you might end up in the red.
Okay. Ditkita, thank you very much for that. That's the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we'll be looking at feedback for a student called Deepika, she's from Sri Lanka. Her mother tongue is Sinhalese, which is an Indo-Aryan language. So there is a distant relationship between her language and English. But it is quite distant, so I don't expect it to be too much of a, let's say, a crutch for her. So let's get started. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Deepika.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
Actually, let me start off by saying I'm from Sri Lanka. At the moment, actually, I'm working outside of the country.
Okay,
As you
I'll
know,
ask some questions about where you work in a second. In the real exam, okay, so remember these first two questions, what's your name and where you're from, it's really to check your passport. So you don't need to answer in depth for these two questions. I would ask to see your identification. So
Okay,
of course
sir.
now I'll pretend to look at it and say thank you, that's fine, and I'll give it back to you.
Okay.
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 Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Actually, for the time being, I'm working as a nursing officer.
For the time being, very nice. For the time being, I'm working as a nursing officer. Okay, I'm not really sure what a nursing officer is. It might be something similar to being a nurse itself, so maybe in administration or management. But this is a very nice phrase. For the time being means at the moment, currently, so very nice.
I guess I've been working 6 years now. And also,
Okay, I've been working for 6 years. All right, so don't forget the 4.
in my spare times, I like to do some studies, especially English.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
To be honest, it's a pretty tough job. As you know, dealing with the real people lives, it's not that easy. Like,
Okay, a pretty tough job. Very nice. Instead of difficult, she used the idiomatic phrase tough. It's a pretty tough job working with people, dealing with their lives in reality. I don't know what I meant to say that, but I know what she's trying to say. Helping people, you know, who in some cases have life, they have their lives in your hand. Whose lives are in your hands. I think that's what she means, you know, working in a hospital, working in places where if you make any mistakes, if you inject them with the wrong medicine or something, you could kill them. So it is a tough job and you have to be alert all the time. So working with people whose lives are in your hands, and I said hand, but it should be with an S, so whose lives are in your hands.
people does. And also, it's all about the accountability and responsibility.
That's very good. Lovely words there. It all boils down to accountability and responsibility. If you're not accountable and not responsible, then you could end up harming somebody quite badly. Okay, so to boil down to, it's sort of the essence of something. The main thing about nursing or being in the medical field is that you are accountable, and it's that meaning of the accountable means you are responsible in a similar way. To account for something, when they count the problem, when they find a problem and they're counting who to blame, you are one of the blames to be blamed. So that's where the word accountability comes from. and you're responsible. If you're not accountable and not responsible, then you could end up, that means you don't plan to do it, it just happens because of a mistake, because of something you forgot. You can end up harming. So after up, remember there's a preposition, so it must be the ing form after all prepositions in English. So you end up harming somebody quite badly if you're not paying attention while giving them medical assistance. Okay, and why did you choose this kind of work?
I would say it's not my own decision to be a nurse. I think my parents pushed me there.
Okay, that's very nice. Lots of idiomatic language here. It wasn't my own decision. It was my parents who pushed me into it. So to push somebody into something, that's right. So your parents are push. It's fine. It's great. But also more commonly, in fact, is pressured me into it. Push and pressure are similar related words anyway. So they pushed me into it. They pressured me into it. Pushed is, let's give another word for you, nudged. So nudged means, it's a similar meaning to push, but it's gentle. Like, maybe you should try nursing. Why don't you try nursing? Pushed is something in between, and then pressured is like you are going to become a nurse, whether you like it or not. So there's 3 different ways to say the same thing. Nudged, you are sort of, it's 50-50. I agree with my parents, I'm happy to do it. Pushed, it's more like 25% you and 75% them, and then pressured is 5% you and 95% them.
Be a nurse.
And what would you like to do in the future in terms of work?
I'm not pretty sure what I am going to do.
Okay, pretty sure, it's a fantastic thing. I'm pretty sure I'm going to become whatever. That's fine, but I can never use pretty sure in the negative. Oops, sorry. So I'm not sure. Take away pretty. I'm not sure, to be honest, or I'm not. Yeah, it's just safer to say I'm not sure.
Future, but at the moment, to be honestly speaking, I am not content the way I today, because it's
okay. I don't know if there was just a bit of interference on the Wi-Fi there. To be honest, I'm not content with my life today. Okay, you might have seen this word, content. It means, in this context, means happy. In a sort of not overly happy way, but just sort of, my life is okay. It's a similar way to say okay. So I'm not okay with my life today. She wants to change something about her life.
a lot of pressure inside myself working as a nurse, especially long working hours. I mean the unsocial working hours.
Okay, that's great. So my work entails long working hours and antisocial working hours as well. Unsocial, antisocial. Let's stick with unsocial. Unsocial working hours. So I can't spend time with my friends because they're all out having a relaxing time in the evenings, and my work requires me to be there in the evenings or early mornings or even during the night, middle of the night. This word entails, it means it consists of long working hours and unsocial working hours as well.
It weighs me down.
Okay, nice idiom there. The long unsocial work hours tend to wear me down, especially by the end of the week. Let's just take away 10. Let's just put here, they wear me down. This is a nice phrase. So wear and tear, you may have heard that before. When you're driving a car for a long time, there's no damage to the car, but it's just the movement of all the parts that wears down the tires, wears down the metal, wears down the bearings and all these things, and it wears you down. It's like slowly over years you get more and more tired, and you find life a little bit more difficult each day. Okay, so maybe even that's not true by the end of the week. We don't say that. It's because it's a long process. So the long unsocial working hours wear me down. So nice phrase there, nice idiom. Okay. Now Okay, yes.
I hope if I get a chance to move to UK and as my career prospects, and I will be excel in my field. I hope so.
Okay. Now let's talk about, okay, so remember the UK, the US, or the USA, or the United States, the UAE, the Philippines. So if there's a combination of islands like the Philippines, we put the before it. If it's a United Kingdom, so it's Wales, England, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, it's the United States, Texas, Colorado, California. They're all part of a single unit, so we need to put the before it. Music. What types of music do you like to listen to?
If I say the truth, there is quite enormous list of music I'd really like.
Okay, nice, an enormous list. Okay, now this word, enormous, is already a strong adjective. So the only way I can emphasize it even more is with a similarly strong adverb. So that could be something like absolutely enormous list. But quite a big list. Now the word big can be graded. You can say quite a big, a very big, but I can't say absolutely big. So be careful of words like enormous. Take, for example, the difference between I'm hungry. Let's do this one. Hungry. Hungary, that's the country. Hungry versus starving. Okay. Starving is the adverb that is, this is the adjective that is already at the maximum. So the only way I can emphasize it even more is some words like absolutely. And these are words that have similar meaning to 100%. Okay, so absolutely starving. But I can never say absolutely hungry. I can only say something like very hungry or quite hungry, if it's less than normal. Okay, so be careful with words like enormous. That can only be used with absolutely or equivalent.
To be more specific, I would say I'm really into kind of soothing music.
Beautiful language there. So let's just go back to what the point of these are. To be more specific, it's a great discourse marker. So I'm going to start, I'm talking about a general list, and now I'm narrowing it down to the specific points I'm going to make. And so she likes soothing music, calming music, and this word came up before with another student, so you should have seen it before. Soothing music let's just stick it like that. So soothing music is what she's into.
I get away from my day-to-day schedule. Apart from that, I think
another great discourse marker, apart from that. So I've mentioned these things. Apart from that, there are other types of music that I also like. And it's apart from that. So notice the part is a single word here.
Of jazz music would be spice of my life.
What? Okay, nice idiom as well. She's been taught to use idioms, or she knows already to use idioms that will really improve her IELTS grade. So this is great. Spice up her life. So very nice. What times of day do you like listening to music?
It really depends on the situation and the time you're getting off from your work. As you know, since I sprang out of my bed until I hit my head on pillow. I'm really having non-stop schedule. That
Okay, so good try there. Starting to sound a little bit unnatural to a certain extent, and I can see that she's trying her best to use these. Try not to overuse idioms if they don't fit in, but let's use them anyway because they're useful. From the moment I sprang out of my bed to the time that my head hits the pillow, I'm run off my feet. I literally do not have a minute of my own time. So from the moment I spring, let's do it correctly. So this is an everyday situation, so it must be present simple. So the moment I spring out of my bed to the time that my head hits the pillow, that's a very nice idiom as well. I'm run off my feet. That means I'm basically don't even have a chance to sit down. There's not even time for me to have lunch. I literally do not have a minute of my own time. Okay, so it's very hard work in her job.
keeps me doing anything. But whenever I never get to listening to very much good music that keeps me alive, to be honest.
Very much good. Okay, be careful with that. So very good. So very good music helps me to keeps me alive, but certainly very good music keeps me going. So even though I've got a stressful life, as long as I've got a chance to listen to my favorite music, it keeps me going. Keeps me going. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about travel. Have you done much traveling?
So far, I would say I'm in Oman. It's the first time I'm out of country. If I'm talking about
First time I've left my country, it's more likely. I'm now in Oman, and it's the first time I've left my home country. Okay, so more likely left.
the local travel as Sri Lankan, I would say I have visited so much extensive places in.
Okay, so much extensive places. So let's look at that. As a person who's happy to explore the local area in Sri Lanka, I have done some extensive travels around the island. Let's change this to ing. So do some extensive traveling. Yeah, I've done some extensive traveling around the island of Sri Lanka, but outside of Sri Lanka, not much except for going to Oman to work.
Lanka, including higher altitudes, where I could really let down my hair.
Okay, higher altitudes. So to this. Okay, so higher altitudes up in the mountains she's talking about, but now is a chance where her overuse of trying to overuse idioms comes a little bit short, because when you let down your hair, that means I've been in a situation where I have to be very prim and proper. So say, for example, I'm with my mother-in-law, and so I've got to be polite and good, and then after spending 3 hours with them at dinner or at lunch, I can then leave and let down my hair and just be myself and relax and not be on my best behavior. So it would be unusual to say to let down your head simply because you're in the mountains. But you could say, in that case, if you mean it's freeing, the idea of being in the mountains is relaxing and freeing, more likely it would be something like to forget about the rat race and just enjoy the mountain air away from the city and the pollution and the noise, and simply enjoy nature around me and the beautiful mountains. Okay, I don't know why it's capitalizing all of these, but yeah, you could say to get away from the forget about the rat race, get away from the rat race. This talks about living in a city and working 14, 15 hours a day, and just having enough money to work and go back to work the next day. Okay, so perhaps that's what she means. Get away from the city, the pollution, the noise, and enjoy nature. Now, be careful. A lot of people say the nature. In English, we just say nature, no the. So enjoy nature around me. If I do say the nature around me, then I would be specifically talking about the flowers, the trees, the birds and the insects. So I suppose you could say it like this. Yeah, that's fine. Just say, if somebody asks you where you went yesterday, if I say I went to the countryside, I went out of the city to the countryside. Some students, Czech Republic, for example, where I used to teach, they would always say I went to the nature. No, we would say I went to the countryside, or to the country in general. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for one. I would like you to describe a shop near where you live that you sometimes use. You should say what sorts of products or service it sells, what the shop looks like, and where it is located. All right. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking now, please?
Yes. Well, I'd like to talk about one of remarkable shop I've ever met in my life. That's
okay. So one of the most. I'd like to talk about one of the most remarkable shops I've ever come across in my life. Okay, so she used the word met. Met is only for people, but to come across, it's just to stumble upon, to arrive at with no plan. So you just happen to be walking past and then, oh, that's an interesting shop. Let's go inside and have a look.
one of a retail shop, including it has all the bells and whistles.
Okay, so she's also trying to use idioms here, which is good. All the bells and whistles. So this is a retail shop with all the bells and whistles. It has things such as okay, so with I wouldn't say includes all the bells and whistles, because now you're being literal. You're saying this shop sells bells and it sells whistles, so it doesn't make any sense. So with all the bells and whistles, it means it's fully stocked. It's got cups made out of plastic. It's got antiques made out of brass. It's got everything in between. And I have been to Oman, and I think I know what type of shop she's talking about. It has everything. Whatever you're looking for, it's got it. Okay.
Like it has extensive area of socialization for the people who really need to take time off and
okay, interesting. So the shop also has an area where people can meet and sit down and have coffee or smoke shisha or whatever they do. I don't know what shop. This may be a shop in Sri Lanka, so obviously. But a socializing area, yes. An area where people can meet and socialize. Sit down and have a coffee or smoke shisha. Okay.
Sit back. And also, this place I recognize as my go-getter Whenever I need anything, I really run into this shop.
Okay, so she's trying to use go-getter here. A go-getter is somebody that it's a person that never gives up. Somebody who works really hard and strives very hard. My brother is a real go-getter. If a problem comes up, he will find a way to surmount it or go around it, and he's a real go-getter. He will make sure that he gets what he wants. Okay. Yeah, so just be aware that Deepika, that it's not for a shop. But you're talking about a shop that has all the bells and whistles, so you could say, this is my go-to shop now. This is certainly my go-to shop. Whenever I need something, that's where I go. Okay, for the first second, it actually had this correct. So yes, a go-to is an adjective, functioning as an adjective, and I put a hyphen between it. So my go-to shop, that's what she's trying to say. And yes, that's a shop that has everything, and if I need something, I know I'll be able to find it there.
You could find anything, A to Z, things you need to utilize in your daily life.
Utilize in your daily life. Okay, a little bit formal, utilize in your daily life, but you can find everything under the sun in the shop. From A to Z, whatever you need in your daily life, you will find there. Okay, from A to Z. From A to Z. You need to practice saying that, from A to Z. Everything under the sun. This has come up before in another video. And anything you need in your daily life. Anything you utilize. Utilize is a little bit more formal. You would more likely find this word in written English.
Apart from that, why I really like the place, it has...
Why I really like the place, it has. Okay, so this is her opportunity to use more complex language. So the reason why I particularly like this place is because it has. Okay, so why I like this place, it has. You're missing out on its rather important discourse markers. The reason and because. Okay. Is because. Yeah.
The location is electric. Why I'm telling this, you know, the
location is electric. Okay, so that's an idiomatic idea. If something is electric, we're more talking about the atmosphere was electric, as in if you go to a concert and everybody is so excited to be there, that's an electric atmosphere. The location is electric it does imply that it's a shop that is very vibrant in the evening time, perhaps when everyone's in a more party mood, and it's in an area of I presume she's in Muscat, where there's a lot of activity. It's in an area with an electric atmosphere. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is, there is always something happening in the shop or around it or just outside it. Electric atmosphere, yeah. Doesn't matter what time of day it is, there's always something happening in the shop or around it or just outside it. Okay, maybe that's what she means. Let's just go back a little bit.
The location is electric. Why I'm telling this, you know, the...
Okay, remember, tell someone. So tell me, tell you, tell your grandmother, tell, okay? So, okay, and let me explain why I'm saying this. Well, firstly, let me explain why I'm saying this. So saying, not telling, and why I'm telling you this. It's she's missing out these important bits. So let me explain why I'm saying this. Firstly, etc. Okay.
Things and the way electric. Why I'm telling this? You know, the lightings and the way they are set up the place much more attractive, to be honest.
Okay, so be careful. So missing out, there's a chance. She's very excited to explain this, and it's good, but she could slow down a little bit here because she's missing out opportunities to join the sentences together and use complex sentences. Because she's got the English to do it, it's just maybe she's getting a little bit excited about explaining all of this. So let's just go back again one more time.
The way they are set up the place much more attractive, to be honest.
What's so attractive about this particular shop is the way that they've set up the lighting, the way the shop is organized and set up itself. It certainly is something that attracts people's attention and ensures that there's a constant flow of customers coming through the doors. Okay, so we could start with something like this, explaining, I'm going to say what's so attractive, and this is a clefting sentence, so again this is helping us to focus on the word attractive. What's so attractive about this particular shop is the way that they've set up the lighting, the way the shop is organized and set up itself. Don't need to do that. It certainly is something that attracts people's attention and assures that there's a constant flow of customers coming through the doors. Okay, constant flow, another idiom, flow of water, but we can talk about flow of people, and coming through the doors, obviously coming inside and looking at the products.
Another thing, it's a quite melting pot, if I say it is really right.
Okay, a melting pot, very nice. It's quite a melting pot of cultures from all over the world, if I can say that. It really is. Okay, this is just called a filler. She uses them quite a lot. You know, is something she uses a lot, and this is a filler. If I can say, a filler just gives her brain a little bit of time to think about what she's going to say next. So they are very good to use, just don't overuse them. Now let's go back here. A melting pot, another idiom, great idioms she's using here. Just means a lot of cultures, different languages, different types of different nationalities, all in one place. A melting pot of cultures. You could, that's the full one, but you can just simply say a melting pot, like what she did there. It's quite a melting pot. Okay.
You will find much more people there from all around the world.
Okay, great. So just be careful. Much is for uncountable words. People is countable, so many more people. But it's not particularly common to say it that way. It's more common to say a large number of people from all over the world. Okay, a large number or huge number of people from all over the world. But never much, not much with people. How much with money, how much with water, how much with sugar. Okay.
Actually, I have seen recently the people from UK. They are quite beautiful people who.
I have to disagree with Deepika on that one, but anyway, carry on.
Knows to get along with the people. They are so socializing and also.
Socializing, okay, I know what you mean. So the people from the UK tend to get on with everybody, and they're quite good at socializing. They are quite sociable in general. Okay, well, apart from factual problems here, there are some very nice people from the UK, that's true. but some of them not necessarily. Currently, our political situation shows us this. The people from the UK tend to get on with everybody. That's for the most part quite true. They have good relationships with other nationalities. They're quite good at socializing. That's the word she was using there. But it was better to use the word sociable the way she used it in that sentence. So they are sociable, as in they enjoy interacting with other people and spending time with them and doing things together.
It's not just place for shopping. It's a real place for really take things from your mind, out from your mind, to be honest.
Okay. It's not just a place for shopping. It's a chance for you to forget about your everyday life, forget about the rat race, and just socialize with friends and enjoy some good quality food and products. Rat race. So it's not just a place for shopping. It's a chance for you to forget about your everyday. Forget about the rat race. Just socialize. Okay.
And what I really love about the place also, they are offering the
Okay, that's good. So she was able to carry on speaking all of this. She answered all these questions and she carried on for, I had to actually stop her after 2 minutes. So that's exactly what you want. You want to be able to get all the way to 2 minutes. Otherwise, what can happen is that the examiner looks at you for 4 or 5 seconds and it becomes awkward, and then they ask you, do you want to say anything more? It's always better to just speak as much as you can. Live, okay, that can be a bit of a problem with Dravidian, no, not Dravidian, Indo-Aryan, the V sound, liu, instead of V. So V, not W, okay? Right, let's go.
dishes.
Thank you, that's very good. In the real, one question for you. Do you often go to this shop?
It depends very much, actually. If I get off time in my workplace.
Okay, just bear in mind the word order. If I get time off in my workplace, then I make an effort to go there. Get time off. Okay.
Definitely, I would run to this place because they are having much of variety of things. Especially, I'm really into the dresses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so a huge variety of products, dresses, for example, clothing.
So if there is trendy dresses, it will catch up my mind.
Okay. If there are trendy dresses, they catch my eye and I find it difficult to resist buying them. Okay, trendy dresses, yeah, that's fine. Fashionable. Fashionable dresses. They catch my eye, I think she means to stay. If they catch my eye, then it's difficult for me to resist buying them. Okay, let's carry on. Thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask for your paper and the booklet and pencil back, but now we're going to go on to section 3. Okay, so we've been talking about a shop that you know well, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, local businesses. What types of local businesses are there in your neighborhood?
As you can see, I would say there is a variety of, extensive variety of businesses, especially local businesses. And also, I cannot forget about the foreign businesses where people set up in my area.
Okay, yeah, so just be aware businesses, no, there's a Z sound in the first S, so businesses. So the first Z sound, S sound is actually a Z. Okay, and yeah, so she can't forget about. It's more likely can't ignore the international businesses operating in the area too. So you could be talking about McDonald's instead of just the local pizza place. Okay, so yeah, she's talking about local businesses, and of course you can't ignore the international businesses in the area too. They're all technically local because they employ local people.
If I go straight into this topic, I would say I could see much more shops around the city where you could find anything you want. I mean,
okay, I'm not sure what she means by straight into the question. I think she means answering the question directly. You can find shops that sell all sorts of things in my area. I think she means answering the question directly. Let's take away this. Answering the question directly, you can find shops, all sorts of things. Okay, yeah.
The thing what you wish in your life.
The thing what you wish, okay? So be careful, everything that, not what. Okay, also an Indo-Aryan issue with grammar. So let's say it out loud. You can find anything that you need for your life in most of the shops around me. Okay, not what, that. Showing slightly more advanced. Whatever you need in your life, you can find in the shops around where I live. Okay, so where I live. Sorry. Okay, whatever you need in your life, you can find in the shops around, and here's a relative clause, around the place where I live. Okay, relative clause. And whatever you need, this is a nice word to remember. Okay.
It will be there. And also what I see here, the local businesses are really booming, but according to situation, the world going on.
Okay, so she's doing well. She's using the word businesses, business is booming. Let's just say in general, business is booming in the area. Businesses are booming. So this is more general, like all business, and businesses, she's talking about specific ones, maybe 6 or 7 that are around her that are booming. That means they are increasing their profits and making improved sales. But then let's just listen to the way she says it.
According to situation, the world going on now, I think now we are facing economic downturn.
Okay, so great economic downturn. But the problem is not that, it's according. Now, according to plus person, or let's say in authority, let's say. So according to doctors, you should cut down on the amount of red meat you eat. Okay, I could necessarily, it's not only a person in authority. According to my friend, I could say that, but that's because that person, in a way, is in authority because they have more information than me. So according to my friend, the Prime Minister is responsible for Russian meddling, or whatever it is. Okay, so but I wouldn't use it here. Business has certainly been booming in Oman for some time, but with the current situation in terms of the lockdown and COVID-19, there has been economic downturn recently. Okay, for some time, there's two different words. So business has certainly been booming in Oman for some time, but with the current situation in terms of the lockdown and COVID-19, there has been, what did I say? Economic downturn recently. Okay, and she uses that phrase there, which is good. Just trying to think how she said it according to. Okay, yeah, maybe she meant the effects of. So, but the effects of the lockdown in the last few months have resulted in an economic downturn. Okay, the lockdown last. Yeah, okay, I think that's what she means to say.
Actually, in my city, and so many redundancies I could see.
So many redundancies I could see. So word order again. I've seen people that I know personally who have been made redundant. Their redundancies have resulted in them having to leave the country and go back to their home country. Okay. So she used the redundancies. That's good. Being made redundant, that means that the company no longer has enough money to pay you. You didn't do anything bad. You're a good employee. They just simply don't have enough money, and so you are asked to leave, sometimes given some sort of compensation for the work that you have been doing, and then off you go to find a job somewhere else, or in this case perhaps you leave Oman and go back to Sri Lanka or the Philippines or India. Okay. Do you think that local businesses are important for a neighborhood, and if yes, in what way?
Absolutely yes. Why I'm telling it is really a
Okay, so again, the reason I say that is because
vital part of the local community. It really feed our nation in terms of offering jobs where you really need to blend with different kind of talents. I mean, it is the place you could showcase your.
Okay, it feeds the nation. Local businesses feed the nation. They are the ones responsible for giving money to the breadwinner. Sorry, there's a bit of a problem here. Local businesses are the things that feed the nation. They provide a salary to the breadwinner, who then feeds an entire family. Okay. Not the things. She actually just used it like this. Local businesses feed the nation. They provide a salary to the breadwinner. Now, breadwinner is the person in the family who's bringing in the salary. More and more these days it's both parents, unfortunately, but certainly before the 1980s it was usually just one. Unfortunately, often only the man, but c'est la vie. And who feeds an entire family. Okay.
Talents. For example, some people in my area, they are really into some businesses, like I would say it is like handmade handicraft. So
they're into businesses. So not into so much, but they've gone into the handicraft business. Some of my friends and colleagues have gone into the handicraft business. So go into something, and yes, to go into a business, that's great. And handicraft, so basket weaving, things that you need your hands and skills with your hands to make, pottery and things like that. And more people want these things rather than factory produced stuff.
they are getting good chance to show up their abilities to the world. I mean, they
Okay, so little mistakes now. Show off their abilities to the world. Which is good.
Doing some exports with these products.
Okay, now and doing some exports, more likely exporting their products using things like eBay to all over the world. Okay, let's start to talk about people and business and how those work together. Why do you think some people want to start their own businesses?
I am not sure about this topic very much, but I would suggest that.
Okay, so nice filler there. I'm not completely, let's say, completely clued up on this topic or this subject. But I would say that, okay, and clued up means I don't have all the information. I'm not completely, that's one of the best ways to say it. And this is a nice filler because you can really fill that in and then say, okay, but this is my opinion and it might not be expert, but it's good enough for me. Okay.
But I would suggest that.
Okay, I would suggest that. That's great. I would suggest that. Good.
Maybe it is because due to the fact that the economic.
Okay, so she knows because, so she's using due to the fact that to show off her range. Obviously, ideal would be just go straight into due to the fact that. But she's corrected herself with a chance to use a more advanced piece of grammar.
Landscape is continuously changing, so people really need to engage in a business.
Okay, hang on. Something's continually changing. I just want to hear it. Something landscape.
The economic landscape is continuously changing.
Okay, very nice. The economic landscape is continuously changing, and being the owner and manager of your own business gives you a chance to adapt to those changes when necessary. Okay, yeah, so that's good. Very nice. Economic landscape is constantly changing. Beautiful. Being the owner of, and manager of your own business gives you a chance to adapt to those changes when necessary, instead of waiting for somebody else to do it. Okay, good.
People really need to engage in a business where they could save for the rainy fund.
Okay. If you have your own business, you have more chance to put away profits or decide where to put the profits and to save for a rainy day. Trying to put away or decide where to put the profits and save for a rainy day. Okay, so prepare yourself in case there is an economic downturn, as she mentioned previously. So that's good. For somebody who says she has no idea about this, that's a very good answer.
Absolutely, I would agree. If somebody need to excel in their local businesses, that would be a great idea. It's a
not needs to excel, but if there was someone who had particularly good business sense, then it would be silly for them not to take advantage of running their own business. A good business sense, a nice idiom to remember, or not idiom, collocation to remember, and it would be silly or stupid of them, silly for them or stupid of them not to take advantage of running their own business. Okay, good.
From me.
Are there any disadvantages to running your own business?
It's a tricky question, though. I would suggest like this.
Okay, another filler. That's a tricky question. Okay, no problem to use them, just don't overuse them.
sometimes if you are not talented enough, the place where you want to give your money, I mean, spend your money, you would be get into trouble, definitely. But if you know the field as back of your hand, there is a chance you would get a good benefit, I mean, good outcome.
Okay. Running your own business isn't for everybody, but if you know your subject, know your field like the back of your hand, then this is a great opportunity for you to not only be successful for yourself, but also bring others in your community up with you. So running your own business isn't for everybody, but if you know your subject, know your field like the back of your hand, that's great. So just be aware of how to say it, like the back of your hand, like the back of my hand. It means I know exactly how to do it, because we all know what the back of our hand looks like. We know exactly, we have a mental picture of it. If that's the same for you in terms of your profession, your field, your subject, then why not take advantage of it? For you to not only be successful, but also, so notice this structure, bring others in your community up with you. Okay, help them become successful too. Okay, and what are the most important qualities for a good businessman, do you think?
Oh, there's a lots of qualities which I really cannot remind one by one. But one thing I would say now, it is the team spirit. If somebody's having this team spirit, and if they have also...
Okay, have is a state verb, so if someone has a team spirit, they've already got the first step in terms of starting their own business. Made the first step. That's a good team spirit. Okay.
Untiring efforts, and it would be a great deal of time they are investing their money on something. And also there is a risk I could see sometimes if you don't know the business very well, maybe really you might end up in the red.
Okay, great. So of course there is a risk that if you don't know your business as well as you should, then you could end up in the red. Okay, some beautiful language there from her. So there's a risk that if you don't know your business well as you should, end up in the red. So she used end up, which is very great, very good. So in the end, by you didn't plan to do it, but in the red is you start owing money to others. So you basically, let's say, minus figures, your accounts are in the negative. Okay, so we're going to just pause this here, and we're going to look at the band score that Deepika got. Okay, so let's have a look at how she did here. This is very close to a 9, actually, for her fluency and coherence. It's very good. The issue came in perhaps with part 2, where she wasn't as good as I was hoping for her to develop that that part of talking about the shops. So I would love to give her 8.5 for this, but she's closer to an 8. She does quite well in part 3, so that's where she's going to do particularly well. And if she can take that same idea into her monologue, which is part 2, really develop those, that would be great. This is close to, for the lexical resources, this is an 8. Very good language, lots of idiomatic language. She does make an occasional inaccuracy, so 2 of the times we saw, but a wide range of vocabulary, great collocations, so this is also an 8. Grammatical range and accuracy, again, a chance to use complex structures, but there were some issues. A lot of error-free sentences. Just some of the reason why I'm bringing it down is because there are some more basic things, like incorrect use of articles, incorrect use of prepositions, that doesn't quite allow her to get to an 8. So even though she's using lots of complex structures, which is good, the more basic stuff pulls it down to a little bit. So this is more around a 7. And then pronunciation wise, she's this is very articulate, very clear. She doesn't use as many weak forms as I would be hoping. The connected speech also affects that, so it's not a 9, but it is clear to understand, and so that puts her at an 8. 8 for this. It's not just clear to understand. She does use weak forms, but not as effectively as I would have liked to get her up to a 9. But that is a very good score. That puts her at an 8 for speaking, which is excellent. She'll need to work especially on the grammar, and but there's a chance she could get even higher for this if she puts her mind to it. So very good, Deepika, for this one. Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at ways that we can be slightly creative in part 2 of the exam, because this is often where students get caught out. It's not only that they find it difficult to speak for 2 minutes without interruption, without any prompting from the examiner, but it's also because they've run out of ideas because they haven't used that 1 minute of preparation time as efficiently and effectively as possible. So what I'm going to be looking at here is a chance to have a look at what we can do in less than 1 minute. And what I recommend you do is, on your piece of paper that you get given with your pencil, you divide it up into 4. That's the first thing you do straight away. And then you look at the keywords. So electronic equipment, piece of electronic equipment. So you don't need to write that, you know that already up there. And you just need to say something like what, which is that first one there. How, how you learnt it. Over there. How long. Over there. Over there. And then explain why useful. So why useful. Okay. So this is just to start you off. This shouldn't take you more than 10 to 15 seconds of your 1 minute, your 60 seconds. So what, how learned, how long, and why. Now the next step is to look at the way we can break this into subcategories. So what it is, then you can start looking at who, why, where, when. These subcategories help you to push it, instead of just what is it, but who did you get it from? Why did you need it at the beginning? Where did you buy it from? When did you buy it? The next one, how you learnt. Okay, again, who, where, when, why. These subcategories here will help us to go from beyond just how you learnt it, but who helped you to learn it? Where were you at the time that you were learning it? When, what time of day did you tend to practice using it? And why did you want to learn about it perhaps so quickly, or why did you want to learn about it so thoroughly? Okay. Then look at how long. Again, who, why, where, and when. Okay. So how long? Who were you with? Who were you yeah, who were you with when you were practicing or using this thing? Or who did you annoy by having this thing for so long? Or who benefited from having this piece of equipment other than just you? So say, for example, if we're talking about a smartphone, did you have a girlfriend? Did you have a boyfriend? Did you have a close friend that you spent a lot of time talking to over that length of time? Why did you have it for so long? Why did you have it for such a short time, perhaps? Where did you use it the most? When during that time that you had it, and when? So how long? It's very similar to when. When did you buy it specifically, and when did you end up getting rid of it, or do you still have it, perhaps? And then again, why is it useful? Now, obviously, why is already there, so we're not going to use why, but we can use how. Okay, so who again, where, how, and what did I say? When. Okay, and so why is it useful? Well, who benefits, similar to this one, who benefits other than you from using it? Where is it beneficial? Where is it useful? Is it useful at school? If it's a smartphone, do you use it to surreptitiously look up a word so that while the teacher is not looking? How useful is it? How much would you not be able to live with it or without it? And then when is it most useful? So once you've started looking at the subcategories here of each of them, if they're already in your mind, you don't need to write these down. They just should be, those 4 things should be there in your mind to get you to expand beyond just what is it, but who did you buy it from? Why did you buy it from that person? Why did you buy it from that shop? When did you buy it, and why was it useful to buy it at that time and not 3 weeks earlier or 3 weeks later? Okay, so let's do an example then. I'm going to be talking about an piece of electronic equipment, which is a smartphone that I bought. Okay, so what it is, I told you already. Who did I buy it from? I bought it from a very friendly guy in Taiwan, actually. And the reason I bought it is because my previous phone went on the blink, and I had to get a new phone, and I was in Taiwan at that time. And where did I buy it? I bought it specifically from the Xiaomi shop, and this was about a year and a half ago, and I'm very happy with it. Now the next one, how did you learn to use it? Okay, so let's look at the who. So Xiaomi has got, it's obviously a Chinese make, and they've got a large number of how-to videos on YouTube on how to use it, and it's a very popular brand in the Far East, not just in China. So a lot of people who speak fluent English, Malaysians and Indonesians, for example, Filipinos, who use them a lot, and I was able to find out lots of information from those videos on YouTube, as I said. And when this was as soon as I got back to the UK, I was having a few problems trying to understand how to do something when I first got it, but now I know exactly how to do it, and why. And the reason I had to learn how to do it were then one particular problem I had was I was unable to sync my contacts from my Google account to the phone itself, and that is the main reason why I needed to find out how to use it. Okay, how long? So I've had it for a very long time. I use it primarily to keep in contact with my friends, because, well, obviously nowadays everybody's interconnected, and I use it most of the time during the day, and I'll use it when I'm trying to pass the time, and if I'm public transport, for example, I'll find the time flies much quicker if I'm flicking through Reddit or flicking through Instagram or whatever happens to be piquing my interest at that time. And as I said, it's mostly while I'm on public transport, for example, or when I'm going to bed, and as long as I have the filter on that makes the light not so blue, a more sort of a reddish or a warmer color, it doesn't make me stay awake too late. Now, why is it useful? So as I said, it's useful to keep in contact with my friends, and especially when I'm trying to organize things with them, like going to a party, going out. And that's usually through the use of WhatsApp rather than anything else. And that can happen at any time of the day. Message might pop through at 3 o'clock in the morning, from friends, and it doesn't bother me. That I always have the sound turned off, so and it doesn't even vibrate. I just see the message the next morning. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, so can you see that I'm able to speak at length about this thing simply by breaking down the what into constituent parts of, usually these are the 4 that are the best: who, why, where, and when. But as you can see, when we get things like how long, when is pretty much the same. So you're welcome to go and change it to something like, let's say in this case it could be what. Let's say how long have you had it? What, actually what is a tricky one, because it's, especially if it's about a device, it's very difficult. How long? Okay, let's forget that one, because how long is, you can develop on this one already. But this one here, the one that's often explained why, which is usually the 4th one, why then becomes how. Why is it useful and how? Okay, if you haven't answered it already here, you can then develop on this by using it as a sort of concluding way of finishing off your part 2. Okay, so I hope this is useful. Remember, at the very minimum, divide your page up into 4 so you don't forget that there are 4 segments to the question, and then work from those, because I have noticed students who only answer the first 2 parts and then get flustered and forget 3 and 4. Okay, so at the very least, make quadrants out of your page. Okay, I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in the previous video we were looking at talking about opinions and adding contrast. This time we're going to be looking at the wonderful hedging. Now, I spoke about this before, that English speakers in general, not necessarily South Africans so much, some Australians not so much, but certainly most other English-speaking countries, they are much more direct than Central European language, people who speak Russian, people who speak Polish, people who speak Czech. I could go on. There's a lot of differences. So the English are a little bit more indirect than those cultures, and this applies to places like Spain and South America as well. All right, so hedging can be things like, I suppose, I guess, even I think maybe we should. Okay, instead of let's go to the cinema, I think maybe we should go to the cinema. Hedging. Okay, some is often used. Can, especially can be with an adjective, can be annoying, can be frustrating, can be it's a negative adjectives, can be boring. Okay, negative adjectives usually come with can be. Often, sometimes, usually, especially, we'll see how those are used. Quite and really only when used, it's when in the negative. Mostly, mainly, and more. And I'm not sure I completely agree with. So there is, I'm not sure that I completely agree with. This is disagreeing, but look how it's used as a type of hedging. Okay, so let's listen to this. I suppose some people can be quite hostile towards tourists, and that's usually because the city gets overwhelmed with throngs of tourists, especially in the summer months. And sometimes it's literally impossible to get around. I mean, often you can't even get onto a tram. They're so ram-packed with people, usually with cameras around their necks. Most people grumble because they say tourists can be noisy and can come here mainly for the stag and hen parties, but I'm not sure I completely agree with that. I think it's more to do with the fact that our services really can't cope with the sheer number of people. Okay, so you compare that where I've taken these hedges out. So I suppose some people can be quite hostile towards tourists. Okay, compare that to people are hostile towards tourists.
Okay, people are hostile towards tourists. You are making a very generalized statement about everybody in your city or everybody in your country, that everybody hates tourists. It's not true. So that's why we like to hedge. It's not just for the English, because English like hedging, but it's also for academic style writing. When I'm being more academic, I cannot make huge generalizations. I just have to take into account that even if it's only 1% or 2%, there is still a certain number of people who don't do it this way. And therefore I have to hedge because that's academic writing. If you're too general and too direct about it, then you're showing that you don't really understand how to write academically. So it's not just to suit the English culture or English speaking culture, but it's also a more academic way of speaking. And this is especially the case in writing. Okay. So let's just have a look at some of these words here. So I said especially in the summer months. So it's overwhelmed with throngs of tourists. Overwhelmed is like I cannot deal with it. It's too much for me. And throngs of tourists is a great collocation. Throngs of large numbers of tourists in the summer months especially. And it's impossible to get around, move around the city. Okay. You can't get onto or into a tram. Tram is like a small train that runs on the road. So we're talking about places like Prague or Budapest. And they're so ram-packed with people, ram-packed. If I ram something, I push. So that basically, I don't know if anyone of you have seen the video of those Japanese, professional Japanese train pushers that push people onto the trains at rush hour in Japan. And I'm sure some of you Japanese students will have actually experienced this personally yourself. But that's to ram somebody. So ram-packed is pushed in and everyone's squashed up together. It's 32 degrees. It's really hot, and it's not very comfortable when there's thousands of tourists in your city. Okay, and people grumble. They moan and complain because they say tourists can be noisy and they come here mainly for the stag and hen party. So this is a big problem in places like Ukraine. In Kiev, for example, it's cheap to go out. And so people, just before they get married, if you're a man, you go to a stag party. If you're just about to get married and you're a woman, you go to a hen party. And there are these people that go there and they get very drunk, they get very noisy, they come home 3 o'clock in the morning to their Airbnb. So some people are not very happy with tourists with that mentality. And I completely agree with I'm not sure if the services can deal with the sheer number. When I put the word sheer before number, I mean a absolutely ridiculous amount of people, a huge number, the sheer number of people. Okay, anyway, so there's hedging, and we're going to be looking at expressing certainty next. Okay, expressing certainty, let's start. So this one is when I'm expressing how much I am sure about something or not. So the more certainty is at the top of this list, and the less certainty is down at the bottom. So for the first one, I'm absolutely convinced that, or I'm absolutely... I can never say sure with absolutely, because absolutely, remember, if those of you who are doing the Mastering Grammar course would know, absolutely is a strong adverb that can only go with strong adjectives. So convinced is I have no doubt, but sure doesn't work with absolutely. So does it? I'm absolutely sure that. Yes, actually, I could use sure. I'm absolutely sure that. I'm really sure that. Okay, anyway, let's carry on. There's no doubt that. There's no doubt in my mind that. Or you can't deny that. You can't deny the fact that. And then it starts getting less certain. I'm not entirely sure that. So you're starting to wonder whether this is completely true or not. The question crops up as to whether. So I'm saying something, but I'm starting to doubt myself, but the question crops up as to whether. Or the question of is up for debate. And we'll see this one used here. And you've got to start wondering whether. Okay, so we go from very strong, certain, to I want to make this point, but I know that there's going to be some people who might disagree with this. Okay, right, let's have a look. So there's no doubt that the coronavirus is deadly, especially to the elderly. But I'm not entirely sure that the answer lies in locking entire countries down. You've got to start wondering whether the damage the lockdown itself has done is worth it. You can't deny the fact that the lockdown in developing countries like South Africa has resulted in an increase in poverty and even starvation. The question of whether these people would have suffered as much with a COVID-19 infection is up for debate. So you can see here that I start off with saying, yes, the coronavirus is deadly. And yes, especially for the people who are older than 65, 70. But then I'm starting to add a little bit of uncertainty, but I'm not entirely sure the answer lies in preventing people from going out all over the country. But maybe you can just focus on certain cities where there's a problem. But locking everything down from the entire country, I'm saying you've got to start wondering if that's more damaging than the virus itself. And so you can look at facts. The fact that, so there's statistics that show places like South Africa have had an massive increase in poverty, and some children are even starving because the parents aren't working, the government support is not very good, and people are being forced to live on very much little food because of the lockdown. Okay, so then you can't deny that fact, right? And then we start expressing uncertainty to open up more debate with the person who's listening. And says the question of whether those people would have suffered as much with a COVID-19 infection is up for debate. So what I'm saying there is that, okay, say for example, he's 38 years old, he gets COVID-19, but he's still going to recover because he's still healthy, because, it's horrible and it's 2 weeks of your life gone, but you can still have a job when you get back. Right now, a lot of people are suffering because there's no jobs for them anymore because the whole company has closed down. Okay, so here we got expressing certainty, and notice how we can add a little bit of uncertainty to expand on our points of view. All right, that's all we've got for this one, and I'll see you in the next video where we'll be looking at giving examples or explanations and then commenting on our own ideas. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Shivam, and you can call me Dr. Shivam.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am basically from, which is a very beautiful city in Rajasthan. But when I was 2 years old, my parents moved to, and since 25 years, we have been in.
Okay, thank you. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So, of course, now I will pretend to look at it. Thank you, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I have recently graduated, and currently I'm working as a dental surgeon at dental clinic, and I've been a part of that since 7 months.
Why did you choose this kind of work?
Well, as a dentist, as I graduated as a dentist, it was very important for me to practice. And most of the clinics in Bangalore, or as a fresher, they don't give an opportunity for us to practice on patients directly. But he gave me this opportunity right from the first day of clinic joining.
Okay. And what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
In future, I would surely look to have my own private practice instead of working under someone, because that would be more fame for myself.
Okay. Now let's talk about travel. Do you enjoy traveling?
Yes, of course. I love to travel, especially when I have two of my friends who are very close to me since childhood. If I get a company of them, I would love to roam around my country as well as abroad.
Have you done much traveling yourself?
Yes. As I already mentioned that I love traveling. So whenever I get an opportunity to do so, I go traveling, especially when I have a vehicle along with me, then no one can stop me from traveling.
Do you think it's better to travel alone or with other people?
I believe that if you have a friend of yours, then it's one of the best thing you can do.
Okay, and where would you like to travel in the future?
As I'm an adventurous person, so I would like to travel to places where you have good adventure activities. I believe that I have a plan in future to go to Harihar Fort, which is a very beautiful adventure destination for people who love to do adventure activities.
Okay, now let's talk about school. Did you go to a high school near where you lived?
Yes, I went to a high school which was just 2 minutes walk from my place, because I live in the society where it has its own school.
What did you like about your high school?
The best thing about that was mathematics, the subject mathematics, because my father is very good at mathematics, and he was the person who taught me that. So whenever I got an opportunity to explore my skills in school, I used to do it, and teachers used to appreciate my knowledge and everything about that. So,
Okay. Tell me about something that you didn't like at school.
that was again English, to be very frank, because since I was from North India, and my parents shifted to South India, where English was the most important subject initially, and I was not very good at it. So I found a bit difficult, and when it came to my handwriting, it was not legible. So I used to get scoldings from my teachers most often about the subject, and that's when I encouraged myself to learn English.
How did you think, or how do you think your school could be improved?
When I was a child and I was in my school, we didn't have much technological activities, and we just had common traditional way of teaching. But after I graduated, now I see that they also follow projectors, overhead projectors, and new latest technologies of teaching. So that's really good thing. But in when I was a student, I didn't have these things, I believe.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have
Yes.
1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so you have your paper and pencil ready for making notes. So I'm going to show you the topic. It's going to come up on your screen now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so I would like you to describe a child that you know. You should say who this child is and how often you see him or her, how old this child is, what he or she is like. Okay? Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking
Okay,
now, please?
Yeah. Uh, Today I would like to talk about a child that I know since few years. Well, I was a person who never used to like childrens before, but there was a girl in my neighborhood who recently shifted there. I would say around 4 years back. After which the child was born. She usually plays with me, and I initially used to feel that I since I didn't like child, I should not feel good. But as she started growing, and she used to come to my home very often, so we used to play with her, and maybe I gradually had some interest playing with her. uh, as I am a doctor by profession, she used to come to me and then take my stethoscope, and she used to wear, and she used to be like, I'm a doctor now and I'm going to treat you. She used to have a medical small kit with which she used to come to my home to play along with me. So I believe when I was in the past, I never used to like children, but she is one of the reasons, because now I love children. In my belief, she is very much talented, though she is just 3 years old now. She is very much talented. In my opinion, she would surely be a very good, successful person in future. As she always tells me that she also wants to become a doctor in future. I have been helping her. She also has a elder brother who comes to me for tuitions, because the local language of the place is Kannada, which is quite difficult for as people who especially come from North India. So he is one among those who comes to me for learning. while her daughter, her sister, she comes and she tries to disturb us, and
Okay,
then
thank
I
you.
get distracted.
Okay. Do you think this child will be a success in the future?
Yes, of course. In my opinion, children are quite talented, and whatever they grasp when they are children, that's something makes them more talented and successful about that particular thing. In my belief, she would surely be a very good, successful person in future.
Okay, thank you very much. In the real exam, I would ask you now for the booklet and the paper back. Okay. Now,
Okay.
we've been talking about a child that you know, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the relationships between parents and children. So, how much time do children spend with their parents in your country?
When it was in the past, people used to spend most of their time with their parents. But since people have started moving into nuclear families, and due to the advancements of technology, most of the time children spend their time with mobile phones or friends outside, and they do not give more time to their parents.
So do you think that that is not enough, that there should be more time spent with parents?
Sorry, I didn't hear that question properly. Could you please repeat that?
Okay, so do you think that children should spend more time with their parents instead of with their mobile phones?
In my belief that yes, the students or the children should spend more time with their family, because I would say blood is thicker than water. So it is good if you spend time with your family, because they are the persons who will help you in your thick and thin.
Okay,
uh, it- they also increase the bond between them when you spend a lot of time along with your family.
okay. And how important do you think spending time together is for relationships between parents and children to grow?
As I already mentioned, that blood is thicker than water. So if you spend more time with your family, you get more. You can explore about your parents. You can know how much hard work they have done to grow you. Right from if I have to talk about my parents, I have seen them. Like my father started working with 98 rupees salary initially 25 years ago, and since then I have got a quality of life as well as education. It's all because of his hard work. So yes, it is very important for us to stay with our parents and have a very good relationship and respect our parents. That's the most important thing we should do.
So you mentioned recently that children tend to use more technology and they spend their time looking at mobile phones, for example. Do you think that's going to continue into the future, that there will be less and less time spent with their parents?
Unfortunately, yes, because the students and the children are more into technology, especially the game PUBG, which is the most common game people are, wasting time in playing in the phones. And in future, it's obvious that you will have better games than that. People, students might get addicted to it, because of which they will spend very less time with their parents. But the in if you have to ask me, I believe that you should spend time with your parents.
Okay, let's talk now about children's free time activities. So you mentioned there about this app that children play with. Why do you think that app is so popular with them?
uh, Most of the people believe that you can spend your most of time playing that game. When you don't have friends, you try to play, explore the apps you have in your phones, and that's when if you find a game like PUBG, which is more addictive, people tend to be more addicted to such games and not concentrate more on their health.
Um, and so you mentioned health there. Do you think that the free time activities that children do today are actually bad for their health?
Yes, it is very bad for their health, in my opinion, because if you are spending most of your time on gamings and mobile phones, you neither concentrate on your food habits as well as since you are sitting in one place for a longer period, you don't give more importance to your health and diet as well as exercises, which may cause obesity. Even in child nowadays, you can see child obesity, which is common nowadays. When while it was very common in old age people before, but now it can be seen in children's.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Shivam. That is the end of the IELTS speaking test. Okay, in this video we're going to be listening to a student called Dr. Shivam from India. His mother tongue is Hindi, which is also an Indo-European, Indo-Aryan language. So there are some similarities between it and English, but I'm not sure how much that helps him because it's such a distant relation. But let's have a look at Dr. Shivam here. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Shivam, and you can call me Dr. Shivam.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am basically from, which is a very beautiful city in Rajasthan. But when I was 2 years old, my parents moved to, and since 25 years we have been in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just a common mistake that people make. I've lived in this city for 25 years. I've been in the city since 2001. Let's change it to the correct answer, so 19 years. So when we talk about a duration of time, we use for. When we talk about a specific time when this duration began, we use since. Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So of course now I will pretend to look at it. Thank you, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I have recently graduated and currently I'm working as a dental surgeon at dental clinic, and I've been a part of that since 7 months.
Okay, so very good, perfect sentence. Again, just making the mistake. For 7 months since the beginning of the year. Why did you choose this kind of work?
Well, as a dentist, as I graduated as a dentist, it was very important for me to practice. And most of the clinics in Bangalore, or as a fresher, they don't give an opportunity for us to practice on patients directly. But he gave me this opportunity right from the first day of clinic joining.
Okay, and what? Okay, yeah, very good fluency there. Gave me the opportunity, nice, vocabulary there. Gave me the opportunity to join. Just bear in mind, it should be to join the clinic, not clinic joining, obviously. But I'm sure this is a slip. It's a type of mistake that if you pointed it out, Dr. Shivam would straight away be able to point out that he'd made a mistake there. Okay. What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
In future, I would surely look to have my own private practice.
Okay, so in the future, just remember that one. And surely it's used in at least standard English to mean I might be asking questions to somebody. I hear somebody speaking about something that they like, some food that they like, and you say, surely you've tried sushi, because that sounds very similar to what you were talking about, the Japanese equivalent. So surely you've done something. I wouldn't use it in this way. So we could say something like, something that I hope will come true is the chance for me to open my own practice. That I hope will come true is closer to what I was thinking, as well as perhaps definitely. So I definitely want to open my own practice at some stage in the future once I've got enough experience in the field.
Instead of working under someone, because that would be more fame for myself.
Okay, instead of working under, to work under somebody, but it would be more, what did he say? Sorry, I just catch that word.
Look to have my own private.
To look to something, that's as well very nice. I'm looking to having my own private practice. Okay, in this case, to is a preposition, so we do use the ing here. And I'm looking to having, it means look to have, it means something in the future that you're planning to do or hoping to do. So that's good, but let's just listen to the word that I didn't catch.
This instead of working under someone, because that would be more fame for myself.
That would be more pain for myself. I didn't catch that. So a little bit of pronunciation issues already, despite the fact that grammar and vocabulary he's doing very, very well. Okay. Now let's talk about travel. Do you enjoy traveling?
Yes, of course. I love to travel, especially when I have two of my friends who are very close to me since childhood. If I get a company of
Since childhood, yes, that's possible. Yeah.
I would love to roam around my country as well as abroad.
Okay, so roam around, very nice. I would love to have the opportunity to roam around not only my country but abroad as well. Okay, to roam around, yeah, to travel with no particular purpose, just go to one place. Oh, that looks nice. Somebody says, have you tried this city, this town? Go and have a look there. Okay, I'm listening to them and go just roam around and not have a specific plan. Okay. And he said, he does this, so it wouldn't be past conditional. So just take away. I love to, let's just do that. I love to roam around not only my own country but abroad as well. Okay. Have you done much traveling yourself?
Yes, as I already mentioned that I love traveling. So whenever I get an opportunity.
Okay, this is a common mistake by students say as and that. So as I already mentioned that, no. With just a comma here. So it would be something like this. As I've already mentioned, I particularly like traveling abroad. Okay, and if you are writing this, there would be a comma here. So don't use as with that. It's a common problem for Hindi speakers, I've noticed.
To do so, I go traveling, especially when I have a vehicle along with me, then no one can stop me from traveling.
Do you think, okay, so if I have a vehicle with me, if I take a vehicle, more likely, if I'm in a vehicle or if I take a vehicle is rather technical, so most people would say car because that's usually what it is, but I suppose he could be referring to the possibility of having a motorbike, which case motorbike and car together, vehicle, so that's good. It's better to travel alone or with other people?
I believe that if you have a friend of yours, then it's one of the best thing you can do.
Okay, and one of the best things, so it's one of the best things because one of many, right? So it must have an S. So one of the best things you can do, let's do it together. I'm not a fan of traveling by myself. In fact, I feel that one of the best things you can do is travel with your best friend because then you can share memories with them after you have come back from your travels. Okay, so he could have developed this a little bit more to explain using the word because, to explain a little bit more and give reasons for your point of view. So this was a little bit short. Where would you like to travel in the future?
As I'm an adventurous person, so I would like to travel to places where you have good.
Okay, another problem with as I'm an adventurous person, so no. same thing. It's also a mistake. So, as I'm an adventurous person, I'm more than excited to go into places where I can explore off the beaten track. Okay, I don't know why that's capitalized everything. Maybe it's the title of a book. But this is a common idiom. To explore off the beaten track, to explore areas that most tourists, most people haven't seen. Okay, more and more difficult in the modern world, but it is possible. So as I'm an adventurous person, comma, so in spoken English it's just as I'm an adventurous person, I'm more than excited to go into places where I can explore or go to places. So there is a slight pause there, but certainly don't put so, don't put that. These are all mistakes after the word as.
Adventure activities. I believe that I have a plan in future to go to Harihar Fort, which is a very beautiful adventure destination for people who love to do adventure activities.
Okay, now let's talk. Okay, adventure activities. Nice collocation. And he explains clearly what this place is. About school. Did you go to a high school near where you lived?
Yes, I went to a high school which was just 2 minutes walk from my place because I.
That's great. So a school. Let's do it like this. I went to a school which was just 2 minutes walk from my place. Okay. Now there we got the relative clause. A school which was just 2 minutes. Technically there should be an apostrophe there. So it belongs to the walk. So 2 minutes walk. Which is fine. Some people say a 2 minute walk. You could say both of these. Both of them are correct. But if you're going to use this in writing, please make sure you put a hyphen to describe this as a single adjective before walk. Okay.
In the society where it has its own school.
What? I think he meant to say community. So he lived in a community that had its own school. What do you like about your high school?
The best thing about that was mathematics. The subject mathematics, because my father is very good at mathematics and he was the person who taught me that. So whenever I got an opportunity to explore my skills in school, I used to do it, and teachers used to appreciate my knowledge and everything.
Okay. Mathematics was by far my favorite subject at school, partly because my father was so good at it and he taught me all sorts of tricks that I could then use in school, which impressed my teachers to the extent that they were often piling praise on me, which of course made me even more confident than I am already. Praise. Okay. Mathematics was by far my favorite subject at school, partly because my father was so good at it, and he taught me all sorts of tricks that I could use in school, which impressed my teachers to the extent that they were often piling praise on me. So pile praise is another idiom to say, oh, you're doing so well, you're fantastic, you're excellent. And that obviously made me even more confident than I was then. So it just built up my confidence to the point that I felt that I could actually become a doctor, or I could pursue my goals. Confidence has a lot to do with it, doesn't it? Okay. Tell me about something that you didn't like at school.
That was again English, to be very frank, because since I was from North India, and
To be very frank, to be completely frank, yeah. And frank, another way to say completely honest, so that's good. Okay, like that.
my parents shifted to South India, where English was
This is a very typical Southeast Asian, Southern Asian English to say shift, to shift to somewhere. This is not standard English so much. I mean, you're quite welcome to use it and do it when if you're doing the IELTS in India or Sri Lanka or Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan. But then if you're doing the IELTS in the UK or in America, please say move. So my parents moved from Rajasthan to Bangalore. Okay.
the most important subject initially, and I was not very good at it. So I found it a bit difficult, and when it came to my handwriting, it was not legible. So I used to.
Good, this is a lovely phrase. And when it came to my handwriting in English, it was not legible in the slightest. And I had to work hard to improve that. Okay, this is lovely. When it came to my handwriting, this means in terms of my handwriting. I'm going to start talking about my handwriting. And now I'm going to say it's not legible. So this is great. When it came to my handwriting for the past, when it came to my handwriting in English, it was not legible in the slightest. Not legible in the slightest, it means absolutely not legible. Now, legible itself means able to be read. And I had to work hard to improve that. Okay, so he's talking about trying to catch up with the other southern Indian students who'd already had quite a lot of English compared to in the north, Rajasthan, where English wasn't so important.
Scoldings from my teachers, most often.
Scoldings from my teachers. Scolding from my teachers. That's a lovely word. So scolding are being told off. Tellings off. These are both nouns. So scolding, tellings off. That's how you make this into a noun. A telling off. But if it's not very common to see this, but a phrasal verb like to tell somebody off can sometimes become a noun. But if I need to make it into a plural, the S goes on the first word, not telling offs. It's tellings off. Okay, so I had a number of tellings off from my teachers and scoldings for my poor handwriting. My teachers often told me off for my poor handwriting. Okay, and there it comes. Tell me off is the phrasal verb from that.
The subject, and that's when I encouraged myself to learn English.
Is that increased myself? I'm not sure. I pushed myself is better. I pushed myself to learn English as quickly as I could to catch up with everybody else. How did you think, or how do you think your school could be improved?
When I was a child and I was in my school, we didn't have much technological activities, and we just had
technological activities. Okay, so he's talking about IT classes and computer programming language learning and those sort of things. But I'm just trying to think how it might be better to say it. Basically, the use of technology in the classroom. We didn't have, the teachers didn't, the school didn't make use of technology in the classroom much, certainly when I was at school. Much, certainly. Okay.
Traditional way of teaching, but after I graduated, now
a traditional way of teaching, great collocation.
See that they also follow projectors, overhead projectors, and new latest technologies of teaching. So that's really good thing. But when I was a student, I didn't have these things, I believe.
Okay, so overhead projectors are actually quite old technology, so he may well be talking about that, which are basically a light, and you put a piece of plastic with some black writing on it over a piece of glass, and that light projects that onto the screen. That's an overhead projector. But if you just talk about a projector by itself, that's more, it connects to a computer, and that projects the screen of the computer onto the board. So be aware of overhead projector. It's an old piece of technology from the 80s. I mean, I'm similar age to Dr. Shivam. I remember having overhead projectors in my school. But nowadays, where I teach, we have projectors, just projectors. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so you have your paper and pencil ready for making notes. So I'm going to show you. You should say who this child is and how often you see him or her, how old this child is, what he or she is like. Okay, so let's listen. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking
Okay,
now, please?
Yeah. Today I would like to talk about a child that I know since few years.
I'd like to talk about a child that I've known for at least a few years now. Okay, so typical mistake.
Person who never used to like children before, but there was a girl.
I'm a person who never, so nice relative clause. I'm a person who never used to like children before. Okay, never S on children. Child is the plural, child is the singular, and children is the plural of child.
In my neighborhood, who recently shifted there, I would say around 4 years back.
Okay, so she moved to the neighborhood about 4 years back, 4 years ago. Both of them, back is actually sort of more American English compared to ago. She moved there about 4 years back or ago. That's fine.
After which the child was born, she usually plays with me, and I initially used to feel that I since I didn't like child, I should not feel good. But as she
Initially, that's a nice word. At the beginning, so initially, I didn't. Let's just listen to what he said.
plays with me, and I initially used to feel that I since I didn't like child, I should not feel good. But
Okay, I should not feel good. So initially, I thought, since I don't like children, because I don't like children, I wouldn't feel good. And then obviously the rest of this, he goes on to say actually he enjoyed spending time with her. Initially, I felt that since I don't like children, I wasn't going to have much fun or enjoy myself very much. But what happened in the end was that... Okay. So this is very good, lots of embedding in here. This is showing off a very good range of grammar. So initially, nice phrase. I felt that because I don't like children, I wasn't going to feel good, he said, but it's better to say something like have much fun or enjoy myself very much. But what happened in the end was that I grew to love this girl, this child, and I enjoyed helping her develop and grow.
She started growing, and she used to come to my home very often. So we used to play with her, and maybe I gradually had some interest playing with her. As I am a doctor by profession, she used to come to me and then take my stethoscope, and she used to wear, and she used to like. she used to be like, I'm a doctor now and I'm going to treat you. She used to have a medical small kit with which she used to come to my home to play along with me.
Okay, very advanced grammar there. With which, so let's just do this. She used to love playing with my stethoscope. She had her own personal little medical kit, obviously made out of plastic and not a real thing, with which she would come to my house and we would play together. Okay, stethoscope is a technical word for, with doctors, the thing that is used to listen to your lungs or your heart, I presume, through the ears. She had her own personal little medical kit, obviously made out of plastic, not a real thing, with which she would, okay, very advanced here, with which she would come to my house. So she would come with this thing, the medical kit. And this is quite formal way to say it, the with coming before which. So most people, native speakers, would say another real thing, which she would come to my house with, and we would play together. But putting with there in front shows off a much more formal way of speaking, and there's no problem at all in this context.
So I believe when I was in the past, I never used to like children, but she is one of the reasons, because now I love children.
She's one of the reasons because now I love children. Okay, so can you see what we can do here? She's one of the reasons that I now love kids. Okay, so we use that in this case. She is one of the reasons, the reasons for me now loving, you could say it like that. For me now loving kids, you could also say it that way. She's one of the reasons that I now love kids. And if I want to use some clefting, sorry, let's start again. So, it is for, I'm trying to think this is the best way to say it. Yes, that's right. It is because of her that I now love kids. Okay, and I'm using kids because he's used children quite a lot. There's no need to repeat the same thing. Kids is another word for children. So it is because of her that I now love kids. Okay. If I love kids now, it's because of her. Okay, conditional, saying if I love kids now, which is suggesting that I do love kids because of her. So lots of different ways to say this. Okay, good.
If she is very much talented, though she's just 3 years old now.
Okay, she's very much talented. So although Dr. Shiva makes some fantastic grammar, these small little grammar mistakes that should have been ironed out from pre-intermediate level of his English learning have allowed them to fossilize. These are fossilized errors. It's not his fault, because I have no doubt that his English teacher wouldn't have known these little things, because they're typical to Indian English, a subcategory of standard English. So very much talented, very talented. Okay. Much comes with negative questions, negative sentences, like how much coffee do you want? How much sugar do you want in your coffee? How much milk do you want in your coffee? I don't want much. And I like when I use much in a positive sentence, I don't use it in front of an adjective like this. So I like him very much. I'm trying to tell you the grammatical reason why much doesn't fit here, but I can't remember. Hang on just one second. Okay, so much can come before adjectives, but only if they are in the comparatives. So, for example, she was she was much more talented than I expected. Or she was far too talented even for me. Okay, so I can use I can use much before adjectives here, but they need to be either much better, much more talented, much more expensive, or with the word to. Otherwise we don't use much before adjectives. So she was very talented. Okay, she was extremely talented. She was amazingly talented.
Is very much talented. In my opinion, she would surely be a very good, successful person in future. As
she would surely be, again, that going back to the word that came up right at the beginning of this, she will definitely, in my opinion, she's definitely going to be a great success in the future. Okay, definitely is better.
She always tells me that she also wants to become a doctor in future. I have been helping her. She also has a elder brother who comes to me for tuitions.
Okay, she also has an older brother who comes to me for, what did he say there?
I have been helping her. She also has a elder brother who comes to me for tuitions because the local language of the place is Kannada, which is quite difficult for as people who especially come from North India. So,
oh, I see. So they're a family who's also moved down from the north. So I think he means to say lessons, but I didn't catch that word. So a little bit of pronunciation issues there.
among those who comes to me for learning, while her daughter, her sister, she comes and she tries to disturb us.
Okay, thank you.
I get this.
Okay, again, another case of where I wanted to actually listen more about this family that he's helping out, but we have to be fair, so every IELTS student candidate gets exactly 2 minutes. Anything after that, the examiner can get into trouble by IELTS, so I had to cut it there. Yeah, so he was talking about how the little girl tries to disturb them. So nice word. Disturb, and disrupt the lesson because she likes to get attention, right? While her brother is trying to do these language lessons. Okay. Okay. Do you think this child will be a success in the future?
Yes, of course. In my opinion, children are quite talented, and whatever they grasp when they are children, that's something makes them more talented and successful about that particular thing.
Okay, nice word. The use of grasp. Whatever they grasp. So if you grasp something mentally, you fully understand it. So if you're able to grasp something when you're a young child, that can only mean great success for you in that subject as you get older.
I believe she would surely be a very good, successful person in future.
Okay, okay, in the future. I mean, we've said this a few times now. Don't forget it. Okay, so she'll be a great success. A successful person is fine, but we more usually say she'll be a great success in the future. I have no doubt about it. If you want to avoid definitely, let's just put it out. I have no doubt that she will be a great success by the time she grows up. Okay, but technically this should be she will have become a great success by the time she's let's say she's an adult. So she will have already done some fantastic stuff as a teenager. And then by the time she's 18, she's already become a great success, prefect in school or whatever it is in India, the way things work in the schooling system there. Okay, thank you very much. In the real exam, I would ask you now for the booklet and the paper back. Okay. Now, we've been talking about a child that you know, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the relationships between parents and children. So how much time do children spend with their parents in your country?
When it was in the past, people used to spend most of their time with their parents. But since people have started moving into nuclear families, and due to the advancements of technology, most of the time children spend their time with mobile phones or friends outside, and they do not give more time to their parents.
Okay, wow. So very good, long response, no mistakes whatsoever, except for obviously children's, but very good. And he speaks about nuclear families. So a nuclear family is basically only the mother, the father, the children, perhaps the grandparents, but that's the nuclear family. And then you have the extended family, which is the opposite, which includes then the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, even distant cousins would become the extended family. And so he's talking about the change in technology, the advancement in the the way technology works. I'm not sure if it's only technology, but it's certainly societal change in places like India, where to have a huge house with everybody in it it's much more difficult than a smaller house with 2 children and the parents in it. Okay, but that's very good. So do you think that that is not enough, that there should be more time spent with parents? Oh, and sorry. So he spoke about because they're in a nuclear family, the kids tend to, I'm not sure why only a nuclear family, but they spend more time perhaps with family, away from family with friends, because they don't have their cousins, they don't have their uncles to play with, and they spend time more with friends, and then friends often have mobile phones, so I presume that's what he means there.
Sorry, I didn't hear that question properly. Could you please repeat that?
Okay. Remember, this is done very well by Dr. Shivam. He couldn't hear the question properly because of maybe there's some noise outside for him or something. But this can still apply to a normal IELTS exam where you're sitting opposite the table because you didn't quite catch what they said. And so this is a useful chance just to say what the different ways you could say this. So, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you repeat that, please? And let's listen to what he said. Enough that there should be more time spent with parents.
Sorry, I didn't hear that question properly. Could you please repeat that?
Okay, he just did this. Could you repeat that, please? Please repeat that. I didn't hear properly what you said. That's fine as well. To catch something, if you couldn't quite catch that, I didn't quite catch that. I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you please repeat that? And here, catch what you said. This is a relative clause within it, whereas this is just that, similar to it, what, it's a pronoun. So I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Shows off slightly higher level of grammar, because you're using a relative clause, the thing that you said. Do you think that children should spend more time with their parents instead of with their mobile phones?
In my belief that yes, the students or the children should spend more time with their family because I would say blood is thicker than water. So it is good if you spend time with your family because they are the persons who will help you in your thick and thin.
Okay, great. 2 idioms there. blood, or proverb in this case, blood is thicker than water, and let's write it out, let's say it. It's your parents who will be with you when times get tough. There for you is better. When times get tough or are tough. So blood is thicker than water. Let's start with that one. So families will stick together. They will support you even if you've done something bad. They'll be there for you. Whereas friends might quickly disappear if you do something that they're not happy with. So that's what he means. And because of that, I presume children should respect their parents a bit better than they do now. I think that's what he means. It's your parents who'll be there when times are tough, which is times are tough as an idiom, but he didn't use that. I just need to remember what he said there.
It is good if you spend time with your family because they are the persons who will help you in your thick and thin.
Okay. In your thick and thin, no. Not in standard English, at least. It is your family who will help you through thick and thin. Okay, that's great. So through thick and thin, they'll be there for you in good times and in bad times. Times when you're fat and got lots of food, and times when there's not enough food and you're skinny. Okay, that's the general meaning. And notice both times I've used here, it's your family who, because I want to use clefting to emphasize this. It's your parents who will be there for you. It's your family who will be there for you through thick and thin. Of course, I could say your family will help you through thick and thin. Okay. And can you notice that you're saying exactly the same thing, but there is just subject, verb, object here. Now, although you're using idioms here, which is fantastic, you have an opportunity to use clefting here and to show off your higher level of English because you've got a relative clause. Okay, and for students like Dr. Shivam, it's not difficult to do. Don't try and push these cleftings on you if you are a lower level student, because they can get confusing. But if you're high level like this, why not use them? Okay.
They also increase the bond between them when you spend a lot of time along with your family.
Okay, increase the bond between you and them when you spend a lot of time spend time with your family. And how important do you think spending time together is for relationships between parents and children to grow?
As I already mentioned that blood is thicker than water. So
okay, again, as already mentioned, comma, blood is thicker than water. So
if you spend more time with your family, you get more, you can explore about your parents. You can know how much hard work they have done to grow you. Right from, if I have to talk about my parents,
okay, so you start talking about his parents, but the more time you spend with your parents, the more you come to realize the sacrifices that they have made to raise you as a valid contributing member of society. As a contributing member of society, yeah. The more time you spend with your parents, the more you come to realize the sacrifices that they have made to raise you. Grow you, that's only for plants. Even for animals, you don't say grow. I don't grow pigs, I raise pigs. I don't grow cows, I raise cows. Okay. And realize the sacrifices that they have made to raise you as a contributing member of society, as somebody who gives back to the society, gives back to the community, and doesn't just take. Okay.
Have seen them, like my father started working with 98 rupees salary initially 25 years ago, and since then
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I have seen them, like my father started working with 98 rupees salary initially.
Oh, 98 rupee salary. Okay, 98 rupee salary per month. So very low. Okay, all those years ago, and he sacrificed his salary to make sure his kids grew up.
25 years ago, and since then I have got a quality of life as well as education. It's all because of his hard work. So
okay, great. Nice phrases there. So quality of life, fantastic education, all because of his sacrifices, because of his hard work.
it is very important for us to stay with our parents and have a very good relationship and respect our parents. That's the most important thing we should do.
Okay, that's great. We should respect our parents. That's the most important thing we should do. Okay. A nice relative clause here. The most important thing that we should do. You don't need to say that because we've already got a secondary subject here. So this is very good. All right, let's carry on. So you mentioned recently that children tend to use more technology and they spend their time looking at mobile phones, for example. Do you think that's going to continue into the future, that there will be less and less time spent with their parents?
Unfortunately, yes, because the students and the children are more into technology, especially the game PUBG, which is the most common game people are, wasting time in playing in the phones.
Okay, the most common is more about things you can find in the street. So a common butterfly, a common type of flower, a common type of bird in my city. But the most, let's say, most popular. So yeah, PUBG is obviously a type of game in India that kids like to play, and it's very popular, and it's the most popular game you'll find on teenagers and kids' phones these days.
And in future, it's obvious that you will have better games than that. Students might get addicted to it, because of which.
Okay, great word, addicted. There are problems with telephone addiction, phone addiction, smartphone addiction, computer addiction, computer game addiction. It's not just drugs and alcohol.
They will spend very less time with their parents, but
okay, much less time with their parents.
If you have to ask me, I believe that you should spend time with your parents.
If you have to ask me. So if you were to ask me, I would say it is absolutely essential to spend as much time as you can with your parents. Okay. If you were to ask me, it is absolutely essential. And remember, essential is very, very important. So we spoke about this in the previous candidate, where I use this is already a sort of superlative. Not superlative. It's already a strong, very strong adjective. Very important is possible, but I can't say very essential. Essential is already maximum importance, and if I want to make that even stronger, I have to use words like absolutely, totally, completely. In this case, totally essential doesn't work, completely doesn't work, so you just have to remember that absolutely works with essential, but I certainly can't say very essential or anything like that. Okay, let's talk now about children's free time activities. So you mentioned there about this app that children play with. Why do you think that app is so popular with them?
Most of the people believe that you can spend your most time playing that game. When you don't have friends, you try to play, explore the apps you have in your phones, and that's when if you find a game like PUBG, which is more addictive, people tend to be more addicted to such games and not concentrate.
Okay, great. All fantastic, no problem. Addictive, an addictive game. People become addicted to this game, and he's speaking about the possibility of, what the experts say. He said the people say, but we never say the people, because then I'm talking about which people you're talking about. So people say, general. People say that this app is popular with kids who don't necessarily have a large number of friends. And so he goes on to explain why.
People tend to be more addicted to such games and not concentrate more on their health.
Okay. So just so we're getting onto very high level English here. So it's worth looking at the more important things like cohesion and coherence. So he goes on to health, and then he finishes there, and that is a new idea. So just like when you're writing in your academic writing, or even in your general training writing part 2, where you have to create a sentence, you have your topic sentence at the beginning, and then you explain around that. So by mentioning health here, suddenly you've added a new idea to this, and then finishes. Well, what do you mean by health? In what way does that? Do you talk about mental health? You talk about physical health? Sitting and just looking at a computer screen for your eyes, is that the problem? So just be aware of your cohesion and coherence here, where you can say, if I'm going to say something new, then don't just say, and your health. Imagine it's a secondary paragraph. Now you've got another thing to talk about. Okay, and one of the things is their health. For example, physical, sloth, which is basically just being completely lazy. So being just at home on the couch, watching a computer screen, playing with a computer or a mobile phone screen is very, very bad for your physical health. Not to mention the mental health problems as well, addictivity, etc. Or addiction, sorry. So you mentioned health there. Do you think that the free time activities that children do today are actually bad for their health?
Yes, it is very bad for their health, in my opinion, because if you are spending most of your time on gamings and mobile phones, you neither concentrate on your food habits, as well as, since you are sitting in one place.
Okay, wait. So you neither, that's great. You neither concentrate on, sorry, I'll type it out. I'll voice type it out. Let me just listen again.
Gamings and mobile phones, you neither concentrate on your food habits, as well as, since you are sitting in one place for a longer period, you don't give more importance to your health and diet as well.
He's talking about food habits and then diet as well. So you neither focus on what you eat, nor do you think about physical exercise. Okay, so he's using neither here, which is fine. So when I use neither, I need to use nor. So you neither focus on what you eat, nor do you think about physical exercise. That means if you're so addicted to a particular game on your phone, you're not going to think about food, and you're not going to think about moving around, certainly. Okay, so neither nor, which is fine. Not only do you not think about what you eat, but you also forget about physical exercise. So we can also say it like this: not only do you not think about what you're going to eat, but you also forget about physical exercise. Okay, good.
Exercises which may cause obesity. Even in child nowadays, you can see child obesity, which is common nowadays. While it was very common in old age people before, but now it can be seen in children.
Okay. Now it can be seen, so passive voice, now it can be seen in children, talking about childhood obesity, which is obviously a big problem. And he was saying that it's usually a situation for older people. So obesity is being extremely fat. And to be obese is the adjective. Obesity is the noun. Thank you very much, Dr. Shivam. That is the end of the IELTS speaking test. Okay, there we go. So Dr. Shivam does very well. Let's go and have a look at the band descriptors now. Okay, so let's talk about the fluency and coherence first of all. So this one over here. And from what I'm hesitating between 8 and 9 here. He's very good with this. although there were cases where he could have developed a little better what he was saying. So develops topics fully and appropriately. So he has no trouble. Let's look at the other things. So he speaks fluently with very rare repetition, self-correction. That's true. Any hesitation is content related rather than to find words or grammar. That's true. Speaks coherently with fully appropriate cohesive devices. Could have used a few more of those, but it's not absolutely necessary because it's natural. You don't have to force in or shoehorn in cohesive devices just because you want them. He was natural pretty much throughout. But doesn't always develop the topics as fully as he could. Okay, let's give him a 9 for that so far, because that's the same thing. Develops topics coherently and appropriately. It's no difference here, but he did manage to do all these things. So it's a good 9 for the fluency and coherence. Lexical resource, very good. A wide range of very advanced English. Uses idiomatic language, but not accurately sometimes. Now that's the problem. He does use flexibility, but there we've got an issue here. So I'm not going to give him a 9 for that. That comes down to an 8 over here. So he uses less common idiomatic skillfully with occasional accuracies. That's more like it. And he does use paraphrase. He doesn't repeat exactly the question that I've asked him. So there's an 8 for this one here. Grammatical range and accuracy. This is where these this is where he pulls his mark down to a certain extent. So if you look over here, there's the word non-systemic errors. So only very occasional inappropriacies or basic, such as, so basic like children's, that's a basic error. You should know that children is plural already. And systemic errors, meaning that they're not ingrained. And I spoke about this before, much, using the word much, because he's been taught by his teachers in English that much is fine in front of she's very much talented, for example. So that's a systemic error, which unfortunately doesn't allow him quite to get to a range of structures flexibly. Yeah, unfortunately these are things that just need to be ironed out. So that's a 7 for his grammatical accuracy. His pronunciation is good. There are issues, however, with a few times when I couldn't understand what he was saying. As I said, this could be a Wi-Fi problem. Trying to do it over Skype or over Zoom in this case. But he does speak a bit quickly sometimes, but that's to show off his fluency and coherence, so I can understand why. But I don't think it's certainly not a 7, but it's not a 9. I don't think. It's closer to, it has a minimum effect on intelligibility. So I'm going to give him an 8 for this. So you see the 9 cancels out the 7, so it's basically an 8. So he has got an 8 overall for this, which is very good. And he just needs to work on this, and it's a very strong 8. Possibly even an 8.5 if he works on this a bit, which is very good. Okay, so I think that's it. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, this is one of 2 videos where you'll be watching me respond to an examiner who I've never heard before. This is from a video that's been officially uploaded by IELTS, and all I've done is asked a friend to cut and paste the questions that have been that are being asked by the examiner, and to cut out the candidate, so that I've never seen these questions before, and I'm going to be in a similar situation to you, just like I do with the reading and the listening tests, to just pit myself against a similar situation that you will be facing. Now, one thing you'll notice is that the timings are out because I'm not adhering 100% to the amount of time given for part 1, part 2, part 3. But other than that, this is pretty accurate as to how I would respond in a real exam if I was in the same boat as you.
My name is Katia Essery. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is James Castleton.
Thank you. Can you tell me where you're from?
I'm originally from South Africa, but I currently live in London.
Can I see your identification, please?
Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, that's fine.
Thank you.
Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I'm a teacher. I teach full-time in a high school in the north of London. I have a number of students ranging from the ages of 12 to 18, and then in my part-time I put together courses to help students to pass the IELTS exam.
Why did you choose that kind of work?
I suppose I didn't actually choose it really, it sort of landed in my lap. I started off as a graphic designer. That was my degree, and I worked for a short while in graphic design before realizing I actually enjoy being on the teaching side of things, and after a while I ended up becoming an English teacher, first in Saudi Arabia and then other parts of the world after that.
What do you enjoy about your job?
I suppose my favorite thing is interacting with people. I don't like the idea of sitting in an office behind a computer screen all day from 9 to 5. I like the idea of being able to help people to make progress in their lives, not only at a young age with my teenage students, but also in adulthood when they're trying to become better at English in order to get a job or in order to go into university.
Let's talk about food. What's your favourite kind of food?
That's a good question. I really enjoy food. I think since I started going out with my wife, she's an excellent cook. Ever since then, really, I've enjoyed all sorts of food. But I must admit that we will deliberately go almost 30 kilometers south of where I live just to go to one particular Indian restaurant that we really enjoy. And it's a sort of, not quite every month, but bi-monthly treat to go all the way down to the south of London to get this particular dish that we get from an Indian restaurant there.
Who normally prepares the food in your home?
So, as I said, my wife's an excellent cook, so she tends to be the one who puts things together for us. I have a hand in putting things together. I'll chop up vegetables and I'll do the basics, but she's certainly the one who decides quantities and timings and what spices to go in when. So yeah, it's definitely it's all in her court.
Do you often eat in restaurants or cafes?
Yes, I used to. Both my wife and I used to go relatively regularly to restaurants. And where I live in London, there are a number of very good restaurants near us. Not expensive restaurants, but they attract a number of people from all over the city to this part of the city. So yeah, we go there at least once a week. But now with the current condition, that the lockdown situation that we're in, most of us are basically taking advantage of the ingredients we've got at home to put something together, and certainly that's saved a lot of money so far.
Did you ever do any cooking when you were a child?
No, it wasn't me. I was the one who was helping my father fix the Land Rover, and I was more on the hands-on stuff with manly things. But my brother was the one who used to do things with my mother in the kitchen and watch her, and he's quite a good cook now.
Let's talk about spending time outdoors. How much time do you spend outdoors?
I try to spend as much as possible. I come from a country where playing outdoors as children was completely normal, and we used to get on our bikes and cycle miles away from the house just to explore the local river or the dam, or go jumping into the water from the cliff edge of the dam. And now I do find it a bit frustrating to live in a big city like London, because the outdoor space isn't quite as extensive as South Africa. But I go every day for a long walk with my wife or by myself to the park, and which is not far from us, and it takes us about an hour, and it's a 6-kilometer walk, and it's quite sweet. There's some ducks and geese in a pond there, and there's a nice forested area you can walk through. And then on the weekends, yes, if we can get out of London and go outdoors to the beach, or for example, or in a forested area or a wooded area, then yeah, we take full advantage of it if and when that comes up.
What do you enjoy doing outdoors?
So as I said, a lot of walking, but I'm also an avid cyclist. My bike unfortunately got stolen recently, so that's gone out the window. But before that, I used to take this mountain bike out into dirt track areas, and just not race it so much, because I'm not a speed freak, but just have a chance to cycle through the forests gently and slowly on rather thick tires. Yeah, that's something I enjoy doing.
Do you think you will spend more or less time outdoors in future?
Certainly more, I hope. We don't plan to spend the rest of our lives in this rather large city. So when we do eventually move out of here, I expect to be able to spend a lot more time outdoors, and it would also depend on where we end up living. So if we decide, rather than staying in an apartment in the city, to actually have a house in the countryside, for example, not necessarily in this country, but somewhere in Europe probably, then I expect to be outdoors pretty much every day, looking after, say, a small holding with ducks and a few goats or something like that.
Do you think it's important for people to spend time outdoors?
Yes, I think it is actually very important. I think one of the things that people don't realize is that you can get very mentally drained if you don't allow your eyes to get exposed to sunlight, to blue sky, to greenery, and that mental, let's say, fatigue translates into physical fatigue as well. And that's something you don't want to have happen to you, especially when you're getting older, in your middle ages and into middle age and later. So yes, I think people really should spend as much time as they can outdoors.
Now I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to describe a hobby you enjoyed when you were a child. All right? Yes. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, so the hobby I've chosen to talk about was art classes that I used to go to with a lady called Mrs. Upton, and she was a lecturer at the university that I actually ended up going to. It wasn't the original plan, but over all those years she ended up getting a job in that university, and I ended up going to that university, but that's beside the point. So basically what happened was that every Friday after school I would be taken by my mother to the art classes, and there would be about 8 to 10 other students, other kids, and we were organized according to the approximate age. So for example, the 8 to 9 year olds were in one class, and then you had the other classes on different days, but the Friday group is the one that I ended up at. And then later on it turns out that we had all sorts of ages. The younger ones would start at, say, for example, 2 and then finish at 3:30, and we would start at 3:30 and finish at 5 as we were getting older. and it was held at the local library in a room down there. But when I first started, it was actually at Mrs. Upton's house, and that I really enjoyed because she had a lovely house with a beautiful garden, and we would paint all sorts of things in the garden. So it wasn't just restricted to still lives, which is what we ended up mostly doing when we first started. When we first moved to this local library. And I used to come home with paint all over me, and I still remember that particular, the smell of that paint even now brings back memories of those times when I was painting with Mrs. Upton. And I was a bit of a shy child, so it was a great way for me to express myself. But it was only later on that I realized how much money my parents were spending on me. They forked out quite a bit just to afford to pay, just to pay for these art lessons.
Thank you. Did your friends have the same hobby as you?
I did make one or two friends in that art class, but they were friends that I had made in that at that class itself. So most of my friends, the ones that I had made before that, were into things which were far less creative, let's say. I mean, they liked video games and racing their bicycles up and down the road, and making dams in the local river, that sort of thing. So I didn't really have the same hobbies as my friends.
Paper and pencil back for me, please. Okay. Thank you. We've been talking about a hobby you enjoyed when you were a child, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. Let's consider first of all children's hobbies. In Korea, in South Korea, how do children spend their free time?
Okay, I'm going to assume she asked about South Africa here. So nowadays, children still spend a lot of time outdoors doing things that perhaps children in other Western countries or European countries at least wouldn't be so free to do. So, for example, one thing that when I was growing up, one thing that kids used to do is cycle to a local quarry and then jump off 3 or 4 or 5 meter high cliff into the water. I think it was probably about 15 meters in the winter, and then as it filled up in the summer, it was about 5 meters, really, really high. And if you were very brave, you would do it during the winter season. And kids, I know, I mean, certainly my brother's children still do that. And yes, the security issue in the country right now is not wonderful, but I think parents see it as an opportunity for their children to grow and develop, and the risks that they are willing to take to let their children explore the real world outweigh the negatives. And hanging on your mother's apron strings for beyond the age of 6 or 7 is quite frowned upon in South Africa.
And you said they play musical instruments. Do they choose to do that kind of hobby?
Okay, as I've said before, this is in part 3 where the examiner can change the question format based on what you've said. In fact, they have to. And so let's imagine she's asked this question. Those activities sound like quite boyish things to do. Do girls join in those similar activities? That's the question. Yes, that's actually a very good point. Yes, a lot of those activities are more what the South African boys would do. Girls, on the other hand, are a little bit more restricted still by parents usually about going off and exploring the wider world. I mean, there of course are exceptions, and my brother, I see with his kids, because he's still down there in South Africa, he tends to be a little bit more cautious with letting the girls out and explore the wider world. The girls, I would say, nowadays probably spend a little bit more time than before on the screen time. So things like Tangled, things like Frozen, things related to those films, toys and board games and puzzles and things related to that are quite popular for girls in South Africa, and I presume it would be quite similar to the tastes that young European girls, English-speaking girls at least, have with their exposure to Disney characters through American films.
Do you think there have been any changes in the types of hobbies children have now compared with the past?
Yes, so as I said, girls especially are spending a lot more time on screen time, but I think that applies to boys as well now. More and more boys are getting smartphones from a younger age, and that's giving them a chance to use the internet and learn things, but also they could get hooked to a certain extent. I think some children, I've noticed, not so much in South Africa perhaps, but certainly in Europe, where the weather isn't so fantastic, and so if it's pouring with rain all day, then it's understandable that they would prefer to be indoors and play with a mobile phone, play with a smartphone, play on the internet, use a PS4 and play games with their friends and compete against their friends. When you've got a fast internet connection and you can play games against your friends, then why not? And I've seen that major change. You compare that to when I was growing up, where the chances of interacting with other kids using mobile phones like that, it's unheard of. So that's the major change, I think.
So you say afford. Is it expensive for children to have hobbies nowadays?
Yes, if you want a smartphone, a relatively good one that's reliable, then yes, you have to fork out quite a bit. And that is one of the problems that parents have to face, because kids want to keep up with the Joneses. If they see that their friend has got the latest smartphone, then they're going to be the ones who are tugging on daddy's trousers and asking for a little bit of money or pocket money to make sure they don't look socially, how can I say this, out of date, out of fashion. And then, of course, that's not just smartphones. I mean, that extends to other devices, technological devices, where children feel that if they don't have that, then they can't fit in with the rest of their peer group, and they can't talk about the same things, because they're talking about Fortnite, the game, and this poor child has no idea what everyone else is talking about, and well, it can be quite a difficult situation for the parents if you don't have the money, or it might not just be money related. It might be a case of, I don't want my child to have so much screen time. In that case, the child is going to feel that he's being unfairly treated, let's say. Because everyone else is doing it, why can't I? So it might not only be about money, but often it is.
So why do you think some children don't have hobbies?
I think it's a tricky question. It's a rather leading question, actually, because I think everyone has a hobby in a way, but it's what's damaging. A hobby is supposed to be a positive thing, and if a child is spending its time looking at a computer screen, playing only instead of learning, then that is, in its mind, a hobby, because it's spending time, passing the time on something. And so in the classic sense of the word, I think we are starting to see that more and more children don't have a hobby, because if we look at the etymology of the word hobby, it's something that you do to create. It's a creativity issue, and more children are passively passing their time passively and just accepting information into their brain from a movie, from a film, and even the most basic things like reading are being lost, because reading is an active thing. When you read a book, you are looking at words and you're processing an image into your mind. That's an active process. But if you're watching a film, you're just being fed what the director, what the cinematographer, what the screenwriter wants you to to see, and it doesn't actually allow you to be creative in your mind. So yeah, I think hobbies are on the way out, unfortunately.
Let's move on now, Kyunghae, to think about hobbies for adults. How does it benefit an adult to have a hobby?
I think it benefits them a lot. In what way? That is the big question, because as I spoke about before, it's about creativity, and it's a mental stimulus that is required. My grandmother took up a hobby of crocheting and knitting and making things with wool when she retired, and it kept her mind active because she had to think about, where's the cross stitching, and how does that stitch work with that one, and how do I make that particular color come in when I'm making that particular line or row, and it kept her mind active. So as adults get older, I think it's important to keep our minds as active as possible. And if it's hobbies, as I said, are creative things, and you make something in your mind or physically, and so it keeps you younger, I suppose, and it keeps Alzheimer's and other age-related illnesses at bay.
And what kind of hobbies are done alone, and what kind of hobbies do you do with other people?
Okay, so yeah, this is a tricky one to categorize, because there's thousands of hobbies. So I can think about what my father does. He collects stamps. He only collects stamps from the Commonwealth, and he will spend hours by himself, relaxing, enjoying the quiet time, and sorting out his stamps. He'll get a new bunch of stamps from a collectors group. He's part of a club, and somebody will drop off a whole bunch of stamps that have been newly minted or newly printed, really, from different Commonwealth countries, and he'll choose which ones he likes or choose which ones he thinks would add to his collection, and he'll sit there for hours, as I said, doing it by himself. But then you've got hobbies that require much more group interaction, and those are perhaps less, I'm not so familiar with them, because my hobbies tended to be quite introverted, quite inward looking, and I can only think of sort of sports-like events, sports-like things that are hobbies in a way, aren't they? But they're more sporty, team sports. Oh yes, I've got one. Cycling. I've got a part of a cycling club. That's a hobby. It's sport, but it's also a hobby. And hiking, type of sport, but it's a hobby because it's creative. We sit there and we decide where we're going to go, what routes we're going to choose, if we're going to camp over for the night. So that would be a group effort. And one more thing perhaps is board games. My friend is an avid board game collector. He has, 25, 26 different board games, and every Wednesday we get together with friends and we play either the same board game from the previous week or a different one. We try a new one out, and that's great fun. So yeah, that's, I suppose, what we do and what people do.
So what are the differences between the two kinds of hobbies then, the ones you do alone and the ones you do with other people?
I think the main difference is communication. One of them is internal communication, and you're making the decisions all by yourself, and you're deciding, for example, whether to add that stamp to the collection, how much it's going to cost to do that. And you're also spending time with yourself. And obviously when you're doing a hobby with others, your communication then extends outside of your own immediate physical space, outside of your mind, and you're negotiating and you're deciding whether to do this or whether to do that, and what to play and what rules to follow, and who's going to be the leader or the temporary leader in that case. So I think it really boils down to the differences in communication mainly, because they're both supposed to be relaxing and they're both supposed to be creative.
And can a hobby cause problems for other people?
I think they certainly can. There are, I'm sure, situations where wives have been watching their husbands, I don't know, collect Star Wars figurines and sit there painting them and, I don't know, playing even with them. And they look down at this 42-year-old man and going, what have I married? And that, I'm sure, would concern some wives, and the other way around. You know, if a hobby like, I don't know, collecting teddy bears or collecting porcelain dolls starts to take over the entire house of a couple, the husband might start going, look, I think this is time to cut down on this. I think you're starting to go from hobbying to obsession, and I don't want my house to be filled with these creepy dolls or teddy bears everywhere. So yeah, I think certain hobbies, perhaps collecting particularly, or collecting and then spending too much time doing something, could end up causing trouble for relationships.
Thank you very much. That is the end of the speaking test.
Okay, so there you have it. You'll notice that this goes on for way longer than a normal speaking test because I personally wasn't keeping an eye on my own timing. I was allowing myself to answer the question as fully as possible. So you could claim that is a little bit of an unfair advantage. But you'll find that this is not a Band 9 score, despite me being a fluent English speaker, because I haven't thought about the questions very well. My structure, my cohesion is what brings it down. So it is a 9, but the cohesion is an 8. So it's an 8.75, which pushes it to a 9. But it's the cohesion that's the biggest problem. You'll find that I spend a lot of time. At one stage, I didn't even answer the question properly. She asked about what hobbies people do, and I started talking about gaming. Well, specifically, not gaming specifically, but smartphones and things like that. And so this is bringing down the cohesion. I've also got a number of times where I go off from the main point, off on a tangent, and this brings down the cohesion somewhat. But everything else obviously is compensated for to bring it up to a 9, but technically it's not a full 9 because of the cohesion problems. You could argue, some of you could argue, that fluency was a bit of an issue because I was using quite a bit, but remember, is a perfectly acceptable word. It is in the English dictionary. Obviously you don't want to overuse it, but it's fine. And as you know, I use it quite a lot, even when I'm doing it, when I'm explaining to you right now. So there you have it. There's one more video like this, and you'll be able to have a chance to look at what I do well and what needs work to get you a full 9 for this. Okay, so we looked at hedging and expressing certainty. Now let's have a look at giving examples and explanations. Okay, so the examples, the classic ones are for example. Okay, but let's try and get away from just using the classic ones. For example, how about say, or how about take as an example, and so on and the like. Say hasn't been used, but it is coming up later on. So I'm going to show you how to use that in another video. But let's have a look. Oh, and before we go on, let's have a look at introducing an explanation. So remember, when we're looking at the structure of a good response, we introduce our point, we might clarify our point, and then we give an example or we give a reason or an explanation. So this is what this one is for. This is for stage 3 of that general structure of a good response that comes up in, I think, section 2 or 3 of this course. Okay, so the explanations, which is mainly due to, because of, this may be down to, this may be because of, one reason for this may be, and then it's a reason related to because. You have to consider
It's not as if, you also have to remember, this is often the structure is used to give an explanation why something is the case, and what it all boils down to is, this is the whole reason for this is from this one tiny thing, or one small thing, and then from that other things cause problems. So let's have a look at this. So let's use this word take. So say, for example, the examiner has asked us some questions about addiction, problems with addiction. It might be a little bit controversial for the IELTS exam. I wonder if such a question might come up, but it might, the examiner might eventually ask something like that in part 3, because remember, the examiner can change the questions depending on what you are saying. That cannot happen in part 1 and part 2, but in part 3, if you are talking about something, the examiner might want to ask some more questions about that. You may end up talking about addiction, and the examiner has asked this question. So let's imagine this. And now I'm going to start talking about giving an example. So take the way some people with eye or hearing problems, people with mobility issues and the like are treated, for instance. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, for example, there are some people with eye problems, and see how they are treated. And the like means, and other things that are related to eye problems, hearing problems, people that can't walk properly. All of those are one group, so I'm saying and the like. So take these people, for example. Take these people, for instance. Okay, there it is over here. Right? They are given special treatment and looked after by the government. This is primarily because they are seen as disabled. And I would suspect another reason is down to the fact that these people didn't deliberately cause themselves harm. They didn't deliberately go and jump off a bridge or try to hurt their leg or stab themselves in the eye with a pencil. It happened by accident, right? The question comes up as to why people with drug dependencies are not afforded a similar safety net. It's not as if they want to be drug addicts. You also have to consider the environment in which they were raised, and I suspect for many of them, their genetic predisposition to addiction. What it all boils down to is whether or not they have control over it. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So I've introduced an example of people who are treated nicely because they have a disability. They're disabled, they don't have control, they didn't choose to do it, it wasn't deliberate. And now I'm saying the question comes up, so I'm starting to make you think. I want to introduce my own point of view. So the question comes up as to why people with drug dependencies are not afforded a similar safety net. So a safety net is government support programs, extra money to help you because you're half blind, or you can't hear properly, or you're stuck in a wheelchair. Okay, so governments usually throughout the world will give a little bit extra money to those type of people, usually. But what I'm saying here, or what this person is saying is, it's not as if they wanted to be drug addicts. What I'm saying, I'm starting to introduce the idea that they are also disabled in a way, mentally disabled. And you also have to consider the environment in which they were raised. So if they only saw their father and mother using drugs, if the parents were using drugs when the child was in the womb is the sac that holds the baby inside the mother, W-O-M-B, that's going to be a problem for the child, because if it's in the womb, it's exposed to certain drugs and the baby has become addicted. You can also think about the genetic predisposition to addiction. A genetic predisposition. A predisposition is something that you can say, if you have a predisposition to cancer, that means there's a good chance that because your father and your grandfather and your grandmother had cancer, you are predisposed to getting cancer as well. Okay, and so you can have a genetic predisposition to addiction. This is a well-known fact. Okay, and so people, if your grandfather was addicted to alcohol and your grandmother was addicted to painkillers, you have a higher chance of getting that same problem. Okay, and it all boils down to the main thing that all of this is coming, the difference between people with physical addictions and people with physical disabilities and people with mental disabilities is that who has control. People with no eyes cannot see, it's not their fault, it was an accident. People with drug addictions Do they have control to stop themselves taking drugs? That's the big question. It all boils down to this single question. Okay, so that's giving examples, giving explanations. Let's have a look at the one where we we're looking at commenting on our own ideas. Okay, so we've got an idea, and I just want to clarify that I know that you might think that I'm strange. I know that you might think that it's an unusual point of view. So I just want to comment on that by adding these things. So this may sound strange, or strange though this may sound, I think it's good too. All right. Though this may sound callous, the reality is callous means not caring. So this may sound not caring, but the reality is, so I don't know, the example might be, one of the examples I'll give later is large numbers of stray dogs in certain cities. I love dogs. You can hear them right now, barking and complaining. I love dogs, but you might say that it's better to kill those dogs than let them run around the street and breed and get more and more. So that could be callous if somebody said, you can't do that. They're animals, are creatures of God. And I can say, this may sound callous, but the reality is that stray dogs they're not getting fewer. There are more and more of them, and at one stage we're going to have to do something about it. So maybe it's better to kill fewer dogs now so that they don't spread, instead of killing 500,000 dogs in 10 years' time. Okay? And the last one is, I'm not sure this is the best example, but okay, so I'm going to be using it in this example here. So let's have a look. This may sound strange, but our family actually they like fighting. You could have an S here or no S here. Grammar is a choice. Family, if I see it as a unit, likes. Family, if I see it as a group of people, like. So both of them are fine. They actually like fighting quite aggressively, I might add. This, I might add, is a way to clarify something. We'll see it later. So let's start again. This may sound strange, but our family actually like fighting quite aggressively, I might add. I mean, I think it strengthens our familial bond. I'm not sure this is the best example, but like last week, my sister and I got into a heated debate about illegal migrants at the dinner table, and afterwards we were able to laugh at our diametrically opposed viewpoints. This may sound uncivilized to the English ear, but the reality is all families fight, and it's better that differences of opinion are out in the open than simmering beneath the surface. Okay, and so this one here, to get into a heated debate, this is a strong collocation. You actually feel hot. You literally get hot as you debate. So it's a heated debate, and we're able to laugh at our diametrically opposed viewpoints. Diametrically opposed is exactly the opposite. Black and white, big and small. Anything diametrically opposed is the exact opposite. This may sound uncivilized to the English ear. English ear means a person who speaks English, or an English person listening. You would say this, shouting at each other on the dinner table. That's not the way the English do it. Well, obviously that's uncivilized to somebody. You'll be speaking to an English-speaking person 95% of the time. Examiners will be English-speaking. If they're very good non-natives, they will become IELTS examiners, but it's not very common. And that sounds maybe uncivilized to them, because the English tend to be, the English, not the Americans, but the English, British, tend to be quite reserved about expressing your opinions very strongly to people while you're eating, while you're having dinner at the table. So this may sound uncivilized to the English ear, doing this at the dinner table, and then this person says, but the reality is that all families fight. Some families don't say anything and keep quiet, and then they secretly get angry with their cousin, get angry with their aunt, get angry with their mother, or they just let it out. Okay, now I know what you think, now you know what I think, Okay, and then we can clear the air. Okay, instead of letting it simmer beneath the surface. Simmering is bubbling. When you boil some water to make pasta, for example, you turn the heat up to the maximum. The water's boiling, and then you turn it down a little bit to simmer. So it's still boiling, but very small bubbles, and that's to simmer below the surface. That basically means that eventually there's going to be a huge fight. So you don't want negative emotions simmering beneath the surface. Okay, so that's commenting on your own ideas. I hope that's useful. And the next video after this, we're going to be looking at rephrasing what I've just said and getting back to the point. Sometimes we go off on a tangent. This is how we deal with rephrasing and getting back to the point.
Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Yes, sure. My full name is Akbar Khadem.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
Yes, I am from a city in the northwest of Iran.
Okay.
Its name is Urmia, but now I'm living in Tehran.
Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, so I will pretend to look at it and say thank you, that's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work? So, do you work or are you a student?
No, really, I am working after my graduation till now, and I'm working in my own company. In fact, I am CEO of my own company, which we are working on cancer diagnostic devices and infectious disease detection kits for laboratory.
And why did you choose this kind of work?
Because of my education, and I should insist that I really love this work because many of people don't like to do research and development works, and this work takes lots of research and development and study.
What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
I guess I will continue my job because I have good experiences about my job and good education about it, and I have also some registered medical devices for human laboratory. So I think I will do this job in the future.
Okay, now let's talk about keeping in contact with other people. How do you usually keep in contact with your friends?
Okay. Nowadays, because of power of social media, I try to keep contact with my friends, also with my families, with social media such as WhatsApp or Telegram. These are common devices, common apps, in fact, in our country.
Okay.
Also, traditional methods such as phone calling or direct contact is common ways which I use.
Do you find it easy to keep in contact with your friends and family?
Yes, when we come back to direct contact with our friends and family because of new situation and in fact because of lockdown of COVID-19, it is really difficult to keep safe, and it is not a safe way to contact. But I think via social media we are happy and we can connect.
Okay.
We can connect effectively.
Now let's talk about food. Have you always liked the same food?
To be honest with you, Yes, I I think because of our mother's foods and because of taste we have tested, we used to eat some kind of foods which are family, which we are familiar with them. So I usually eat same foods.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you will have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. You understand?
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
yes, sure.
So you can use your paper or pencil now for making notes.
Yes, I have here.
And here is your topic. It's going to come up on the screen. Okay, I would like you to describe a party that you enjoyed. You should say whose party it was and what it was celebrating, where the party was held and who went to it, and what people did during the party. All right? Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay. There is many parties that I can speak about them, but I'm going to speak about my daughter's birthday party, which held about 2 months ago. The party was held in my own apartment, and my friends, also my family, gathered to each other, with each other, and we were really excited because of this gathering, and you know, because of COVID-19 outbreak, there were a little concern about the safety, but I asked my friends and family to consider possible consequences and then take a part in my party. We ate dinner with each other. That my wife really cooked it, and then we communicate to each other and did something routine such as speaking, telling joke, and reviewing some past memories with each other, and we enjoyed being together. It was really a good time.
Thank you, Akbar.
You're welcome.
Do you think that you are a good host at a party?
Sorry, let me have your question again.
Do you think that you make a good host of a party?
Yes, yes, because not only my wife tried to do her best, but also I tried to prepare everything my friends and my family need.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and the paper and pencil back now. Okay?
Okay.
Now, we have been talking about a party that you enjoyed, and I would like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, family parties. What are the main reasons why people organize family parties in your country?
In my country, people think that family are the most important supporter for them. So they are really close to each other, and they prefer to gathering with each other because they trust themselves.
In some places, people spend a lot of money on parties to celebrate special events. Is this true in your country?
Yes, it is true. I think everywhere in all around the world, people try to enjoy, and sometimes they spend lots of money to enjoying. In my country, it is true, and some people really like to spend much money to their party.
Do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
I have no special idea about it, because some people could say that I gain money to spend it in my own way, and some maybe want to spend it in charity, for example. It is different among people, but I think it is reasonable to spend some of money to enjoy more.
Okay. Do you think there are big differences between family parties and parties with friends?
I guess it is not really big differences, but we can find some differences between them. For example, in family parties, because of history of our relation, we can find some connection which is not correct in friends relationship. But because we choose our friends, in fact, parties with our friends may be specialized and maybe planned, organized, or arranged as a different kind. But it is really difficult to arrange a party with your family which has special features.
Okay. I think. Now let's talk about national celebrations. In your country, what kinds of national celebrations do you have?
We have several national celebrations, because of different kind of cultures and tribes in our country. We have too many celebrations, but the most important of them is Nowruz celebration, and in our local area we have Mordad celebration, which during this time all the country celebrate the coming. In fact, beginning of spring is the Nowruz party, and all of people in Iran celebrate it.
And so you're speaking about Nowruz. Who tends to enjoy Nowruz the most? Young people or old people, or is there no difference?
I guess because of economic situation now, young people are more interested in Nowruz because they don't spend money. But for people such as me, I think it is a memorial party, and we see our families after hard working. Let me tell, after working like a dog.
Okay. Thank you, Akbar. Thank you very much. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we're going to be listening to a student called Akbar. He is in Iran. He's based in Iran, but his mother tongue is Turkish. So he speaks Turkish at home with his family, but he does live in Iran. Okay, so let's get started. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Yes, sure. My full name is Akbar Khadem.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
Yes, I am from a city in the northwest of Iran.
Okay.
Its name is Urmia, but now I'm living in Tehran.
Okay. Now I'm living in Tehran. It suggests that it's a sort of temporary situation, but you could say now I live in Tehran if that's where you've made your new home. Okay, and just be aware of the of in the northwest of, it's at a v sound, so in the northwest of Iran. Okay. Exam, I would ask to see your identification, so I will pretend to look at it and say thank you, that's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work? So, do you work or are you a student?
No, really, I am working after my graduation till now, and I'm working in my own company.
Okay, so until now. So you should know which grammar to use if we're talking about a period of time until now. The only grammar we can use, the only tense we can use in English is the present perfect. Present perfect simple or present perfect progressive or continuous, whichever one you prefer. So the name at least. So I've been working since I graduated. Until now, it means basically I've worked in import export until now, whatever it is that you work in. Okay, the difference here, of course, I've been working since I graduated until now. I'm focusing on the everyday activity. It's not an easy life. I work 6 days a week. I only have Sunday break or Friday break or Saturday breaks. Whereas here I've worked in this import-export business since I graduated until now. And this one more is focused on the present perfect simple, more focused on getting results. I can see the progress that I've been making in my life. This one is more about the actual everyday life. This one is more about the results that you feel, that you have experienced. But please remember, until now, it can either be present perfect continuous or present perfect progressive, some people call it, or it can be present perfect simple. But there is no other tense in English that we can use that talks about a period of time until this moment, until now.
In fact, I am CEO of my own company, which we are working on cancer diagnostic devices.
Okay, so in fact, I'm the CEO of my own company, and we work on cancer diagnostic devices. Okay, so there's the word to diagnose, to if somebody has a lump on their neck, is it a cancer or is it not? The only way you can tell is to use to try and diagnose if it is cancer or not, and this is the device that Akbar sells to doctors, to hospitals, for them to diagnose the cancer. Okay, now he tried to use which. In fact, I'm the CEO of my own company, and we work, is the only way we can do it. If I want to say which, we take away which, and then the company doesn't work, it's better which makes or manufactures, if you want to make it very more academic sounding, manufactures cancer diagnostic devices. Okay, there you can use which, because we are talking about this company. What company? The company which makes. It's a relative clause that specifies what you're talking about. So it is a defining relative clause. So if you've done the grammar course or you're studying the grammar course, this is a defining relative clause. A company, my own company, which makes or which manufactures cancer diagnostic devices.
Infectious disease detection kits for laboratory.
Okay. Detection kits for laboratories. What's happening to me today? Laboratories. Okay. Detection kits of infectious diseases. So you must be very busy at the moment with COVID-19. And a kit, a detection kit, is a number of different things sometimes in a box, in a certain packaging, that work together to create something. So detection kits that he's making helps the doctor or the nurse or whoever is using it. They use this thing, they use this thing, they use this thing, they add this to this certain liquid, these chemicals, and then suddenly magically, yes, you are infected with this disease or not. And a detection kit, something to detect whether the disease is present in the blood or present in the saliva. This is saliva, or whatever that they're using to diagnose the patient. And why did you choose this kind of work?
Because of my education, and I should insist that I really love this work, because many of people don't like to do research and development works, and this work takes lots of research and development and study.
It's a type of job that I've been doing or dreaming about doing since I was a child. I studied this. It does require a lot of patience and time. Research and development takes a lot of patience and time, and it's not suitable for everybody, but I am the type of person that finds it fascinating, and I really love what I do. Okay, so it's a type of job that I've been doing, let's say that I've been dreaming about doing since I was a child. Don't know why the word study is. I don't know how that happened. That means, okay. It does require a lot of patience and time. Research and development takes a lot of patience and time. And it's not suitable for everybody. So not everybody enjoys this. Basically, that's what Akbar was saying here. He, on the other hand, there's the word but. However, on the other hand, I am the type of person that finds this fascinating, and I really love what I do. I really love my job. I really love helping people to get medical attention when it is required, etc., etc. Okay. So so when somebody says, "Why did you do this job?" Because I studied it, is a strange answer. Why did you study it then? That's the same question. So, well, why did you do this job? Why are you interested in this job? It's something that I wanted to study from when I was a young boy or girl. What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
I guess I will continue my job because I have good experiences about my job and good education about it. And
okay, so we don't use about with this. We experience of this field of study, or this field, let's just say. So this experience of this field. Now, field, of course, in this meaning is a subject, the subject of my particular research, of my study, of my work. So I have a lot of experience of this field, and some people might say in this field. So you could use both of those, but not about. Did he say study about? I don't think that works either. In the future.
I guess I will continue my job because I have good experiences about my job.
So have good experiences, that suggests that I've had good times, which maybe that's what he means. Okay. But we're talking about probably more like work experience. So I've had a lot of experience of this situation, or in this. When we use field, it's actually better in. So I've had a lot of experience in this field and
good education about it.
Education and a good education. Again, education in it. Okay, so education in chemistry, and education in engineering, and education in mechanical or electrical engineering, whatever it is that you want. So both of these are within, not about.
And I have also some registered medical devices for human laboratory. So I think I will do this job in the future.
Okay, he says I've got some registered medical devices that are being used in human laboratories. So I presume laboratories that they've gone through the testing stage, so it's out of the animal testing stage and now being used with human subjects. But registered, he might mean patented. Now, I don't know what it's like in Iran with the sanctions. It's an unfortunate situation for people in Iran, whether you're allowed to patent things with American sanctions. But a patent is when you've got an idea, you take it to the patent office and you say, this is my idea, and nobody else, once you've patented it, and you spent a lot of money on that, you have to prove using drawings and designs to show that this is yours. Once you've patented something, then technically no one else can take that idea. Now, as we know, there are some trouble for people in Iran. So whether you're allowed to patent things in Iran, I'm not sure. It seems unfair that you wouldn't be able to, but you never know. Some sanctions are very strict. So I think that's what he means. Let's carry on. Okay, now let's talk about keeping in contact with other people. How do you usually keep in contact with your friends?
Okay. Nowadays, because of power of social media, I try to keep contact with my friends, also with my families, with social media such as WhatsApp.
Okay, good. So the power of social media. So thanks to the power of social media, I try to keep in contact with my friends and family through. It's better. Let's write it down. Speak it. I like to keep in contact with my friends and family through social media such as WhatsApp and Viber, or whatever else you want to use. So through social media, and then he used the word such as, which is great. Okay.
Or Telegram. These are common devices, common apps, in fact, in our country.
Good. And he used in fact. Did you hear how he said that? He was fixing himself, so we can use that. So WhatsApp, Viber, and Telegram, which are common. And initially he said devices, which are common devices. But then he fixes himself and says common apps, in fact, in my country, for example. I don't know what he exactly said, but there is using his in fact, which he's using cleverly and well to say, no, I didn't mean devices, I meant apps. Here's my favorite thing. Remember, at least, so common apps, at least in my country. So in fact and at least, they can be worked interchangeably. Please notice, remember, I've spoken about this before. If I say at least very clearly, the examiner might not quite get what you mean. You need to say at least very quickly, which suggests that you are fixing something you've just made the mistake of saying. Okay.
Also, traditional methods such as phone calling or direct contact.
Okay, so traditional methods he used, and he gives examples such as using the telephone, phone calling. Calling on the phone is more natural, and then direct contact, we would say. I also, of course, use traditional methods such as making a phone call to especially my elderly mother, who's not very good with modern technology. And as well as that, I also have face-to-face contact with as many people as possible, because it's nice to keep people in your physical environment, especially if you're their family or friends, close friends. Sorry, my brain is not working today. Too early. And also, of course, I use traditional methods such as making a phone call, especially to my elderly mother, who's not very good with modern technology, and as well as that, I also have face-to-face contact with as many people as possible, because it's nice to keep people in your physical environment. Don't know what I meant to say there. Keep people. It's nice to keep in touch with people physically. Okay, especially if they are. Glad I'm not doing the IELTS test. I would not get above a 7.5. I think if they are family or friends. Close friends. Okay. Alright, so traditional methods he used, which is great. Make a phone call, or phoning or calling on the telephone, and then we can add extra stuff like especially. I've just realized now, I'm just going to say something. Especially, yes, my elderly mother, so she's not very good with modern technology, so she benefits from phone calls and even face-to-face contact with her when I have a chance to go around to her house. It's nice to keep in touch with people physically, face-to-face, similar meaning. Especially, again, there's that word especially, adding extra information if they are family or close friends. Okay.
Is common words which I use.
Do you find it easy to keep in contact with your friends and family?
Yes, when we come back to direct contact with our friends and family, because of new situation and in fact because of lockdown of COVID-19, it is really difficult to keep safe, and it is not a safe way to contact. But I think via social media we are happy and we can connect.
Okay. Yes, so Iran got it quite badly. The COVID situation in Iran is quite bad. So I know that there has been a serious lockdown there for some time. On a normal day, in a normal situation, I would like to keep in contact physically as much as possible with people around me. But in the current situation that we're facing with lockdown, we are forced to use technology such as social media platforms to keep in touch with our friends and family. So the question was, do you find it easy? And he said, yes, in a normal situation, I keep in contact. I keep in contact physically as much as possible, and he doesn't find that difficult. But in the current situation that we are facing with lockdown, we are forced to use technology such as media platforms to keep in touch with our friends and family. Okay, that's fine.
We can connect effectively.
Now let's talk about connect effectively. That's a nice one. Okay. Have you always liked, this is, you didn't quite catch that, but let's talk about food now, okay? the same food?
To be honest with you, yes.
So have you always liked the same food? Basically, that means did you enjoy the same food as when you were a child as you do now? Some people change their tastes over the years, and Akbar here is saying essentially yes, the food that I ate when I was a child was just as delicious, or I find just as delicious then as I do now.
I think because of our mother's foods, and because of taste we have tested, we used to eat some kind of foods which are which we are familiar with them.
Okay, so it's getting it mixed up with used to and to be used to. Okay, so let's just have a look at these. I like the same food now as I did when I was a kid, mainly because of my mother's cooking. I've got used to her style of cooking, and because I'm familiar with it, it's just something that I find delicious still to this day. Okay, now I said be used to, but it can also be get used to. So let's have a look at it. I like the same food now as I did when I was a child, mainly, primarily because of my mother's cooking. So because his mother's cooking style, when you're a child, you just get used to those tastes, those flavors, those styles of mixing those particular spices together and those choices of foods. So he's got used to her style of cooking. You can also say I've become used to, but it's more common in spoken English to say get. So I've got used to her style of cooking. I am used to her style of cooking, you could also say. This one talks about a process. So over the years, since I was a child until now, I'm used to that style of cooking, and maybe I even ask my wife, okay, can you just do that thing that my mother used to do when I was a kid? I love that food. It could happen. Okay, so this is talking about a process. I've got used to it, and I am used to her style of cooking. That means now, at this moment in time, this is what is familiar to me. So I've got used to, process. I am used to. This is the way it is for me now. This is familiar to me, to her style of cooking, and because I'm familiar with it, because I know how it tastes and how it should be, it's just something that I find delicious to this day. Still to this day, it means until now. Every day, I don't get bored of it. I don't say, oh, this is old style cooking. I still enjoy this style of cooking. Okay, so I used to, it means past habit that's no longer true. I used to be able to hold my breath underwater for 3 minutes. Now I can only manage about 38 seconds. Okay, but this one here, I am used to, I was used to, I got used to, is talking about becoming familiar or being familiar with something. So be aware of this verb here, be or get, whereas this one here, there is the verb. Okay, and the main verb, I used to hold my breath. That is the main verb, and this is sort of auxiliary or helping verb to explain that this is a past habit. But here, this is the to preposition. I'm used to her style of cooking, or I'm used to eating her food. There's the ing form here. Okay, so the very, very, very different between these two. Okay, and this is focused on in the grammar section. If you go to the Mastering Grammar course, you'll see it there.
So I usually eat same foods.
Okay, thank you. The same, okay? The same food as I did when I was younger. So I usually eat the same food as I did when I was younger. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I would Okay, so describe a party that you enjoyed. You should say whose party it was and what it was, celebrating, sorry, where the party was held and who went to it, and then what people did during the party, and also explain what you enjoyed about this party. All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay. There is many parties that I can speak about them, but I'm going to speak about my daughter's birthday party.
Okay, there have been many parties that I can speak about. Now, he put in the word them. We'll talk about that later. There's no use for the word them. So there have been. He's talking about a period of time until now. So we need, again, like I said, present perfect. There have been. When I use there is to make it into present perfect, I say there have been many parties that I can speak about. And when I'm using a relative clause, this is a very Turkish thing, by the way. Turkish people often like to add an object after this. So when I use that, this is referring to the parties that I can speak about. I don't need to repeat the word pronoun them for parties when I'm using relative clause. Just take it away. Parties that I can speak about. And that is the end of that sentence. Okay.
Which held about 2 months ago.
Okay, and he's talking about a passive voice, which many parties that I can speak about, which were held, which was actually technically, because it's only one, 2 months ago. Okay, now held is the word hold. Past tense of hold is held. Verb number 3 is also held. So verb 2 and verb 3 look exactly the same, but it is a passive voice. We held the party was held. Okay, so don't forget the verb be when we make a passive voice sentence. Be held, be arrested, be asked. Okay, be arrested by the police. A man was arrested by the police. The same thing is happening here. Okay.
The party was held in my own apartment.
Good.
And my friends, also my family, gathered to each other.
Okay, gathered. When we say gather, we just need the object. So gathered there, gathered at my house. Okay, but we don't need to use any prepositions after that. Got together is more common. We got together at my house. We all got together at my house. Gathered is a little bit academic, okay, for spoken English like this.
With each other, and we were really excited because of this gathering.
Okay, you can use gathering. That's fine. Gathering is a noun. That's quite normal. But gathered with each other, no, more common. Get together. We all got together. Yeah.
And you know, because of COVID-19 outbreak, there were a little concern about safety, but
Okay, nice phrase. There was a little bit of concern about safety. Okay, let's take away about. So there was a little bit of concern. Yeah, that's fine. There was a little bit of concern about safety. So that's a nice phrase. A bit of concern about safety because of the COVID-19 situation. The whole family gathering together might be a little bit dangerous.
I asked my friends and family to consider possible consequences and then take part in my party.
Okay, very nice phrase. That was all perfect. So I asked them to take into consideration, I think that's what he said. Before the party, I did ask the people who would attend to take into consideration any consequences of gathering together in a small space during the COVID-19 crisis, but everyone agreed that they would come anyway. Okay. Take into consideration, I'm not sure exactly what he said, let's just listen to it. The consequences of getting together, gathering together. In this case, it's okay with gathering together in a small space during the COVID-19 crisis. Let's listen.
My friends and family to consider possible consequences and
good. So I've used take into consideration because now nominalization slightly more formal, but what he's got there is great. To consider any consequences.
Then take part in my party.
Okay, and take part in, that's great. Before, let's use it here. Before taking part in the party, here's the emphasis. I did ask. You don't have to say did, you can say I asked. But I decided to put did there because to emphasize that, look, before the party I did give people warning. So before taking part in the party, I did ask the people who would attend to take into consideration or to consider any consequences of gathering together. Okay, good.
We ate dinner with each other. That my wife really cooked it.
Okay, again, that my wife really cooked it. A Turkish problem. Be careful, please, with this one. We all sat down and had dinner together. The dinner, which my wife cooked, was fantastically delicious. Okay, and so please remember that the dinner, it's already a subject in English. We don't need to put it here. My wife cooked it. No, the dinner which my wife cooked. Sorry, I would have put the it there, but it's not supposed to be there anyway. Okay, take that out. The dinner which my wife cooked was absolutely delicious, very tasty. Everyone was happy, etc.
And then we communicate to each other and
okay, communicate to. We're not with to, we say with, but the problem still is the register. Now this is something that I haven't spoke about much because I haven't really had to raise it. The thing with Akbar is that I presume that the English he uses is mostly business related stuff. And so in an IELTS style situation, he might be using a little bit too business-like English, especially written English. So I wouldn't say I sat down with my family and communicated with them. I know exactly what he's talking about, but the register doesn't fit with this system, with this context of number one, talking to two people, me, the examiner, and him, the other. And also the situation of being with family and friends, that situation he's talking about in the past. that doesn't fit. You wouldn't sit there and communicate. You would sit down and chat. So chat with each other about all sorts of things. Yeah, I can't think of any other way to say this really. To chat with each other. To let's find an idiom. So, for example, we chatted into the early hours of the night. We chatted until the cows came home. This one here, until the cows came home, it's just non-stop, just free chatting with family about everything under the sun. And that's a nice idiom to say, to talk or chat until the cows came home. Should be came. Okay.
Did something routine, such as speaking, telling joke, and reviewing some past memories with it.
Okay. So again, the word reviewing. We wouldn't use that. Again, register issues here. So we reminisced about. Reminisced. Let me just check the spelling. Oh, I don't know how to. I'm not sure about the spelling. Let me just check. Okay, yes, reminisced. I was right the first time. So SC. So we reminisced about the past. So review the past. Review is more about, whether you've done a good job. If you're in business, what did we do well with this contract? What didn't we do so well? What we need to review it. But this one is to think about the past and talk about it and enjoy it and say, oh, remember that one time when Uncle did this and he fell into the lake, or he, So that's probably what he means here. But there's a word he used before here. Let's just listen to it.
Did something routine, such as speaking, telling.
Something routine. Okay, another word quite strange for this situation. So we did what every big family would do at such an occasion. Okay, and then you're going to start talking about it. We did what every big family would do at such an occasion. We reminisced about the past. We laughed and told jokes and basically had a great time together at his daughter's birthday. Okay.
Joke and reviewing some past memories with each other, and we
reminisced about the past, reminded each other about past memories, similar meaning, and we laughed and told jokes. Okay.
But being together, it was really a good time.
Thank you, Akbar.
You're welcome.
Do you think that you are a good host at a party?
Sorry, let me have your question again.
Do you think that you make a good host of a party? Okay, I changed it slightly for him just to make it more clear. You are allowed to ask again, and the examiner can change the sentence. The question, but technically only in part 3. In part 2 and part 1, certainly, they have to repeat the exact same question without changing anything. So I technically changed it a little bit too early. I'm only allowed to change the question in part 3. And the way the question was, is he a good host at a party usually? Now, the way Akbar asked that question again, just listen to the way he asks it.
Sorry, let me have your question again.
Okay, so that's fine. I can understand what he's saying, but could I have that question again? Unusual, but it's possible. But I need to use could I. Could I have that question again? More common is, could you say that again, please? And you could put the word, say that question again, please, but you don't need to. Okay. Or even ask, technically. So if you're going to use question, then you need to ask. So let's just say, can you say that again, please? Okay. Do you think that you make a good host of a party?
Yes, yes, because not only my wife tried to do her best, but also I tried to prepare everything my friends and my family need.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, I think I make a good host, and we make a good host, my wife and I. Not only does my wife do her best to put on some fantastic food, but I also go out of my way to make everyone feel at home and welcome in the house. Okay, let's put that, technically it's there. So yes, I think I make good, and we make good hosts, my wife and I. If I was writing this, I would do it like this. And now he's using not only. So not only does my wife do her best to put on some fantastic food. You can put on food, you put on dishes, but I also go out of my way to make everyone feel at home and welcome in the house. Get people drinks, find them a place to sit, make sure everyone is having a chance to talk to each other, no one is left out, no one is feeling lonely. Not lonely, but feeling left out. Okay, so he's a good host. Right, let's carry on. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and the paper and pencil back now. Okay?
Okay.
Now, we have been talking about a party that you enjoyed, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, family parties. What are the main reasons why people organize family parties in your country?
In my country, people think that family are the most important supporter for them, so they are really close to each other.
Okay. In my country, it is the family who is the biggest supporter of an individual, and for that reason, families tend to be extremely close. Okay. So here's again this clefting, we spoke about it before. It's the family who is the biggest supporter of an individual. Individual means a person. Okay, it's slightly more formal. And for that reason, families tend to be extremely close. Okay, tend to be, this is hedging, that means usually. Most family, not every family in Iran is very close, but for the most part, that is true.
They prefer to gathering with each other because they trust themselves.
Okay, they prefer to gather with each other because they trust themselves. Okay, I think I know what he's trying to say. If they are given an opportunity, most Iranians would prefer to spend time with their families than with friends because they trust each other more than anybody else. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's basically what Akbar was saying. Because they trust each other more than anybody else. Okay, so he did use the word prefer, suggesting, remember the word prefer means I have two options. Now, I'm not sure if Akbar is using the word incorrectly, which means that we're saying family versus friends, which is maybe not fair. So if he means like and not prefer, then let's try it out here. If they're given an opportunity, most Iranians, so let's just take this away. Most Iranians like spending time with their families. take this away because for the most part, okay, I'm using this to hedge. For the most part, this is hedging. So mostly, usually, they trust each other more than anyone else. Okay. Now we're using just the word like rather than prefer, because prefer, like, remember with who was making the mistake with like versus prefer? Imad from Egypt. He was using prefer instead of like. Okay, prefer, remember, is an option of two things or three things. So if Akbar prefers it, in this case, I would probably say most Iranians prefer or would like. Let's take this away. Sorry, there's no would here. Most Iranians like spending time with their family because, for the most part, they trust each other more than anybody else. Okay, they depend on each other more than anybody else. They rely on each other the most. They depend on each other and they rely on each other more than anybody else. Okay, maybe trust. Yeah, okay, let's just use that one. So they depend and rely on each other. Notice these both have on, depend on, rely on, very strong collocations. You can't change that. Okay. In some places, people spend a lot of money on parties to celebrate special events. Is this true in your country?
Yes, it is true. I think everywhere in all around the world, people try to enjoy, and sometimes they spend lots of money to enjoying. In my country.
Okay, so please remember that enjoy is a type of verb. It is called a transitive verb, and a transitive verb means it must always have something coming after it. So if I want to use enjoy, it's often used with a reflexive pronoun. So enjoy myself, enjoy themselves, enjoy yourself. Okay, I cannot finish a sentence with the word enjoy. All right, so most people think, when they have a chance, let's put in a sentence. Most people in my country, when they have a chance to have a huge family party, their main aim is to make sure everyone enjoys themselves, which usually means spending a lot of money to make sure that the food is great and the accommodation is fantastic and the music is nice. Let's not use nice. Okay, so most people in my country, when they have a chance to have a huge family party, okay, technically this should be possessive. Their main, I shouldn't be repeating this, but we were allowed to do this in spoken English, not in written. So let's use that instead. When they have a chance to have a huge party. Most people in my country, their main aim is to make sure everyone enjoys themselves. So there's the word themselves. Enjoy it. Of course we can say enjoy it, enjoy the party, enjoy your time abroad, enjoy your holiday to New York. But if I find myself finishing the sentence with enjoy, it's most likely because I forgot to put a reflexive pronoun. Themselves, myself, yourself. Okay? So make sure everyone enjoys themselves, which usually means spending a lot of money to make sure that the food is great and the accommodation is fantastic and the music is pleasant. Okay, accommodation is more about where you sleep, so let's say the venue is better. So nice lights, if it's going to be a disco music at the end, or a beautiful environment in a restaurant, for example. Okay, so the venue is fantastic. So people spend a lot of money to get all this right.
It is true, and some people really like to spend much money for their party.
Okay, so be careful. Money, remember, uncountable. So he did say much money. He did say a lot of money. Which one is better? A lot of money is better. Much is only used, or almost always only used, in questions and negatives. I didn't have much money. How much money do you have? But to use it in a positive sentence in English is very unusual. So people spend a lot of money. Now we can look at other ways to say it. Vast amounts of money. And if I wanted to go into idioms, we can say buckets of money. Sometimes people spend bucket loads of money. Actually, technically it's bucket loads of money on weddings, for example. If you want to even make it even stronger, people say truckloads, camion, what do you call it? Lorry in British English. So lorry, truckloads of money on things like weddings. Okay. Do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
I have no special idea about it because some people.
Special idea is not a strong collocation. I don't have any. One second. Sorry, just had to sneeze there. So, a particular position on this. Okay, and when we say position, when we have a position on something, we have an opinion. So I don't have a particular position on this. I don't have an opinion on this so much. And let's listen to what else he has to say.
Could say that I gain money to spend it in my own way, and some maybe want to spend it in charity, for example. It is different among people, but I think it is reasonable to spend some of money to enjoy more.
Okay, enjoy more. Even more is not an object, so enjoy yourself more. Okay, just be aware of that pronunciation. Own money. I think people should be allowed to do what they want with what they earn. What they earn. I think people should be allowed to do what they want with what they want with what they earn. Some people give their money away to charity. Others want to treat themselves to something like a big party. And why not? I think that they should be allowed to make their own choices, and no one should be condemning them for how they spend their own money. Okay. Some people give their money away to charity. That's a nice word he used there. Others want to treat themselves to something like a big party. And why not? I think that they should be allowed to make their own choices, and no one, even Akbar here, should be condemning them, saying, oh, you shouldn't do that, that's naughty, for how they spend their money. Okay, everyone's got their own money and they can decide what they want to do with it.
Do you think there are big differences between family parties and parties with friends?
I guess it is not really big differences, but we can find some differences between them. For example, in family parties, because of history of our relation, we can find some connection which is not correct in friends relationship. But
okay, I know what he's trying to say. So because of the history, the family history, there is a stronger connection. Now let's just use it in a sentence. Because of a family history that may go back generations, there is a type of connection that does not exist, that is not the case in friendships between friends. Sorry. Ships between friends. Okay. So because of the family history, a family history that may go back generations. So to go back generations, that means my great-grandfather and even further, great-great-grandfather. We've all been connected for so many years. And there's a type of connection that does not exist, that we can say. He wanted to say not the case, but he couldn't think of it. Let's just listen to what he said there instead of not the case.
Some connection which is not correct in.
Okay, so he used correct, but is not the case in relationships between friends. Okay.
Friends relationship, but because we choose our friends, our in fact, parties with our friends may be specialized and maybe planned, organized.
Okay. So, and nice, he's using may be, so he's using hedging here, so it's not always the case. So let's do it here. Because we have a chance to choose our friends, very often parties with friends tend to be perhaps more specialized, more organized, and they are perhaps prepared around a theme, for example, rather than just for the fact of getting together. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here with my brain today. For the fact of getting together, for the chance to get together. Okay, so we can choose our friends. We have a chance to choose our friends. Very often parties with friends tend to be, so I'm using hedging here, often and tend to be. He used they can be, and again I'm using perhaps, so there's hedging all over the place. More specialized, more organized, and they are perhaps prepared around a theme, for example. That's the example is, by the way, the way I say it, that for example comes, if I was writing this and I could edit this, the for example would come before the phrase prepared around a theme. But because I'm speaking it and my brain is a little bit slow today, I am allowed to say for example, but then I need to have quite a big gap between for example and then the next word to show to the person who's listening that the for example belongs to what I've just said. So listen to it. They are more organized and they are perhaps prepared around a theme, for example, rather than just for a chance to get together. Okay.
Or arranged as a different kind. But it is really difficult to arrange a party with your family which has special features.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, special features, yeah. Okay. So that's a nice phrase. So special features, family parties tend not to be for special features, whereas with friends they may well be. As I said, arranged around a theme. I don't know, I can't think of one right now, and I'm not sure what sort of parties Akbar is thinking about in Iran.
Now let's talk about national celebrations. In your country, what kinds of national celebrations do you have?
We have several national celebrities, celebrations. Sorry, because of different kind of cultures and tribes in our country. We have too many celebrations, but the most important of them is Nowruz celebration. And
okay, so just again, same problem that Imad was having in Egypt, using the word to as the same as very. It's not the case, right? Remember, to is always negative, so there are too many cultures and tribes in our country, which suggests that you are fascist or fascist. So don't ever say that. There are very many. There are large numbers of different cultures in the country. Okay, never too many, because that means you're deciding to kill a few, which obviously is not what he means. Okay.
in our local area, we have Mordad celebration, which during this time, all the country celebrate the coming. In fact, beginning of spring is the Nowruz party and all of.
So the beginning of spring, and I'm sure you know that means the 4 different seasons: spring, autumn, winter, and summer. So the beginning of spring is the Nowruz celebration, and all the country, he says, all the country celebrates it. This sounds a bit like my grandmother speaking English, so all the country is a bit old English way to say that. So we'd say the whole country celebrates it. Okay.
People in Iran celebrate it.
And so you're speaking about Nowruz. Who tends to enjoy Nowruz the most? Young people or old people, or is there no difference?
I guess because of economic situation now, young people are more interested in Nowruz because they don't spend money. But for people such as me, I think it is a memorial party, and we see our families after hard working.
Okay, so just talking about this, so young people don't spend money. This is a very generalized statement, so try to hedge this. So young people tend not to spend so much money, because usually it's the father or the grandfather who's putting the Nowruz parties together, so it's up to them to fork out. Let's use that nice phrase. Young people tend not to spend so much money during Nowruz celebrations because it is the father or the grandfather that has to fork out for the family celebrations. So I guess it's really the young people that look forward to them and get excited about them because they don't have to worry about the financial repercussions. Okay. Oh, it even spelt it right there. So young people tend not to spend so much money during, let's just say, the Nowruz celebrations because it is the father or the grandfather that has to fork out. Fork out means you just spend money. Yeah, a fork, I think it comes from moving hay, big piles of hay for horses and cows. That's a fork, a pitchfork. So you're just shoveling money like this. To make sure that the whole family is getting great celebrations. So I guess it's really the young people that look forward to them. Them refers to the celebrations. So, to them and get excited about them because they don't have to worry about the financial repercussions. Repercussions is the next day when you look at how much money you have spent. You're, oh my God, I can't believe I spent so much money just on one party. Okay. Let's just go back a little bit because I didn't catch everything.
For people such as me, I think it is a memorial party, and we see our families after hard working. Let me tell, after working like a dog.
Okay, so it's a memorial party. It's a chance to. I think he means memorable. Let's use it here. For me, I would rather make sure that it is a memorable occasion for everyone to get together after working like a dog for an entire year and to celebrate the passing of one more year and to get excited about the years to come. Okay. For me, I would rather make sure that it is a memorable occasion for everyone to get together after working like a dog. Yeah, nice idiom he's used there. To work like a dog is just to work so hard. This idiom came about when dogs in the UK and in England were working dogs. There was one particular dog that used to run for 8 or 9, 19 hours a day to turn the fire to cook. So this was before electricity, and that's where it comes from. The little dog would run on a wheel, and the wheel would turn and rotate the chicken or whatever it is that they were cooking. And to celebrate the passing of one more year and to get excited about the years to come. Okay, and I think that's the end of... Okay. Thank you, Akbar. Thank you very much. That's the end of the test. Okay, so we're going to look at Akbar's score now in the band descriptors. Okay, let's have a look at how Akbar did in terms of the band descriptors. Okay, so we're looking at the coherence and the fluency here, and he does speak at length. Sometimes he loses coherence, not too much. A little bit of repetition, self-correction, a little bit of hesitation sometimes, and he does try to use a few connectives, not a large number, but not enough to be down at a 5. So there's discourse markers and connectors, not a huge number, but that still allows him to sit around a 6 for his fluency and coherence, because it's not always completely appropriate, the ones that he does use. Lexical resource he does quite well. He's got some nice language, good collocations, a little bit, as I've spoken about, the register can be a little bit too business-like for talking about family, for example. So he doesn't get a 7. So he is able to discuss topics at length, but there are some inappropriacies with it. He does paraphrase quite well. He doesn't just repeat the same question back to me. The problems come in over here for the grammar. The complex structures, he does try to use them, but they contain errors, and there may be a bit of comprehension problems for a listener. So he does try to use them, but not always as successfully as he could. But he has no problems with basic sentence forms, no problem with the accuracy there. It's just, adding, for example, the it or them to the end of a relative clause. That's a classic Turkish problem, Turkish speaking issue. If he can fix those, then he's going to possibly look at getting around a 6 for the grammatical range and accuracy. But right now it's sitting at a 5. And then the pronunciation. Now let's just have a look at this. So if we look at number 4, this is a limited range of pronunciation features. Now, so he has no trouble saying the individual sounds generally, but I didn't hear any examples of weak forms and connected speech at all. I didn't hear it at all. And Turkish and Spanish, especially European Spanish speakers, have a very stressed syllable-timed languages, Turkish especially. And so it's very difficult to go from stress-time languages like European Spanish and Turkish to English, which has got a syllables-time structure. So it is very tricky for Turkish speakers to get used to these weak forms. But it's just something you need to try and get used to. Attempts to control features, but lapses are frequent. So he does try. He is aware of them, but sometimes he just lets it out in the way that he can. Mispronunciations are frequent and cause some difficulty for the listener, not so much. So it's not a 4. So let's look at a 6 then. Uses a range of pronunciation features with mixed control. So I didn't hear a big range of pronunciation features. The weak forms and the connected speech, for example. There are some occasional uses of them, but they're not sustained. He can be generally understood throughout, though their mispronunciation of individual words or sounds reduces clarity at times. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is something in between. Now, do I say that the problem is this one here? He uses a range. The fact remains that he's not using a huge range of like weak forms and connected speech. But it's not as bad as a 4. So what we're looking at here is a 5 for this one. And so what happens at the end is Akbar has got a 5.5. And now you can see how important pronunciation is to. He's very close to a 6, but not quite, because of this basic thing about the weak forms. And I know I say the word basic as if it's easy. It's not, especially for people who speak Turkish, to get the weak forms right. But it's something that it's worth putting as much effort in as you can to try and use them correctly and use them well, because it's 25% of your grade. And if you're sitting it here, just a tiny mark up would allow you to get a 6. This is the problem. And so, it's something that it doesn't require learning new words. It doesn't require learning new grammar. It's just getting used to the sound of English and saying things like, instead of uses a range of complex structure, it's uses a range of complex structures, and these weak forms are only half the length of the others. Uses a range of complex structures. Okay, we just need to get used to doing that. All right, I hope that's useful for you. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll see you in the next video.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Michael Austin. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is James Castleton.
Thank you. And what shall I call you?
You can call me James.
And where are you from, Saeed?
I'm originally from South Africa, but I currently live in London.
Can I see your identification,
Yes,
please?
sure.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, that's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about where you live. What do you like most about your hometown or city?
I really enjoy the big city of London. There's so much to do. You're never at a loss as to what to do with yourself. And I've got a lot of friends here, so I'm always out with them when I have a chance to be with them and spend time with them.
So is your home city a popular place for tourists to visit?
Oh yes, certainly. London attracts millions of tourists in both the summer and the winter. It doesn't seem to matter what time of the year it is. There will be a tourist in your way when you're trying to go from A to B. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm very grateful that so many tourists come to London because they stimulate the economy. But they can be quite... there could be throngs of them, especially in the summer months in certain areas like Oxford Circus and Trafalgar Square, for example, and around the London Eye. You can hardly move.
Has your home city changed much in recent years?
I've been in London for now 8 years, and one noticeable difference I've noticed is that the cycle lanes have increased drastically. The city used to be quite car heavy and car focused at least, and now more and more people are using bicycles, and the government or at least the municipality has put in a far more cycle lanes to accommodate people who choose to use a bicycle to get from home to work on their commute.
Thank you. Now let's talk about writing. What different types of writing do you do? For example, letters, emails, reports, or essays?
I do have to do a lot of reports because I'm a teacher, and so I've got a large number of reports to write at the end of every semester, and each child has to have something specialized written for them. I also make a lot of my own materials, so that can range from doing fictional writing to non-fiction that, let's say, gives a good example of a point I'm trying to make. If I can't find a piece of text or a piece of writing that already exists somewhere on the internet or on the written page, or the printed page. So yeah, I do a lot of writing actually, much more so than the average person, I would say.
Do you prefer writing with a pen or using a computer?
It's a good question actually. I think probably at the moment I prefer on the computer, because then I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I like things being done properly, and I will spend a lot of time making sure that it looks nice. My handwriting is a little bit of a scrawl. It's a little bit like a spider's walked across the page. So if I really put effort into it, I can get it looking quite nice, but within halfway down the page, it's already started to falter. So yeah, I prefer writing on a computer now, and I'm quite quick now. I type quite quickly, so I do find it actually faster to use a computer than if I'm writing by hand.
Do you write more now or less than you did a few years ago?
By far, I write a lot more now than I did before. As I said, I'm a teacher, but my teaching type of teaching that I was doing beforehand was with adults, and we were relying a lot on course books that had already been published. Now with teenagers, it has to be a lot more relevant. It has to be very up to date. If something's come up in the news that day or the night before, then I'll often put something together for a lesson related to that, so that it's absolutely relevant to my students. And for that reason, I end up writing quite a bit.
And do you like to write stories or poems?
Poems, not so much, but stories I love. I've in fact published or self-published, let's say, my own book. That is just a collection of short stories, true stories that happened to me while I was in the Middle East, and I enjoyed the process of putting it together. I thoroughly enjoyed the challenge of putting it together, as well as the creative side of it. So yeah, I really like writing, and I also like writing fictional stuff. So I've written a few short stories. I like the idea of horror stories and keep you up at night stories. Poetry, I think I would like to give it a shot, I must admit. I think I wouldn't be too bad, but it's just not something that's ever been something that I've put my mind to and pursued, but I think it would be something I should try.
Let's talk about music. How often do you listen to music?
Oh, almost every day. When I'm driving, I always have, at the very least, the radio on. Otherwise, I put on my own music through the Bluetooth from my phone onto the radio, or into the stereo system. And I also have, I think I probably have about 4 different pairs of earphones, depending on whether I want something that's got a lot of bass or if it's more upbeat. And so, yeah, it's without doubt a daily, if not hourly, occurrence.
Now I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so here's some paper and a pen for making notes. And here's your topic. Please don't write anything on the booklet. I'd like you to describe a time when you helped someone.
Okay, so the time I helped somebody was about 8 years ago. It happened in a country called Namibia, which is absolutely beautiful and famous for its sand dunes, and very fine sand, one of the oldest deserts in the world, in fact the oldest desert in the world. So the sand is extremely fine, and so what happened was I was traveling with my cousin and her friend and my friend, so it was the 4 of us in a car, in a Land Rover, and we were traveling through one of these desert areas, and one thing you need to remember to do is to never drive your car off the beaten path, because it literally has been beaten down so that the fine sand has become almost like rock, and the issue is that as soon as you drive your car off it, you'll be going into extremely soft and fine sand. and that's exactly what a family had done probably an hour or so before we got there. One problem with Namibia is that there's very few people, so I think we were the first people that they saw, and they flagged us down with rather despondent faces, saying they'd got stuck in the sand. So we stayed on the track itself and hitched a tow rope to our car and managed to pull this family out. And they were from Britain, so they didn't know the ins and outs of how to drive in places where there's very, very fine sand. And so I gave him a few tips. One of them, obviously, he'd worked out straight away, but other things like how to get your car out of that sort of situation if it happens again and no one else is there. And it involves a few gearbox changes, very, reversing and going forward. But it was great to see how they were very grateful, and it felt good to help them out in the end. So yeah, it was a good time.
Thank you. So, do you like helping other people?
Oh yes, without a doubt. There's nothing more satisfying, I think, than feeling that you've made a difference to someone's life and made their life a little bit easier. And so yeah, I go out of my way if I can to help whenever it's necessary.
Thank you. Can I take the booklet and the pen and paper pencil back, please? Thank you. Thank you. We've been talking about a time when you helped someone, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, helping neighbours. Can you tell me some of the practical things that people can do to help their neighbours?
I think neighbours it depends on where you live. So in big cities where you're basically on top of each other, then it's pretty easy for you to simply go across and say, can I borrow some sugar? Can I... my Wi-Fi stopped working, I just need to send an email, can I log onto your Wi-Fi? Those sort of things. And they tend to be, let's say, less serious things. But where I grew up in South Africa, there's a definite need for neighbours to look out for each other, because we have a crime situation in the country, and it can be quite scary if you are not being supported by your neighbours. So the neighbourhood watch system that South Africa has at the moment is it's an essential part of life there, and so people look out for each other. And if you need to call for help, your neighbours are going to be there for you at whatever time of the day it is, and it's just an unfortunate situation that is facing a country like South Africa at the moment.
So why is it important then for neighbours to help each other?
So obviously a sense of community is very important. So if you can make your neighbour feel like they are going to be able to ask for help when they need it, because that needs to be reciprocated on their part as well. So if you are willing to help them, then they're going to be willing to help you when you're in a time of crisis. And it could be as simple as running out of a certain foodstuff that you realized, I've got my mother-in-law coming around in three hours time, and I don't have time to go and get go to the shop and get something, and I'll pay you back, or I'll give you the same quantity back next week when I go to the shop. I think a neighbour would appreciate that, and I certainly would. So the sense of community is very important. Whether you live in a tiny apartment next to another person who's in a tiny apartment in a block of flats in a big city, or you're more spread out, like in the suburbs of the USA or Australia, you still need to have that feeling that you are working together and helping each other out in this small village in a way.
Okay, you live in a big city in Tashkent.
Yeah.
Do you think that people in small towns help each other more than people in cities?
Yeah, I certainly think that is the case. I think the smaller the town, the village, the hamlet, the more likely you are going to have people who will look out for their neighbors and other people in that village. Simply because that's the way it has been, so it's tradition. But it's also a case of, look, nobody else is going to help you out if something goes wrong. We're the only other 200, 300 families in this village. So if you need help, we are the ones who are going to help you. Because, you know, it depends on where you are. If the closest hospital or the closest ambulance service is hours away, then you have to be able to rely on those people. And yeah, so in big cities, I think people tend to be less reliant on people who are living near them, close to them, much less so than in smaller towns and villages.
Let's go on and think about jobs that involve helping people. Can you tell me some of the jobs that focus on helping other people?
Yeah, I mean, I can categorize large numbers of jobs related to that. Anything in the medical service, so from doctors to nurses to midwives, I mean, their entire raison d'etre is to help people and to make sure that people are healthy. And but then it can extend to pretty much any job. In a way, you are there to help people, to facilitate people. If you are in the service sector, your job is to make sure that you are helping people out. Of course, yes, it's an exchange for money, but in the long run, you are basically there to help people. So a lawyer, for example, could help you to get out of prison. A lawyer could help you to make sure that that you are paid on time or you are paid fairly if you are unfairly dismissed, for example, from your company. So yeah, there's name a job that doesn't in some way help others. I don't think they exist.
Well, what sort of qualities does a person need to work in that sort of job?
So jobs related to medicine, so in a hospital, you need to have you have to be extremely patient. You have to be able to put up with some abuse to some extent. Some people are very abusive to nurses and doctors, and they feel that it is their right to be rude to somebody simply because they feel that they're in pain or they've got some sort of physical, not only physical, but mental pain. So they have to put up with that, but they also have to be patient with people who are not in the best of moods simply because they've got a physical ailment, and they need to still be able to smile sweetly and say, "How are you doing?" and as they come into the ward, as they come into the room. And so patience is number one, I think. The other thing is just to be able to work under pressure. I think one of the most difficult jobs I think in the world must be working as a doctor, as a junior doctor especially. Junior doctors seem to be run off their feet, certainly in this country, because they are expected to work ridiculously long hours until 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock at night. And yeah, those are the two that jump out at me the most.
Okay, and so people like nurses in that sort of job, do you think that their salaries are too low?
Yes, unfortunately, that's, I think, across the board. It doesn't matter which country you go to, everyone is aware that there's certain skills that are absolutely essential to the smooth running of a society, and people are not being compensated properly for them. Teachers are another example. State teachers throughout the world. There are exceptions. There are exceptions. Finland, for example. But going back to nurses, I think there is this sort of misconception that anybody can be a nurse if they put a little bit of effort into educating themselves. They can become a nurse. But it's not about education only. It's about character. It's about a personality. And there are nurses out there that shouldn't be nurses. They can be quite, short-tempered. They can be pretty upset with life in general, and the lot that they've been given. And those are the type of people that should be moving on and going on to something else. But no one's going to take their position. No one's going to take their place, because most people don't want to work for a pittance. They get paid peanuts in many of these countries, and without nurses, you're going to have some, feel very bad for yourself if you end up in hospital and you're left with a shortage of nurses, or people that don't want to be nurses and are just forced to do it, simply because that's the only thing that they've ended up being able to do. So not a good idea. You need to pay people properly, and you need to pay them to a sort of compensation for their not only their skill set but their mindset.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nadia. That is the end of the speaking test.
So in this one I do quite a lot better than previously, simply because I've got a better idea of how I'm going to answer these questions. I've prepared the general structure of the question in my mind before I started. One thing that I would need to work on to make sure that I've got a 9, if I'm a very strong candidate, like some of you no doubt are, one thing I would like to work on is to be careful in part 3 of using quotations within my speaking, just like this example here with junior doctors in red. And so if you want to read through that, you'll see the difference between that and a better way of responding to it down below, where I'm describing the situation using more vocabulary rather than relying on direct quotations to feed the emotions and the feelings that people are going through, and my opinions about it as well. So obviously that's something I need to work on, but that would be for let's say an exam that is not IELTS. That would be something that would be even higher level. Right now, what I managed to do in this one would constitute a 9 across the board. So if you can pull something like this off in the exam, then you are going to get the top marks that you possibly can in an IELTS exam. Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at rephrasing, how to rephrase something I've just said. I might have made a mistake, or I've said something that's not clear. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking at now. So this one, in other words, it's more about that it's not so clear for the examiner, so I'm going to say it in a different way, so it's making it clearer. And the same thing this one is for this one. What I'm trying to say is, but then maybe I've made a mistake. We're going to use at least, and you'll see how it's used here. Or rather, another one where I've made a mistake. Or should I say another one where I've made a mistake? Here we've seen this I might add. So our family fights a lot and we enjoy it. Quite aggressively, I might add. So I'm gonna say we like to fight aggressively. Okay, by adding that. I'm not saying that. Rather, I'm saying this. So this is perhaps where it's not just a single word or phrase that I've made a mistake on, but I see that my idea maybe has not gone down well for the listener. The listener may be going, "Oh, really? Is that what you really think?" And then I'm saying, "Oh, okay, I'm not saying that. Rather, I mean this." Okay, and to be more precise is similar to I might add. So my family likes fighting. Verbally fighting, I'm to be more precise. So not physically fighting, but verbally fighting, to be more precise. Okay, so let's have a look at this. I think to some extent there has been an over-reliance on government subsidies in rural areas, or rather in the agricultural sector. So I started off by saying that people rely too much on the government money, extra money, in rural areas, but suddenly I realized that's not fair, because there's a lot of people that are not farmers in rural areas. So I say, or rather in the agricultural sector, so people who are farmers or work with farmers, they can get quite a lot of money from the government if things start to go wrong in the agricultural sector. So people simply expect, farmers at least simply expect. So notice I've used at least, but I've repeated the same sentence. So people simply expect, farmers at least simply expect
to be compensated. So notice how there's a little space here. Intonation is important if I want to use at least in this way, because if I don't use it properly, the person who's listening is going to be a bit confused as to why you put at least there. So listen, people simply, farmers at least, simply expect to be compensated when crops fail. And what's to stop them from actually allowing the yield to be poor? I suppose what I'm trying to say is that the system is ripe for the picking. Now, I'm not saying that farmers are corrupt. Rather, some of them are taking advantage of the system, and sure, why shouldn't they? Okay, so notice this. This is a controversial issue. This has been a big debate in the EU for a long time. How much subsidizing should the government be doing for farmers when the rains don't fall, when it's too hot, when it's too dry, etc. Okay, so what's to stop them from actually allowing the yield to be poor? A yield is the amount of wheat, the amount of oats, the amount of rye, the amount of rice, the amount of whatever they're growing is the yield. So what's actually to stop them from wanting the yield to be poor? Because then they can get money from the government. Look, I only had this much food. I blame the rain, I blame the sun, I blame the whatever. What would stop them from doing that? Okay? Now, I want to be clear about what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is that the system is ripe for the picking. Now, ripe for the picking is it's open to corruption. So the system is great for people to pick the apple. It's sitting there, a ripe apple, it's ready to eat. Or a ripe cherry, or whatever fruit you're thinking about. So you can just walk under it and take that and start eating it straight away. So that's ripe for the picking, completely open to corruption in this way. I'm not saying that farmers are corrupt. Rather, some of them are taking advantage of the system. And why should they not? If the system is like this, why not take advantage of it? Okay. So I'm making it clear that I'm not saying that the farmers are corrupt, even though I use the phrase ripe for the picking. Ripe for the picking is often used for corruption, but not always. I can say, go and buy Bitcoin. It's going to increase in value hugely. It's ripe for the picking. It's ready to be picked now because the price is going to increase drastically since it is July to 2020, right? So this is what I mean by ripe for the picking, and I use this phrase to say I'm not saying they're corrupt just because that phrase does have connotations of corruption. Rather, I'm saying they're taking advantage of the system, and that's clever of them. That's a good thing to do, because I would do it myself if I was a farmer. Okay, there you go, rephrasing and correcting. I hope that's useful. And now we're going to be looking at getting back to the point. Yes. Okay. So sometimes we go off on a tangent. So I'm talking about something, and then something just came to my mind. I want to say it. It's slightly relevant, but not that relevant to what we're saying. So that's called going off on a tangent, and we need to bring what we were saying, bring it back to the main point. So almost always we have to use the word anyway to say, okay, this means I'm coming back to the main point. So you'll see it anyway, back to what I'm saying. And so to get back to my main point, so is sometimes used as well, similar to anyway. All right, in this case only. So let's have a look at this. A stray dog drank the water and it died a long, drawn-out death due to the chemicals in it. And, by the way, there are a large number of stray dogs in my city, and it costs the municipality something like $500,000 every year to deal with them. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Basically, I think that water from public wells should be tested regularly for toxins. It's not an excuse to say there's not enough money to do it. So now what you can see here is that a well is a hole in the ground where the water stays. And a public well, in certain places around the world, this is the only way that you can get fresh water. Okay, but chemicals seep into it, toxins seep into it, and so say, for example, this is not the beginning of a sentence. I've been talking for some time about government money and how money is being diverted into the pockets of politicians instead of the people, etc., etc. And I said, I'm talking about how some toxins got into a well, and I said, and yes, and a stray dog drank that water, and it died a long drawn-out death due to the chemicals in it. Okay. Then I say, by the way, actually, a lot of money is being spent on these stray dogs. Okay, so huge amounts of money are being spent on these stray dogs. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. There is money involved. There is money in the coffers. Coffers are the little, wooden boxes. Obviously, nowadays we don't have coffers, but that's the original word. So there's enough money in the coffers to pay for water to be tested in these wells. Because look, they spend all this money on stray dogs. But the stray dogs is not the main point of testing for the toxins of water in the toxins in the water of the wells. Okay, so you can see I've diverged a bit, but I've come back with, anyway, back to what I was saying. Basically, I think water from public wells should be tested. Okay, so that's getting back to the main point, and we've got one more after this, which we'll see in section 13.
Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My name is Martin Amelius Solang.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am from Indonesia. I live in North Sulawesi province in Southeast Minahasa Regency.
Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, but now I'll just pretend to look at it and say thank you very much. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work for the government.
Okay. And why did you choose this kind of work?
Because the work is a improvement my challenges, because I like to help other people. Then I think the government will help the people, especially poverty, to decrease the poverty problem in my country, especially my regency.
And what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
I like to be a teacher because my mother, my father, and my mother, they work as a teacher. I think teacher can improve our education in the future.
Okay, now let's talk about cold weather. Have you ever been in very cold weather?
No, we have my country just have two sessions, rain session and summer session, and we have no snow.
Are there some parts of your country that are colder than others?
Maybe in December we have a rain session, and this December we have a cold weather.
Okay. And would you prefer to live in a hot place or a cold place?
I like, unfortunately, I like to hot weather because I can doing all activities. So when the cold weather, I cannot doing the other activities because I limited. For example, because the rain session, I can go to work because I just using motorcycle to go to my office.
Okay, now let's talk about neighbors and neighborhoods.
Okay.
Do you know your neighbors well?
Yes, I every morning I see my neighbor and I communicate with them because my home is near from just 5 meters from your home.
And are neighbors usually close to each other in your country?
No, we have a social culture. We have communicated each neighbor.
Do you think?
Always.
Okay, and do you think your neighborhood is a good place for children?
Yes, I think my neighborhood is very good for my child, especially my daughter, because my neighborhood can tell me about can tell my daughter about the something, especially we can know other friends, my daughter friends, and they can tell about the other culture.
Okay. And how could your neighborhood be improved?
Okay, my neighborhood can improve. For example, they can improve to especially for the something even is for example for we have a social culture in our agency, and we need to meet together and the meet we can socialists know about the problem in my village.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say. And you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand? Yeah?
Yes, I
Okay.
understand, sir.
So now you can use your paper and the pencil or pen for making notes. And here is your topic. It's going to come up on your screen. Okay, so I would like you to describe a competition, for example, TV, college work, or a sports competition that you took part in. You should say what kind of competition it was and how you found out about it, what you had to do, and what the prizes were.
Okay.
All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, I'm going to talk about my competition. Is about 1 year ago. I have terrible memory to remember the dates, the competition, but this is competition about badminton competition in my office, and the competition is ceremony our freedom, national freedom. We have to event badminton, and we must playing a team, my office and versus office A or office other office, and I have versus the office other office, and I have participated in to play in two session, and I have get winner, and I have prize a small cup in my boss because I have winner in the competition badminton competition. Then I don't have money, just as like cup, mini cup, and the competition is very famous because this just 1 year's times in years, just one time, and this our challenges, our public servant challenges, because most public servant they in the in one place they gathering to see the event to get winner what the best play.
Thank you, Martin.
Okay.
Do you like taking parts in competitions?
Yes, unfortunately, I like to taking the parts because I can have challenges and I can improve my especially my body in sport, for example.
Okay,
or
thank
football.
you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay?
Okay.
Now, we've been talking about a competition that you took part in, and I would like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, competitions at school. Why do you think some school teachers use competitions as class activities?
Sorry, sir. Pardon me.
Okay, why do you think some school teachers use competitions in the classroom to teach, to use them as teaching methods? Why do they do that?
Okay, I think some teacher the methods to using competition, they can improve the students' skill. For example, basketball or football team, and they teach the competition to improve their motivation. So for something, that's
Okay.
it.
Do you think it is a good thing to give prizes to children who do very well at school?
Yes, I think it's very good to motivation the children to give something. They uh, must doing something to get one what they want.
And you mentioned that it's motivating for those children, but what about the children that don't get a prize? Do you think maybe they will feel demotivated?
I think the children will be demotivated when we don't give the something when they win for some, for example, competition, because the children have feel they must some, so for example play for them when they do something for their parents.
But do you think then that every child should get some sort of prize?
I think not every children to have same habit to uh, have same price, because our society not um, have maybe the level class, middle class can give the children something, for example price or other.
Okay. Do you think that schools for young children have become more competitive or less competitive these days?
I think the young children, nowadays in pandemic situation, the competitive become the competitive because is more, because they have motivation, less motivation to get something, because they have focus to just in uh, Facebook or other in social media.
Okay, now let's talk about sporting competitions. Um, do you think there are any advantages to having intensive physical training for young sports people?
Yes, because the young more to doing something physical for their bodies will be more healthy than they just static in at home.
Do you think there are any disadvantages to very intensive physical training for young people?
I think and the disadvantage the physical training for young people, maybe there we have young people not have some body physical healthy, because average the young people maybe have illness or some trouble in their bodies. They can doing some physical exercise.
Okay, and do you think that sports stars are paid too much these days?
Okay, those posters is maybe have too much paid, because they have investment much more. For example, to see even for example football what the favorite team to buy the ticket.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. That is the end
Okay.
of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we're going to be listening to a student called Martin. He is from Indonesia. His mother tongue is Indonesian, which is in no way related to English in any way. So he's going to have some issues, perhaps grammatical or pronunciation wise, when he speaks in English, unless he's grown up for a long time as a young boy in an English speaking environment. That's different, but most people after the age of about 13 tend to find pronunciation difficult. Some grammatical problems might be problematic if you are not if you don't speak a language that's in some way related to English. So you are in a slight disadvantage, well, a serious disadvantage if you speak languages from the Far East and Southeast Asia. Okay, but let's see how he does anyway. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My name is Martin Amelius Solang.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am from Indonesia. I live in North Sulawesi province in Southeast Minahasa Regency.
Okay, good. So in the Sulawesi, I don't know how to say it exactly, but province. Okay, we don't need to say I. It's province in the Regency. I couldn't catch the name of the Regency, but that's enough. So in the Sulawesi province. Okay. Now in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, but now I'll just pretend to look at it and say thank you very much. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work for the government.
Okay. So I am work, be careful, I work. Okay, it's a verb. So I work for the government. Okay. And why did you choose this kind of work?
Because the work is improvement my challenges, because I like to help other people. Then I think the government will help the people, especially poverty, to decrease the poverty problem in my country.
Okay, so there's a bit of a problem with the pronunciation there. So let's just go back to the beginning.
And I think my challenges, because
something about challenges. Let's just listen to it again. Kind of work.
Because the work is improvement my challenges, because
improve something challenges. I didn't quite catch that. Just 1 second. The work is I find something that challenges me. I think that's maybe the work is, let's just take that away, is something that challenges me. I find. It's another way to say I think. When we use I find, it's like, I think the word is something that challenges, the work is something that challenges me and makes me feel like I'm contributing to the world. Let's carry on.
I like to help other people. Then I think the government will help the people.
Okay. I personally like to help people, and as I work for the government, in a way, the government can therefore help the people, especially those in poverty. Okay, so as I work for the government, in that way, in a way, sorry, what did I say? In that way, the government, that's what I want to say, can therefore help people, generally, especially those in poverty. Poverty, people who are poor. So that's the noun of poor. The adjective is poor, the noun is poverty. I personally like to help people, and as I work for the government, in that way the government can therefore help people, especially those in poverty. Yeah, so he's making that connection that as he is a person that likes to help people, he works for the government, therefore the government is helping people.
Actually, poverty to decrease the poverty problem in my country.
Okay. I hope that what I do can decrease the poverty problem in my country. Okay, poverty. So I hope that whatever I do, let's say, whatever I do can decrease the poverty problem in my country. Okay. To decrease a problem is unusual, so let's say let's tackle. It's a nice phrase. It's an idiomatic meaning. To tackle a problem, we've seen this word before. When you tackle somebody in football or rugby, you catch them by the legs and make them, or I mean in rugby, in football, you take the ball away from them. But here you tackle a problem, you deal with the problem and make it stop. Okay? So I hope that whatever I do can tackle the problem of poverty or poverty problem in my country. Okay, fine.
In my regency.
Okay, in
And
Regency. Okay, I think that's an area. Suggests, is there a king of Indonesia? Because regent is related to kingdom. So I didn't know if there must be. Sorry, I'm not very good at this type of thing. So it suggests that there is a prince that is in charge of that area. But I think.
Kind of work would you like to do in the future?
I like to be a teacher because.
Okay, so I'd like, not I like, that means something I do right now. I would like, hypothetical. So I'd like to become a teacher or be a teacher.
My mother, my father, and my mother, they work as a teacher. I think teacher can improve our education in the future.
Okay. Because both my parents were teachers, and I think that teaching is a profession that will improve the education of the citizens and community in general and improve everybody in the long run. So everything, let's say, ting. Okay. So he said he wants to be a teacher because both my parents were teachers, and I think that teaching, so it's a gerund form, teaching in general, that's the subject now. Subject, teaching, verb is a profession that will improve the education of the citizens and the community in general and improve everything in the long run. Okay, so you can say as long as you have good education for the children, everything, business, economy, ecology, pollution, whatever, will in the long run, over a long period of time, will be improved, will be better.
Okay, now let's talk about cold weather. Have you ever been in very cold weather?
No, we have my country just have 2 sessions.
Okay, and the way he said no, it's great. The intonation no, so that's fantastic. But what we could say is, actually, I've never been. You might stretch that out. To be completely honest with you, I've never been in anything colder than around 18 degrees centigrade. Okay, so you can really stretch that out instead of just no. You could be very specific. To be honest with you, so there's that bit, like, you'll be surprised about this, but this is true. I've never been in anything colder. Yeah. So for somebody that like me who lives currently in the UK, 18 degrees is quite a nice warm day. But for Indonesians, perhaps that's a cold day. Okay. And he's talking about 2 seasons. Okay, there are only 2 seasons in my country, the wet season and the dry season, I think he's going to say. Let's listen.
No, we have my country just have 2 sessions.
Just have, okay. My country just have 2 seasons. Okay, so be careful with this grammar here. has. Okay, it has. The country, it must be with has. My country only has, or just has, 2 seasons. There are only 2 seasons. Are only 2 seasons in my country. Both of them are correct, but this one is just slightly more common to hear. There are only 2 seasons in my country. Okay, but the first one is correct as well.
Session and summer session.
Okay, so what season? So it was winter, cold season, and summer.
2 session, rain session and summer session.
So rainy season. Or he said rain season, but we said rainy season, but more commonly is dry season. In these environments, like tropical areas like Eastern Africa as well, there's the dry season and the wet season. And so the wet season is when it rains a lot. Okay, so the dry season and the wet season in his area, in his country.
We have no snow.
We have no snow. Okay. Okay, and he ends it there, which is why that's why my reaction there is, okay, is that all he's going to say? Because I expect him to stretch this out a little bit more. So, and of course, there's no snow in the tropics, so it's something that I would love to see one day, but I've never actually had the opportunity to even touch it. Okay, there's no snow in there's no snow in the tropics, so it's something that I would love to see one day, but I've never actually had the opportunity to even touch it, to even see it, touch it. Okay, that's fine. Right, let's carry on. Are there some parts of your country that are colder than others?
Maybe in December we have a rain session, and this December we have a cold weather.
Okay, so he misunderstood this. My question was, are there some parts of his country which are colder? So obviously Indonesia is made up of a whole lot of thousands of islands, and bigger islands and small islands, but there must be some areas which are a little bit colder than others, maybe higher up in the mountains, that would be cooler than down on the coastline. So that's what I was expecting from him, but he understands that what season or what time of the year is it colder. Not particularly. I would assume that higher up in the mountain regions that's obviously colder, but it doesn't depend on geographical location so much as altitude. So you could really stretch that out. Not particularly. I would assume that higher up in the mountains. So this assume, when you say it like this, it means I've never actually been to the high mountains in my country, so I don't know. But I would assume, this needs to be here as well, I would assume that higher up in the mountains, I don't know what's happened there, it's obviously colder, but it doesn't depend on geographical location so much as altitude. So what I mean by geographical location is north, south, east, west. That's not so much, it's more about how high up you are, and that's meaning it doesn't depend on location geographically so much as altitude. That's more like, it's not, I could rewrite this without so much as, like, it doesn't depend on geographical location, it actually depends on altitude. Okay, and we can use it with negative, doesn't depend on this so much as, and then the thing that it does depend on. Okay, and would you prefer to live in a hot place or a cold place?
I like, unfortunately, I like to hot weather because I can doing all activities. When the cold weather, I cannot doing the other activities because I limited. For example, because
okay, he's going to give us some examples, which is good. He's starting to spread. You'll notice some of his answers are a little bit short, and then he starts giving an explanation here. So let's just stop there and let him do it. But you may be surprised, but I much prefer hot weather because I find that the activities I like doing are not really possible in colder weather. For example, and then he carries on. So he said, sort of, unfortunately, I'm not sure why he meant what he meant by unfortunately, but it could be something like, you know, you may be surprised, most people prefer cooler weather, but I actually like hot weather. I much prefer, and we can use much in this case. Remember, I've often said that much is only questions and negatives, but I can use it with prefer in a positive thing. So I much prefer hot weather, sorry, because I find that the activities I like doing, are not, I don't know what's happening here, are not really possible in colder weather. For example, and then he goes on to talk about what he's going to, activities he's exactly talking about here. You may be surprised, but I must. Okay.
Other activities because I limited, for example, because
Limited. So nice word there. The activities that I can do are limited. Okay, you don't need to say that here because there's a new subject. The word I there is a new subject, so I don't need to put that if it's a secondary subject there. But the activities I do are limited because of the cold weather.
The rain session I can go to work because I just using motorcycle to go to my office.
Colder weather in Indonesia usually means it's raining, and if it's raining, it's pouring. That results in the fact that I simply cannot go anywhere because I travel by motorbike, and you simply can't do that when it's bucketing down. Okay, let's see. The cold weather. Cold weather in Indonesia usually means it's raining, and if it's raining, it's pouring. Okay, so pouring means it's huge amounts of water. It's not just gentle rain. So he's talking about if it's cold weather, it's because it's raining hard. That results. Let's change this. It's a bit. Let's choose this, which means. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, which means I simply cannot go anywhere because I travel by motorbike. I'm trying to think of what is it? It's not a motorbike, it's a scooter. That's what I want to say. Because most Indonesians travel by scooter, and you simply can't do that when it's bucketing. You can't go anywhere when it's bucketing down. Now, bucketing down is another way to say pouring down. It's a huge amount of water, like a bucket. A bucket is a thing you hold water in. Bucket and mop, when you're cleaning your floor, you have a bucket with the water and the soap in its side, and then a mop to clean the floor. And a bucketing down means literally the bucket is being poured, so it's just so wet. Which means you can't travel because you're on a scooter and the water level of each on the road is this thick, so it sprays everywhere and you get completely soaked. You'll get completely soaked. Okay, soaked, completely wet all over your body. So he doesn't like cold weather because cold weather is associated with or is synonymous with huge amounts of rain in his country. Because, which means I simply can't go anywhere because I travel by scooter, and you simply can't go anywhere when it's bucketing down. You will get completely soaked. Okay, get very, very wet. All right. Okay, now let's talk about neighbors and neighborhoods.
Okay.
Do you know your neighbors well?
Yes, I every morning I see my neighbor and I communicate with them because my home is near from just 5 meters.
Okay, so communicate with them. It's quite formal, it's more business English. So have a chat. I have a chat with them. I greet them every morning. Okay. I greet them every morning. Yeah, I see my neighbors almost every day, and I always have a chat with them and greet them in the morning because they are literally 5 meters away. Their door is 5 meters away from mine. Okay, yeah. I see my neighbors almost every day, and I always have a chat with them, greet them in the morning because they are literally 5 meters away. Their door is 5 meters away from mine. My door. Okay, so he lives maybe in an apartment building, and it's 5 meters, and then another 5 meters is the next door. Okay. And are neighbors usually close to each other in your country?
No, we have a social culture. We have communicated each neighbor.
So are they close to each other? Close means have good relationships. So I'm not sure if you understood this. Let's just listen again. Each other in your country?
No, we have a social culture. We have communicated each neighbor.
So then that doesn't make sense that he said no. He should say yes. So yes, we're a very sociable culture, and we believe that it's important to maintain good relationships with the people who live around us. Okay, but maintain, similar to keep or have, but it means over a longer period of time. So have a good relationship is a strong common collocation, but maintain is have it and then keep it for after that as well. So yes, we're a sociable culture. We're highly social. We try to stay together as a culture and interact with people as much as possible, and we believe that it's important to maintain good relationships with the people who live around us. Okay, good. Let's carry on. Do you think?
Always.
Okay, and do you think your neighborhood is a good place for children?
Yes, I think my neighborhood is very good for my child, especially my daughter, because my neighborhood can tell me about can tell my daughter about the something, especially we can know other friends, my daughter friends, and they can tell about the other culture.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I think my neighborhood is fantastic for children. For example, my daughter loves playing with the kids in the neighborhood, and they teach each other stuff, and she can learn from them as well as their parents. And yeah, I think it's a great way to develop yourself as a human. Okay, a way to develop yourself as a human. Develop. I don't like this, but we'll come back to it. So I think my neighborhood is fantastic with children, and then you need to, so the question is in a general question, so this is not so personal as before, but it's no problem because it's still part one. So he starts giving an example. My daughter loves playing with the kids in the neighborhood, and they teach each other stuff, and she can learn from them, the children, as well as their parents, those children's parents. And yeah, I think it's a good way to I think what does it's refer to? That's the problem, I think. So I think having a good neighborhood is a good way to help children develop. I think letting children play in a good neighborhood is a good way to help children develop. Yeah, okay. That's better. So here's the gerund form. The gerund is the subject of the sentence, letting children play. So this is, you could make a new sentence just from this. Letting children play in a good neighborhood. All of that is one big long subject. Here is the main verb, is, and then here's the complement. A great way to help children to develop. Okay, so we can do this in English. Just remember, if it's a verb starting, you have to put ing on it. Okay. And how could your neighborhood be improved?
Okay, my neighborhood can improve. For example, they can improve to especially for the something even is for example for we have a social culture in our agency, and we need to meet together and the meet we can socialize know about the problem in my village.
Okay, so the key word here is improved, and he's talking about that it's a sociable culture and we have no trouble meeting each other in the village. So that's not answering the question. He's answering what they have already. Just be aware that be improved is passive. It must be passive voice. Otherwise we can improve it by. Okay, now let's have a look at this. I think my village is already very good. It certainly suits a culture that enjoys socializing, but I think one thing we could possibly do is set up more pedestrian friendly streets so that cars and scooters are banned from that area, and it allows people to walk and sit outside in cafes without being disturbed by noise. So obviously I have no idea what Martin's village is like. It might be absolutely wonderfully quiet and there's no cars and there's no scooters, but let's just imagine this is what his response was. My village is already good. It certainly it's suitable for a culture that enjoys socializing. So that means there's a lot of places to socialize in his area. But I think one thing we could possibly do is, okay, so this is setting up, this is a discourse marker or a signposter. It's setting up the person who's listening. Their brain is ready to hear this important piece of information. So I'm giving them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words to get ready to hear what I'm going to say. So one thing we could possibly do is, now listen, set up more pedestrian friendly streets that don't have cars or scooters on them, so that cars and scooters are banned from that area, not allowed to drive on that area, and it would allow, because it's hypothetical, and it would allow people to walk and sit outside in cafes without being disturbed by the noise of vehicle, let's just say clearly. Okay, possibly he could have said that. I'm not saying that's the answer, but at least to answer the question, what can be improved? Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to give you a topic and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes before you. All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, I'm going to talk about my competition. Is about 1 year ago. I have terrible memory to remember the dates.
Sorry, didn't catch that at all, those last 5 words. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, I'm going to talk about my competition. Is about 1 year ago.
Okay, so a competition that took place. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a competition that took place about 1 year ago. Okay, and this is great. I'm going to talk about, okay, so that's fine. And there's the took place. So happened, but we prefer to use took place when it's things like competitions or events. What happened, you know, if you have an accident, oh gosh, what happened? Not what took place. That would be weird. So we're talking about an event that is more like a planned or something like that rather than happened, which is related to something that you didn't expect. Okay.
Terrible memory to remember the dates, the competition.
I think I heard a dance competition there. Can I just listen to it one more time? Just give him one more chance to say this right.
About my competition is about 1 year ago. I have terrible memory to remember the dates, the competition.
Okay, so I didn't, unfortunately there's going to be a pronunciation issue here for this one, but I heard dance competition, so let's carry on.
But this is competition about badminton competition in my office.
A dance competition with people in his office, perhaps?
And the competition is ceremony our freedom, national freedom.
So it celebrates the freedom, perhaps it's independence, Indonesian independence, perhaps?
We have to event badminton, and we must playing a team, my office and versus office A or office other office, and I.
Whew. Okay, so you can see this is bringing him down a little bit because I really battled to understand what he's saying. Let's imagine I understand. I'm going to be talking about a competition that took place about a year ago. It was an inter-office competition in which we competed against each other in different types of dances. I think that's an inter-office competition, so it means office versus office. We competed against each other in different types of dances. Maybe that's what he's saying. Let's carry on.
Have versus the office other office, and I have participated in to play in two session.
Okay, he's still talking about this inter-office competition, and I had to take part in 2 of the sessions. Okay, so take part in something, be a part of it.
And I have get winner.
And I have get winner, okay? And amazingly, I came first. Okay. And amazingly, I won. And amazingly, I was the winner. Okay, all of these, I'm adding my opinion. So I'm adding my opinion here by using amazingly. So it's a type of hedging, psychological hedging, like I'm not blowing my own trumpet. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but yes, in fact, in the end, I was the best in the entire competition. So if you blow your own trumpet, that means you make yourself, you're very proud of yourself and you want other people to know how good you are. So this is basically what you're doing. When you're saying amazingly, it means I don't think I 100% deserved it, or I do, but I don't want to say that to you because in my culture it is unacceptable to be boastful. Boastful. boastful means full of pride about yourself. So maybe certain cultures, it's not good to be boastful. Okay, so you might say this: amazingly I won, amazingly I was the winner, amazingly I came first. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but yes, in fact, in the end, I was the best in the entire competition. Okay, all of this is trying to avoid being boastful. So, and that's no problem in English. The English tend not to like being overly boastful, unless you're in the United States, where it's the opposite. You are supposed to be proud of yourself and let people know how well you have done.
To play in two session, and I have get winner, and I have prize a small cup in my boss because I have winner.
A small cup in my boss. I'm not sure if he means by his boss gave him a cup. I think perhaps that's what it is. So a cup, remember, it's not just for holding water or beer or whatever, but you can have a cup in a competition. So a small silver cup, bronze cup, gold cup if you are very good. Okay. So I was presented with a silver cup by my boss. Perhaps. Usually it's not really silver, it's just silver plated. So the outside is actual silver, but most of it is made of normal bronze or something.
Okay. The competition, badminton competition, then I don't have money, just as like cup, mini cup, and the competition is
the competition or the prize money. No, wait. The prize did not involve any money. It was more about winning a trophy. Okay, and a trophy is that cup, and you can have different trophies. Tennis competitions, sometimes they have plates. Football and Formula One, they have cups. So there's different types of trophies. Sometimes a medal around your neck, that's a type of trophy, but is it a trophy? Maybe not. Okay, so trophies are more things that are not attached to your neck. So the prize did not involve any money. It was more about winning a trophy. Okay, let's carry on.
very, very famous because this.
Sorry, what was famous? Let's listen.
Like cup, mini cup, and the competition is very, very famous because this just 1 year's times in years, just one time, and this our challenges, our public servant challenges, because most public servant they in the in one place, they gathering to see the event to get winner. What
Okay.
the best.
This competition is famous throughout Indonesia because it only takes place once a year, and it's between thousands of public services across the country, and it's very difficult to win first prize. So I don't know if this is a dance competition. That's what I heard, but I'm sorry, Marthin, if that's not what it was. We need to work on your pronunciation. So this competition is famous throughout Indonesia. So to be throughout means in every part of Indonesia, because it only takes place once a year. So it takes place, you've seen this word again, and it's between thousands of public servants. So a public servant is a person who works for the government, like Marthin here, across the country, so thousands of public servants across the country from the north to the south, east and the west, and it's very difficult to win first prize. Okay, so he's very proud of himself for doing this. Okay, let's just go back a little bit. He's going to say something a little bit more.
The even to
I see that word I didn't understand. What is ifan?
get winner, what
Okay.
the best play.
Thank you, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Martin needs to work on his monologues and his pronunciation, especially. Okay. Do you like taking parts in competitions?
Yes, unfortunately, I like to taking.
I'm not sure if he understands the word unfortunately, because that would be very strange to put there. Unfortunately means it's a bad situation. So maybe he means actually. So yes, actually, I really enjoy taking part in competitions.
The parts because I can have challenges and I can improve my especially my body in sport, for example.
Yes, actually, I love taking part in competitions because they are challenging for me, and if they're physical competitions, they're a great way to improve my fitness levels. Okay, fitness levels, the ability to run for a long distance without getting tired, or not just run, swim, whatever activity you're talking about. So I think the word is actually he wants to use. I love taking part in competitions because they are challenging for me. Okay, so there's the word challenging. So listen to the sound challenging. And here's a chance to use the conditional. If they're physical competitions, they're a great way to improve my fitness levels. Okay, and that's the fitness levels is a nice collocation, so worth remembering it. Okay. Thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and paper. And we've been talking about a competition that you took part in, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, competitions at school. Why do you think some school teachers use competitions as class activities?
Sorry, pleasure me.
Okay, why do you think some... He said pleasure me, that's interesting. So, sorry, sir. I think he said that, which is quite an old way of saying, do you mind repeating that? So it's fine, but it's a bit archaic. So could you repeat that, please? It's more natural. Okay. School teachers. So let's. Do you think some school teachers use competitions in the classroom to teach, to use them as teaching methods? Okay, so because you asked for it again, and this is part 3, I as an examiner am allowed to repeat the question in a more basic form, but that can only happen in part 3 of the exam. Why do they do that?
Okay, I think some teacher the methods to using competition, they can improve the students' skill. For example, basketball or football team.
Okay, so what I mean by that question is that some teachers use activities in the classroom that are competitive. So, for example, who can write the most English words in the next 30 seconds? So he's understood it to be only physical things like basketball and football. But let's imagine that's what the question was. So let's just check what he said here. Teaching methods. Why do they do that?
Okay, I think some teacher the methods to using competition.
Okay, so he needs to work on his grammar there because these are just bits of phrases that do make sense eventually, but it's a lot of mental effort for me as an examiner or a listener to understand what do these fragmented things mean as a single sentence? So let's just take those three things that he said there.
Using competition. Okay, I think some teacher the methods to using competition.
Okay. I think some teachers like to use competitions as a teaching method because, okay, so that maybe would be, they like to use competitions as teaching method because, and then he's going to carry on. All right, let's go.
They can improve the students' skill.
Okay, that's fine, because they can improve their students' skills. Notice this is the apostrophe after the S, those of you who are doing the writing, because it refers to the skills of all the students, not just one student. Okay, so improve their students' skills.
For example, basketball or football team, and they teach the competition to improve their motivation. So for something.
Okay, so they teach these skills to improve their motivation. Okay, let's try and use that. I think that teachers like to use competitions in the classroom because it's a way of motivating students to do their best. When it's competitive, they feel like they are up against other students in the class, which gives them a sense of accomplishment when they do better than others. Okay, I like to use competitions in the classroom. In the classroom, it doesn't mean in the physical classroom, but when they are teaching, because it's a way of motivating students to do their best. Okay, that's fine. When it's competitive, they feel like they are up against other students. So they're referring to the students. So students feel that they're up against, so they're competing against other students in the class, which gives them a sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment means a feeling that they have achieved something, and it's a motivating feeling when they do better than others. Okay, so it's, I think that's maybe one way of saying basically what Martin is trying to say here. Okay. Do you think it is a good thing to give prizes to children who do very well at school?
Yes, I think it's very good to motivation the children to give something. They must doing something to get what they want.
And okay, so he's trying to say their goal, their aim. I think giving prizes to children is a great way to motivate them to reach their goal in life. Let's put an S there. Okay, I think that's what he's trying to say. So, way to motivate is a verb, right? And motivation, the motivation is the noun. Okay. You mentioned that it's motivating for those children, but what about the children that don't get a prize? Do you think maybe they will feel demotivated? Okay, this is an example of part 3 where the examiner can start asking their own questions related to what the student said, to make it a lot more, you can delve deeper into certain subjects. And sometimes you find that the examiner only uses 1 or 2 questions from the paper, and then the rest of them are questions that they've come up with based on what you have said.
the children will be demotivated when we don't give the something when they win for some, for example, competition, because the children have feel they must some, so for example, play for them when they do something for their parents.
But do you think? Okay, I didn't catch the last bit, but I do see his point there. So the question was, do you think that we should give prizes? Basically, the question is, do you think that everybody should get a prize and not just the winners? And he's saying, no, that was not my question. Sorry, I was saying, is it good to give prizes to the winners? I don't think it's a good idea to not give prizes to kids who have won a competition, because in the end they will feel demotivated and they will not want to take part the next time. Yeah, so now I remembered what my question was because of the word demotivated. So my question was, is it demotivating for students who don't win a prize? So if you're always the top of the class, you're always going to be motivated. But if you're fourth in the class and you never get a prize, what's going to happen psychologically to you? You're quite good. Out of 20 people, you're fourth. That's quite good, but you never get a prize. Is that a good thing? That's what I meant to ask. But anyway, let's see. I don't think it's a good idea to not give prizes to kids who have won, which is not exactly what I asked, but anyway. Because in the end, they will feel demotivated and they will not want to take part the next time. Okay, but still not exactly what I asked. So I think that students who are close to coming first but don't get a prize will only be even more motivated the next time to try and beat the student who keeps winning the top prize. So yes, I think that prizes should be restricted to those who've come first, second, and maybe third. Okay, perhaps that's what he meant. So I think who are close to coming first, so as I said, fourth perhaps, but don't get a prize, will only be even more motivated the next time to try and beat, in this case not hit with a stick, but come in front of the student in a competition, the student who keeps winning the top prize, the first prize. So yes, I think the prizes should be restricted to those who come first, second, and maybe third. Okay, so should be restricted to. So only the top three should get prizes. Everybody else needs to work for it. Okay, let's carry on. Then that every child should get some sort of prize.
I think
my question was, do you think that every child then should get some sort of prize? And he says, I think that
not every children to have same habit to have same price, because
did he say habit there? Let me just check.
I think not every children to have same habit to have same price, because our society not have maybe the level class, middle class can give the children something, for example, prize or other.
So it's quite deep what he's trying to say. It's just the limited English makes it difficult for him to say it. So I think, I don't know what he meant by habit. I think getting used to, perhaps, let's use that phrase. I think that it's dangerous to allow students to get used to the idea that they will always get a prize, even if they are not a winner, because that's not a reflection of our current society. If you are not, if you don't push yourself to be the best you can be, then you should not expect to get a good salary or a fantastic job. maybe that's what he's saying. I think that's what he's saying. So it's deep thinking and it's good thinking. It's just we need to get a lot of English, to a lot of words and phrases and grammar right to get these ideas across. So I think it's dangerous to allow students to get used to the idea that they will always get a prize, even if they are not a winner, because that's not a reflection of our current society. Okay, and that's true almost all over the world. If you are not, sorry, let's put it here, if you don't push yourself to be the best you can be, so push yourself to be the best you can be, push yourself meaning motivate yourself to be the best, then you should not expect to get a good salary or a fantastic job. Okay, so this all boils down to motivation, and if you're very, very motivated, eventually you are going to get what you deserve. You just keep trying and you never give up. Okay, so good try, Martin. Just try and work on that language there. Okay. Okay, do you think that schools for young children have become more competitive or less competitive these days?
I think the young children, nowadays in pandemic situation, the competitive because is more, because they have less motivation to get something, because they have focus to just in Facebook or other in social media.
Okay, so these days, remember, it doesn't mean at this moment, it means generally, so maybe over the last 2 years. So he's understood it as just this pandemic situation. Have schools become less or more competitive for young people? Generally, I would say the competitiveness in schools for young children has increased. However, in the current situation with the COVID-19 crisis, competitiveness has gone out the window because most children are now forced to stay at home, and they spend their lives looking at smartphone screens and playing games and looking at social media. Oh, it's generally, so this means just at the moment. So generally, I would say the competitiveness in schools for young children has increased. Maybe not. Okay. I just add that in there to make it clear that I understood what your question is these days, not at this moment in time, but on average. But now I'm going to change the subject a little bit and say, however, in the current situation with the COVID-19 crisis, competitiveness has gone out the window. Okay, the idea of making education competitive is not being used at this moment. It's been thrown out the window by the teachers. Not the teachers, by everything, simply because the children don't go to school anymore. Because most children are now forced to stay at home because of the crisis, and they spend their lives. So this is sort of a negative way of saying all they do is look at smartphone screens and play. So yeah, so they spend their lives looking at smartphone screens and playing games and looking at social media. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about sporting competitions. Do you think there are any advantages to having intensive physical training for young sports people?
Yes, because the young more to doing something physical for their bodies will be more healthy than they just static at home.
Static at home. Okay. Yes, I think young people do benefit from pretty intense physical activity. It's certainly much better than being sedentary at home. Now this sedentary, sorry, I keep forgetting to turn that off. Okay, so sedentary, sed comes from the word sit, very old, it's etymologically that's the word. So it means just sitting and doing nothing. This is a formal word, so it's fine to use in writing. It's quite formal in spoken English. Should be fine if you used it in part 3, but maybe not in part 1. Maybe part 2, but part 3 it's fine here. So I think people do benefit, young people do benefit. This is the emphasis with do and then the verb. So do benefit from pretty intense physical activity. Pretty means quite intense physical activity. It certainly, it's certainly much better than being sedentary at home, sitting at home and doing nothing. Okay. The word here, intense, is the reason why this question has come up in the IELTS, I think, is because of recent research that shows that very young children shouldn't be made to do very intense physical activity because it can cause trouble for their bodies. But it is it does require you to have quite a deep knowledge about this, so it is a bit of a tricky question. Okay. Do you think there are any disadvantages to very intensive physical training for young people?
I think and the disadvantage, the physical training for young people, maybe there we have young people not have some body physical healthy, because average the young people maybe have illness or some trouble in their bodies. They can doing some physical exercise.
Okay, so that's also not really answering the question. So the question is, are there disadvantages? And this is going back to that research that I was talking about. And so it's a little bit of a tricky question for him. But he was talking about the fact that, let's write it down. I think the disadvantages are not felt in physically healthy children, but of course with children that have, for example, asthma or weaker muscles, would find that sort of activity extremely strenuous, and it could have a negative effect on their mental health as well when they see other children doing so much better than them. Okay, are not felt in physically healthy children, not seen, let's say, use it seen. Physically, but of course with children that have, for example, asthma or weak muscles, whatever it is, would find that sort of activity extremely strenuous. Strenuous from the word strain, and so difficult on their bodies. So maybe at school, if the school gym teacher is very hard and says you have to run 13 times around the field, even if you've got asthma, even if you've got weak muscles, even if you suffer from diabetes or whatever illness some children have these days, then it's not good for them. And it could also have a negative effect on their mental health as well when they see other children doing so much better than them. So they might start feeling despondent, feeling like there's no point trying. Despondent, let's put this. Okay, a despondent person, somebody who doesn't feel like trying anymore because there's no point. Okay. Almost finished. Okay, and do you think that sports stars are paid too much these days? Because So I've changed because the question that was coming after that was still related to this research about strenuous activities for younger children. So this is a new question for him.
Okay, those posters is maybe have too much paid because they have investment much more. For example, to see even for example football, what the favorite team to buy the ticket.
Okay. Okay, I get snippets of that to make a sense. It's like a puzzle of a few words, so let's put it together. I think that certain sports people are certainly entitled to being paid very highly, considering the amount of money that they pull in from ticket sales of live games, as well as advertising and billboards on the side of football fields. Okay, that's, I think he's trying to say, so certain sports people are certainly, don't know why it doesn't, certainly entitled, so allowed to be, entitled to be paid, don't know why that's being, to be paid very highly paid, considering, so certain sports people like footballers, considering the amount of money that they pull in, so you pull in money, you gain money or you earn money from ticket sales of live games, so people who physically go and watch the football match, as well as advertising in billboards. Those are now electronic, so they often change their electric and they're moving pictures like big TVs on the side of the football fields. So yeah, he says that those in those situations they should be entitled to high salaries, considering how much profit they are bringing in for that club. Okay, so let's now have a look at how Martin did on the band scores. Okay, so let's start with the fluency and coherence over here. Oops. And what we're looking at for Martin here is usually contains flow speech but uses repetition, self-correction, slow speech to keep going, overuse certain connectives even though these are not always correct, like for example unfortunately instead of actually, produces simple speech fluently but more complex communication causes fluency problems. Yeah. Cannot respond without noticeable pauses. No, he does manage to speak without huge pauses. So it's not a 4. This is closer to a 5 for him on this one here. The lexical resource is, it talks about familiar and unfamiliar topics, but uses vocabulary with limited flexibility. Attempts to use paraphrase, but with mixed success. So he does use a little bit of paraphrasing. He doesn't exactly copy what I've just said. Frequent errors in word choice. There's one word that really was difficult for me to understand, which was that word that I said already, the unfortunately instead of actually. So this word doesn't, so this is closer to a 5 for him here, but this is where we start getting troubles. So grammatical range and accuracy, it's more like a 4, produces basic sentence forms, some correct simple sentences, but subordinate, remember those are the ones that are complex sentences, phrases within phrases like relative clauses, that, which, who, if clauses. We don't see them very regularly in his speech, so this is more like a 4. And errors are frequent, so lots of, as I said, little bits and pieces that we have to piece together, and we have to work quite hard as a listener to understand what he's saying. And then we get to pronunciation, and as you know, this was a problem for me. So very limited range of pronunciation features. So I didn't hear weak forms, I didn't hear connected speech. He does attempt to control some features, but they are often difficult to keep under control. And then this is the problem: mispronunciations are frequent, and they cause difficulty for me, even as a teacher for many years. So he's more of a 4 on this one. So what we're looking for here, looking at here is a 4.5 for Marthan. So he's got some work to do, but hopefully this video will help him to get there. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, this is the last one, which is perfect because it's all about concluding. So this is the concluding video for delving deeper into discourse markers, and this is to sort of sum up your main points. You would use these discourse markers. So let's have a look quickly at them. They're often words like so basically, so all things considered, I think, and often the common one is to sum up. To sum up what I was saying, basically, and this is something you might say in part 2. So you realize in your mind, because you don't have a clock, but you realize and you're getting to around 2 minutes, and you might want to finish your story, and you say, okay, and to sum up, basically, it was a great opportunity for me to see my cousins and my family. You know, the topic might be about family reunion or something like that. Okay, so let's listen to it. There's 2 examples. So basically, without access to clean water, citizens simply can't get on with the normal day-to-day running of their lives. Okay, and that would be the end of what I'm saying, the end of my question. So I'm summing up everything I've said, but I'm using a discourse marker to make it clear this is the end, the final sentence of my response to that question. Same thing over here. So, all things considered, I think we need to focus our attention on improving ourselves and not looking at the faults in others. You know what they say, take the plank out of your own eye before worrying about the splinter in mine, or something like that at least. Okay, and here I've used at least to say, I don't know if that's exactly the correct phrase, but it's something like that. Okay, and so all things considered, I think. So this suggests this has been quite a long response. All things considered, so I've mentioned maybe 2 or even 3 things to make it clear that we need to focus on our internal problems rather than focus on external problems with other people. Okay, so all things considered, I think we should. Once again, these discourse markers, type in discourse markers IELTS speaking, you'll get thousands or at least hundreds of different discourse markers that you can use. And concluding, I've got 3 here, but there are a few more. There's no need to bombard you with thousands of these. If you are interested, there are more around in the world of the internet, so go and have a look at them. Okay, so that's the end of these videos where we delve deeper into discourse markers and how to use them. Okay, today we're going to be looking at an IELTS speaking exam. We'll be looking at the way the candidate has responded to the questions and why it was good enough to get a 7, but not quite good enough to get a 7.5 or an 8 even. And what I'd like to do is also go through the structure of the speaking exam so that you are aware of things that the examiner is expected to do, and so that you are aware what you need to do to satisfy what they need to do. So let's just get into it.
Good afternoon. My name's Jude Harvey. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Mariana Vieira Álvares Martins.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you're from, Mariana?
I'm from Portugal.
Can I see your identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you, that's fine.
You're welcome.
Now,
so that first part obviously is just the paperwork. They need to identify who you are at this point as well. You don't see it in the video, but they will press play on a recorder. So in most of the exam, it's just an audio recording, but some testing centers are required to use video recording as well. You won't see the video, it'll be up away from you, but everything that you do from the minute you step in the door until the end, once you've left the room, is recorded either orally or visually.
Now in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Tell me about your hometown.
Now in this first part, the examiner is probably not really listening for any of the answers, to be quite honest, because these first 2 questions, usually there's something about your hometown
and the second one is often about your job or what you study. These are very easy to prepare for, and there's no point the examiner really listening to what you say here, because it's too easy for you to have a prepared scripted answer. So at this point, the real purpose of this, in fact, is to help you relax, to get used to the surroundings, to get used to your examiner. And so this is what you should do. You should take advantage of this period of time, the first 2 questions, just to get into it, remember your English, and I see the comments on this particular video. Somebody said you should take 2 shots of vodka before you start. Well, some research has actually shown that you should take a relaxant, some form of relaxant. I'm not condoning alcohol, but it could be something like CALMS pills. They are KALMS. They are over-the-counter herbal remedies that help you to relax, because some people get too uptight, and that's not a problem in a writing or a reading or even a listening exam. If you're uptight and your adrenaline is flowing and ready to attack this exam, but it doesn't work so well when you are speaking. Speaking requires you to be a lot more relaxed, so you need to take a different tack when it comes to the speaking exam.
What do you like most about your hometown?
So I live in Cascais. It's a little town near Lisbon, around about 25 kilometers, and it's on the coast. So we have there a lot of beaches, and the weather is pretty warm in the summer, and it's not that cold in the winter. So we have a pretty good weather.
Is your hometown a popular place for tourists to visit?
Yes, it is. Actually, mostly because of the beaches. And we have a lot of sightseeing near Cascais in Sintra. We have castles, a lot of historical places, and we have a lot of good restaurants with an amazing panoramic views over the sea.
And has your hometown changed much in recent years?
Not that I could remember. I don't think so. It's pretty much the same.
Let's talk about free time now.
Okay, so now she's moved on to the questions that are a bit that are not really capable of being scripted for. So you notice there she spent about 1 minute, the examiner, about 1 minute on the relaxing, easy, supposedly very easy questions. That they don't really listen to your responses. So you can see she did a good job of responding, but the examiner's not really taking into account what she said in that point. This is your chance to relax. So think about the question, the new question she's just asked. Let's talk. It's not a question, sorry. It's the theme. It is about free time, and this is just as she says it. Your free time. This is your chance in your mind to start thinking, free time, what does that mean? Leisure activities, stuff I do in my free time. What do I do in my free time? Do I do sport? Do I read? Do I watch TV? Do I listen to music? And so just use that few seconds to think about what the possible question might be.
How much free time do you normally have?
Okay, so she's talking about the amount of time. So listen to the way this girl responds.
I don't have much free time because this last 4 months I was making an internship. So it was from 10 to 6, then I had to come back to home, and I only had like about 3-4 hours per day, but on the weekends I have a free time, and I like to do surfing, go to the gym, go out with my friends, be with my family, reading.
Okay, so nice response. It's structured well. I don't have much free time because, and then she explained, she mentioned all these things, nice phrases as well. A few mistakes, things like making an internship and what did she say? Do surfing instead of go surfing. And there was one other thing, I can't remember what she said.
But on the whole, it is a strong response. And thinking about the structure of the response, it made sense. It's very clear for the examiner to understand what she's saying, even though there are some little grammar and lexical errors as she goes through the question. Now, the next question is likely to be a bit more complicated. Let's listen.
Have your leisure activities changed much since you were young?
Okay, so this is often a question. What's the difference between when you were young until now? So they're checking your ability to use the past simple.
Yes, quite a lot. When I was around 12 and until 16, I used to do gymnastics. Then I quit the gymnastics. I started to surf. And I surfed a lot. I started school at 8, and sometimes I went to the beach before 8, so 6 I was on the beach. And
okay, so also very fluent. She's not using well, although those words are acceptable. There's nothing wrong with them, but they're not being overused. And the word well, for example, is a type of filler. A filler is a word that is accepted in English, and every language has fillers. They are there for you to allow your brain to catch up with what you want to say next. So words like well, there's nothing wrong with them, but we wouldn't overuse them. As you can see here, she's managing to answer the questions with almost no fillers, which is fine, which is good.
no, I don't.
If you had more free time, how would you spend it?
Now, the type of question is now looking at the hypothetical. So if you had free time, how would you spend it? So they're testing your ability to use conditionals here.
Traveling around Portugal, maybe, knowing some other places.
Okay, so good answers, but she's not looking out for the structure of the grammar that the question is asking. How would you spend it? And perhaps her response could be, instead of just traveling around, which is a perfectly acceptable answer and it would be normal, bearing in mind this is an exam situation, you might just want to say, well, probably I would spend my time traveling around Portugal. I don't know my own country well enough, blah, 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 blah.
Around and sports, more sports.
Let's talk about photos now. How often do you take photos?
Okay, so they've moved on to a new theme. You've noticed the new theme starts with quite a basic question. This is present simple. How often do you? So I take photos almost every day, or whatever it is.
Quite often I like to take photos to have save some moments that I am enjoying, or when I'm traveling. Not here in Cambridge, I take a lot of photos, and when I'm traveling around.
Okay, so she could have expanded on that a little bit more, because if she does take a lot of photographs, then she could explain where she goes to take photos. What does she take photographs of, for example? Okay, listen for this one.
Do you prefer taking photos of people or of places?
Okay, this is talking about preference. Do you prefer this or that? And so phrases such as I prefer, which is the basic structure, but you could also say something like if I was given the opportunity, I would prefer to take, or other phrases that relate to preference. I can't think of them right now.
People. I prefer
Why?
people. Because I think it's less boring than later to see the pictures, to remember.
What do you do?
Okay, so a little bit of problem there. To see the pictures, it's less boring to see the pictures later. I know what she's trying to say, but this is an example of where there's an ambiguous meaning. What does she mean, see the pictures? For people who are, for other people who are looking at your pictures, or for yourself? I think she meant to say, when I go through the pictures on my computer, or if I've printed them out in the album. So when I go through the pictures, oh, look, there's an interesting face of a local person dressed in a particular style. So just bear in mind, one of the reasons why her she's not a 7.5 is because of little issues like this where it's not really clear what she means.
With the photos you take?
The question was, what do you do with the photos you take?
I charge them into my computer, and the ones I prefer, I try to print them, and then I put them on the album or even in a portrait in my room.
Okay, so a good answer. The question was present simple as well, so it wasn't too much. You couldn't really expand too much on that anyway.
Do you think the way people take photos is changing?
Okay, now this type of question is not so personal. Now you can see it's moving on to what do other people do? What do other people prefer? And so this requires you to think a bit more think a bit more abstractly, and notice the grammar she uses now.
Yes, I think people nowadays, everyone has a photo camera, so people take more photos, and even the artists nowadays use a lot of photography in their art.
Okay, and so she says, I think, but you could really expand on that a lot more. So you could say, from what I've noticed, people tend to, or it seems that there are a lot more artists using photography in their work, for example, like that. So I think doesn't demonstrate. I have no doubt this girl could come up with better phrases than just I think, but she hasn't used them when she has the opportunity.
Now I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say. You can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Here's some paper and pencil for making notes.
Okay, so before we continue with this second part of the test, let's just recap the first part. So the first part is for about 1 minute or a little bit less. They'll be asking you very basic questions, usually about your home, hometown, job, or what you study. That is not really assessed. It's used more for you to relax and get used to the examiner and the examining room. Then it moves on to usually 2 themes, sometimes 3 if you've answered the questions really quickly. I would prefer you not to answer the questions too quickly and expand on the questions. And so in your 2 themes, there's usually 3 questions per theme. Okay, so now we've got part 2. Part 2 is the one where you speak without any interruption from the examiner. So there's no questions coming from the examiner. And you can, as you heard her say, you've got 1 minute to think about what you would like to say. And so they will read out the questions, and you will also have, not the question, sorry, it is the question plus 3 or 4 parts that you need to answer, but you will also get a copy of those questions put in front of you. So it's not relying entirely on your listening ability. You will also have a written copy of the questions. So you'll see what she does now with these written copy of the question.
Thank you.
And here's your topic. I'd like you to describe a situation when someone that you didn't know helped you.
Okay.
So describe a situation when someone that you didn't know helped you. And so that's the question. And then what she's got in front of you, what she's got in front of her will be short helping questions, such as who was it, why was he or she there, when did this happen, and then the 4th question is usually a bit longer, something like, for example, would you have done the same thing in that situation? Would you have helped another person in that situation? Something like that. So there tends to be four parts, but you don't need to answer everything of those 4 parts. You just need to at least try and respond to the general question.
All right. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, she said 1 to 2 minutes for this. Now, I don't know why they say 1 to 2 minutes, but in fact they actually give you 2 minutes. What will happen is that after 1 minute, if you decide to stop talking, the examiner will sit this for about 4 or 5 seconds in silence, and they will look at you. And it's not very nice to just have someone stare at you for about 4 seconds, and then after about 4 seconds they will say something like, is there anything else you can say about that? Now that's quite it's not a situation you would look forward to, just someone stare at you. You're in an exam situation. So I tell my candidates it's always better to try and speak for 2 minutes and 10 seconds, because you will not get that awkward silence of the examiner just staring at you for 4 seconds and then asking a question that makes it even more difficult to think about what next you would like to say. So always prepare for a 2-minute talk here, even though the examiner will say between 1 to 2 minutes.
Yes, so about 4 months ago, I went to Southeast Asia with a friend. We were planning to do a trip around Southeast Asia, and we started the trip in Laos. We've been told that we could buy the visa from Laos to Vietnam on the border. So we were in Vientiane, that is the capital of Laos, and we took a bus called VIP, but actually it was not VIP at all. And we made a 20-hour bus trip to the next border, where we were going to stay there, because the next bus that would cross the border was just in the other day. So we got to that place and we went out to dinner in an Indian restaurant. We were talking with the owner of the restaurant, pretty nice guy, and he informed us that we couldn't buy we would not be allowed to buy the visa on the border.
Okay, so far very nicely explained. She's given the background for the reason for this person helping them, and it's clear the structure that she's using. A few little grammatical mistakes, but and a little bit of umming, but that's not a problem, as I said, as long as it's not too much. So far she's doing very well in this monologue.
So he informed us how to get the visa in the internet. We couldn't because it was too late. We need more time. So he explained us which bus we would need to take to come back, where to apply for the visa. He advised us on some places to stay in Vientiane while we were waiting for the visa, and it was very nice. Explained everything to us, helped us, even gave us a lunch to take in the bus while we were doing the 20-hour trip all again. And
thank you.
Okay, a nice story, and that would go very well. That would go down very well in an IELTS test if you had such a lucky question like that, because everybody's got a story about when a stranger helped them, hopefully. Now you'll notice that this woman just says thank you and then goes directly on to the next question. Now, it's not because she's not interested in the story. I once had, when I was an examiner, I once had a girl talk to me about how her sister was involved in a car accident, and as difficult as it was, I had to follow the exam exam structure that says after 2 minutes and exactly 2 minutes, you're allowed an extra 4 or 5 seconds, but after 2 minutes, you have to stop the candidate and you have to move on to the next question. And there are situations where the examiner wants to listen more, and there were some times when I heard that. But they're not being callous. In this case, it just so happened that she ended her story exactly at 2 minutes. That was a very well organized speech or monologue on the candidate's part. But oftentimes you're halfway through a story and the candidate and the examiner will say, "Thank you very much." And you say, "Well, hang on, I haven't got to the best part yet." But they're not testing your ability to complete the story. They're not testing your ability to finish the story. What they're doing is testing your ability to tell the story. And if it goes beyond 2 minutes, do not stress out. Do not worry about it. It's not affecting your mark at all.
Can I have the booklet and paper and pencil back, please? We've been talking about a situation when someone you didn't know helped you, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this.
Okay, so as you see, she took the paper and pencil back. So yeah, the paper, pencil, and question paper back from you. That's just standard procedure so that you don't put that in your pocket and then show it to the next candidate. Then she's moved on to a more general question related to this. And what they mean by general question is that usually a question related to how other people deal with this theme or how other people encounter this theme. So the monologue is very personal usually, and you're talking about a personal experience, whereas the last question of part 2 is more general. So let's listen to it.
Let's consider, first of all, children helping others. What kinds of things can children do to help in the home?
In the home, I think children can help with the homework, like setting up the table, doing their beds.
Okay, so obviously a mistake there. What would you say? Home work is for kids when they're bringing work back from school. So this would be housework, she means to say.
Helping their parents to have the house tight and do.
It's a particularly Portuguese mistake. They don't pronounce the Y very strongly at the end of a word. So she's trying to say tidy, but it sounds like tight.
Their homeworks, that is their duties when we are young. That's our duty. And help each other if they have brothers to take care of the little ones. The elders take care of the little ones, and I think.
How can children best learn to be helpful to others?
I think that must come from the parents and from the schools. I think parents should motivate them or.
She's going to say it, I think.
Encourage them.
Yes, encourage them. Nice.
To help their brothers, to help at home, and at school schools should encourage them to help other children that need more than them, like the poor children, and know about the different opportunities that unfortunately we have today.
Okay, good. So there's no problem in the exam in fixing what you wanted to say. So she initially said motivate, which would work here, I suppose, but then she improved on the word using encouraged. And there's no problem fixing what you had said. That will give you, in fact, extra points. So the same thing if she'd realized that homework actually means work that kids bring back from school and then changed it to housework and used the appropriate structure to say, actually I meant to say housework. If she used that phrase, that would her initial error would not be taken into account too much.
What ways can schools encourage children to help the community?
In Portugal, they do a lot of this, like doing manual things. The children do manual things, and they try to sell to their parents, their family at home, to collect some money to give to the poor. Like my brother and their friends, they made necklaces and little things, and they sell in the beach to parents, and then they collect the money and buy a chair, a heeled chair for children for an hospital. Collecting the capsules from the bottles. In Portugal, if we collect the caps, they can be changed or help to buy a new chair also.
Okay, yeah, so that's it's well responded to. She's talking about, in this case, a wheelchair. So small errors with pronunciation that might, for somebody who's not a trained ear, this woman here, the examiner, is obviously probably an ex-teacher, so she knows exactly what Portuguese and Brazilian students, they have this problem with wheel, so they say heel. And also she uses words just like poor, rich, which doesn't really show off her abilities. Instead of saying something like the disadvantaged people in the community, or something like that, instead of just poor. So a little bit informal words that could be developed to bring her score up to even a possible 8. I think she could. This particular candidate could have got an 8 if she'd maybe spent another 6 months in her English classes.
Let's think about working for other people without payment. What types of voluntary work are most popular in Portugal?
I think the most popular are helping elderly people in the centers of elder people, and
so an old age home, that's what it would be called.
In the social neighbors to help with the activities to the youngest, like dancing or...
Okay, so she means community service here, and help to, so a bit of grammar problems here, so to assist with or help with, but assist with would show off a slightly higher level of English.
Even teaching, helping doing their homeworks. I think those are the most common. And collecting food in the supermarkets. We do that a lot.
And
So a food bank is where you donate. You buy extra food in the shop, and then that extra food you donate to a food bank, which is then given to those who are more disadvantaged than you or your family.
All age groups take part in voluntary work?
Yes, since since 16, I think. We have to have 16 to start doing voluntary work.
Okay, something I just need to point out, which I haven't noticed. This must be a slightly older exam, because I've now realized we're on part 3. So the newer exam, part 2, has a single question at the end. I think before she takes the paper and pencil back, before the examiner takes it back, that will be related specifically to your story. So I now realize that we're on part 3 here. And part 3 is related to the theme of part 2, except it's a lot more general. And because it's general, they can ask more general grammar-related questions that are more advanced in their grammatical structure, such as hypothetical questions. So let's listen to the next question.
And how can individuals benefit from doing voluntary work?
So this is hypothetical, because she can't answer that question for herself, because they're talking about people in general. So listen to the way she uses a hypothetical response.
By being part know what is being part of a society and relate to others, and to know, to help and at the same time help them, the who needs our help.
Okay, so you're starting to see she's doing very well in part 2, but this part 3 is where the examiner can really stretch the candidate. So the question was basically, well, the answer could, she would probably have used people could, they could, they might be able to, for example. And she's not taking advantage of the structure that is being provided. It's the same thing that happened in the previous question. She's answering with short answers, which is, as I said, natural in normal speech, but in an exam situation, if you could take advantage of the structure that's already been given to you in the question and saying people could or they would be able to, and then finishing the answer, that would benefit you.
And what ways can voluntary work improve life for the community?
Helping the community to get along and to fight for the same cause.
Again, she's not answering the sentence in full. She's just saying helping, which it'd be okay, as I said, but she'd still have to use the word by. So, well, by helping the community, they could. So at the very least, she needs to use the word by.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the speaking test.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, shame. So she was a bit nervous by the end. She did very well in the first and second part, but the third part was a bit more tricky for her because she didn't have the grammatical resources and the lexical. Lexical was better than grammatical. Interestingly enough, it's often the other way around. This is the way it is. This is a girl that's probably grown up listening to English TV and listening to radio, but hasn't studied explicitly too much of the grammatical structures of English. So I hope this is useful for you. For those of you who have access to a native speaker or somebody who's quite good at English, obviously the more you speak to them, the better. And start thinking, as you're discussing something, start thinking about the possible questions. Imagine the theme that you're talking to your English speaking or near native English speaking friend. You're talking about, for example, the immigration crisis in Australia. Then think about some questions that would be general questions that might come up in the IELTS, and think about how they might be answered. And if you've got an opportunity to speak to somebody who can develop on that, then it's a good way. However, I'm sure that most of you don't have the opportunity to speak to an English speaker, and so you'll have to do this by yourself. Talk to yourself in the car, while you're cooking, whenever you've got some free time, and if you're with a partner that doesn't seem to mind that you're speaking to yourself in a foreign language, then take advantage of that, because in fact it's speaking in general, whether it's to yourself, to the mirror, or another person, is the only way you're going to improve your spoken English. Production is key. So, as I said, let me know if you've got any questions or comments in the comment section below. Okay, in this video what we're going to do is look at a candidate that did quite well in the IELTS speaking exam. She got a 7. She's from Turkey, and her ideas and what she came up with was actually quite good, and obviously good enough to get a 7. But what we will be doing is looking at ways to improve that even more, in 2 ways essentially. One of them is just expanding on the ideas that she had, and the second way is linguistically. So what we'll be doing is looking at fillers. Fillers are words that we use if we are running out of ideas and we need some time to think about what we're doing. The most important filler probably is the word well, and when we answer a question, almost all native speakers will, if it's a question that they need to think about, they'll start with the word well and often with the word The second one is, or the second group of linguistics, is just useful idioms and phrases, common phrases, set phrases that I've marked in red. And then every now and then, just for a little bit of hedging, I've got some italicized words, but there's only about 4 or 5 of those. So our focus really for this is looking at how we can improve on what she said by using fillers and by using these set phrases that are commonly used in speaking exams. Now, I'm going to just read these out, and you can see, for example, on this one here, I've got the question from the examiner at the top, and then my response that would be ideal, and then what the candidate actually said. Now, this is taken from Google YouTube's automatic subtitling, so obviously there's going to be some mistakes, but it's also a good way, if you were interested, to check your pronunciation. You can upload a video to Google, and after about 15 to 20 minutes, it will have generated subtitles for you, and you can actually check yourself whether the machine, which is actually very good these days, is able to understand you. And if it doesn't understand you, you know you're having trouble with those particular words or phrases that are coming out wrong. And so this is what I've also used here to see what she was making a mistake with, and we can develop those as well. Okay, so let's imagine the examiner is now asking these questions. So let's go ahead.
Do you work or are you a student?
I'm a nurse.
And why did you choose this kind of work?
I have 2 reasons for that. First, I'm from Turkey. In Turkey, you have to pass the very difficult exam if you like to go to the university. And I get mark for just nursing, I think. And the second one, from my childhood, I always be like doctor or nurse, and to help other people. So I really like that, which is my mom always contrast, because she wants to be a teacher like my sisters.
Well, there are actually 2 reasons for that. Firstly, if you would like to go to university in Turkey, you have to get a pretty good mark in the final exams at school. Unfortunately for me, I didn't quite get the marks I was hoping for, so I had to settle for nursing. But that's not really an issue, to be honest. I mean, from a very early age, I've always wanted to help people, you know, by becoming a doctor or a nurse. So nursing actually suits me fine. In fact, I really enjoy it, which is actually a bit frustrating for my mum because she always wanted me to become a teacher like my sisters.
What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
I don't know system in England very well, but maybe nursing advisor or some management job. I don't know exactly.
I must admit that I don't know the English system very well, at least not yet, but maybe something like a nursing advisor or some sort of management position. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest.
Now let's talk about weekends. What do you usually do at the weekend?
At the moment, my weekends are very busy because I do a lot of housework, and I have a 2.5 years daughter. She's a very exciting and energetic child, and she mess up everywhere very quickly. It's not easy to tidy up and do it well.
At the moment, my weekends are not quiet in the slightest. I spend most of my time doing housework, and I've also got a 2-year-old daughter who is full of energy, and she can be quite a handful. I mean, she does a good job of leaving a mess everywhere, and I have to tidy up after her. It's pretty tiring.
What do you think you'll do next weekend?
I planned something for last week, but I couldn't do it. I'd like to bring my husband to the cinema, and after cinema maybe we'll go to the Turkish restaurant in Sinhalese.
Actually, I had made plans for last weekend, but unfortunately I had to scrap them. I wanted to go to the cinema with my husband and then finish the evening off with a nice meal at a Turkish restaurant, but yeah.
Do you enjoy your weekends now more than you did when you were a child?
No, I prefer to be a child again because when you are a child, you just play and you haven't got any responsibility or job to do. But now it's so different and difficult.
No, I would much prefer to be a child again, to be honest. Because as a child, you can just play all day and you don't have any responsibilities. You don't have to go to work or anything like that. But, you know, adult life is so totally different, a lot more difficult than a child.
How important is it for you to relax at the end of the week?
It's very important, but at the moment it's not possible because now I'm studying English as well. Is when you start a job or study, you would like to be fresh, but it's really difficult to be.
Well, it's very important, but it's not. It's just not possible for me, at least, because on top of raising my young child and having a full-time job, I study English as well. I mean, I know it's important to be fresh and ready for work on a Monday, but it's not practical for me right now.
Now let's talk about music. What sort of music do you usually enjoy listening to?
I'm not fan of music a lot, but I usually listen to Turkish music, and the classic Turkish music is get me relaxed. And
I must admit that I'm not a big fan of music, but when I do, I prefer listening to Turkish music, especially classical Turkish music. It puts me in a relaxed mood.
Has the kind of music you like changed over the years?
Maybe pop music, Turkish pop music, probably, yeah.
Well, when I was younger, I liked Turkish pop music. You know, Turkish pop music in the 1970s was actually heavily influenced by the psychedelic rock genre, and I used to listen to Erkin Koray a lot. But yeah, those days are over, unfortunately.
Do you prefer listening to live music or recorded music?
It depends on the kind of music. In Turkey, I prefer live music, but in England, I have to listen to tape music.
Well, it depends on the type of music I'm listening to, or to be more specific, where I happen to be. I mean, if I were in Turkey, I'd rather watch a band perform, but since I'm currently in the UK, I mostly end up listening to music on a CD or on the TV because I don't have much free time. Besides, concert tickets in the UK are pretty expensive.
Do you think listening to music helps you study?
Probably not, but I do a lot. It's okay with the physics or maths or something like that, but for the literacy or something you have to be focused on it, it's not.
Probably not, but I listen to it anyway while I'm studying. I mean, when learning physics or maths or something like that, perhaps it doesn't affect your concentration so much, but I end up listening to music while I'm brushing up on my English, and that requires real concentration. And I suppose I have to admit that it doesn't really help. If anything, it probably makes it worse.
Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say. You can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes.
Here's some paper and a pencil for making notes.
Thank you.
And here's your topic. I'd like you to describe a special gift or present you gave to someone. All right. Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes, the special gifts I give it to someone, it was to my, I gave it to my English teacher last year. She is a fan of Turkey and Turkish culture. I gave to her some special glass, which is we just use for the Turkish tea, and she loves Turkish tea. And my last holiday, I bring some special like a golden Turkish glasses, and she really liked them. It was special because she likes Turkish culture, Turkish food, and she knows a lot about Turkey. When we are together, we can speak a lot about my culture, my religion, and stuff from Turkey or cities of Turkey. And she's great, I think, because it's really nice to know somebody from England and know about you well. And another gift, another special gifts I give somebody who was my mother-in-law. And normally we don't celebrate Mother Days, and she had never had any present from her child. And in my family, we celebrate Mother Days very specially. And I bought a ring for her, and she was really exciting and sensible, because the first time somebody celebrate her Mother's Day, and she even didn't know about Mother's Day, but I explained to her, and then I give her gifts, and after that I always do.
Thank you.
Right, well, I gave a special gift to my English teacher, actually. It was last year at the end of the English course, and during the course I discovered that she was fond of Turkey and all things Turkish, so I gave her a set of special glasses which are used for drinking Turkish tea. You see, I knew that she was a big fan of Turkish tea, so it seemed to be the best present for her. I picked them up from a bazaar when I was back in Turkey for a short holiday, and they're glass with a gold-plated rim, which is very traditional, and she was delighted with them. It was special for me because, I must admit, I did not expect to meet someone like her in England. Someone so enamored with Turkish culture that we were able to talk about Turkish food and language and religion. It was a relief to meet her, especially after a few months of being here, when I started feeling a bit unsettled in cold and wet London. So yeah, the gift was something that she could use that would remind her of our friendship, and it was a pleasure for me to give her something that she would appreciate. Another special gift was something I gave to my mother-in-law, and I'll give you a bit of a backstory. So, in Turkey, we don't usually celebrate Mother's Day, so she had never received a present from her children. But in my family, we do. It's actually very important for us. So, I bought a ring for her, and she was really so happy and so surprised, emotional actually, because no one had ever bought her a Mother's Day gift before. In fact, she didn't even know what Mother's Day was, so I had to explain what it was, and since that day I've always given her a Mother's Day present. Yeah, so I love giving presents.
Do you enjoy giving gifts?
Yes, I really like to give people gifts. When I saw them, they like it, they're excited about it, I feel happy too.
Oh yeah, I really do. There's nothing better than seeing a smile on their face as they open the wrapping and seeing what's inside. Even the smallest gifts will make someone happy, and who doesn't like making people happy?
We've been talking about a special gift you gave to someone, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. Let's consider, first of all, giving gifts in families.
Okay.
On what occasions do family members give gifts to each other?
It depends on country, because every country has a different occasion. In England, I have been here for 4 years, especially before Christmas. People are crazy about giving gifts, shopping. But for us in Turkey, we have a lot of special religious days. Two of them are very big. One of them we celebrate for 4 days. Another one we celebrate for 3 days. And we bought a lot of gifts for family ships and neighbors sometimes, friends. And one of them we buy present for poor people, especially for poor people.
Well, of course, it depends on the country because every country and every culture has its own customs related to gift giving. I mean, in England, as I said, I've been here for 4 years. What I've learned is that at Christmas people go crazy with all their shopping, making sure that all the presents were wrapped and under the Christmas tree. But for us in Turkey, we have a lot of religious holidays. The longest one goes on for a full 4 days, and the second longest goes on for about 3 days. And we exchange gifts with our family and friends, and even neighbors at these times. Actually, at one of the holidays, we buy gifts especially to give to those less fortunate than us. We leave the gifts, which is usually food, at a mosque or at a food bank.
And what is the difference between the types of gift given to children and the gifts given to adults in families?
It's easy to find gifts for children because you can buy toys, books, or some clothes, but for the adults it's really difficult to find what they would like.
Well, it's very easy to find gifts for kids because you have such a wide choice from toys to books to clothes. But as I'm sure you know, buying gifts for adults can be a lot more tricky because, of course, you want to show that you are a good sister or cousin or friend. So you have to find a gift that you know they'd like. But some people are so complicated. It's difficult, I find, to work out what they really want.
So what types of gifts do people give to adults?
Maybe some jewelry or some part of clothes, probably, yeah.
Well, for a woman, it would be safe to give her some jewelry or some clothes, as long as it's not too big for them. But for men, to this day, I still don't really know what to buy for them.
And is giving gifts important in families?
Yes, because you show them, you remember them, you love them. It's really important to me, yeah.
Let's talk about giving gifts in society. What situations in business are there when people might give gifts?
Probably maybe first day they set up their business, they celebrate that and give a present to employees or worker. And or in Turkey, colleagues give each other and or to their boss in New Year.
Well, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but I can imagine that if the business is going well, and the business owners might give gifts to the employees who've helped to make that happen. I haven't spent much time in the world of business, but from what I know, at least in Turkey, colleagues give each other gifts on special occasions.
And what about giving gifts to customers?
Good way to keep customer, I think. Yeah.
Well, yes, that's a good point. It would be a very good way of maintaining a relationship with your customer and obviously by extension keeping him or her as a customer by demonstrating that she or he is valued.
What types of gifts do businesses give?
I really don't know, maybe some sale or drop in the price, something like that.
I have no idea, to be straight with you. I mean, I can come up with something that probably makes no sense if a businessman was listening to me. But as I said, I've never had to think about this. Perhaps some merchandise from the business itself? Or if it's a service, maybe a reduction in the cost of the service for a month? I suppose it really depends on the business itself.
And how important is gift giving for a country's economy?
I think in England it's perfect for economy because gifts are very important. Normally for us, if we know people haven't got the money, they don't have to buy anything. But I think this country you have to buy something, and it's a good circle for to keep money turned and turned again and again.
Well, I think in England it plays a very important role. I mean, for us in Turkey, if you don't have the money to buy gifts, you simply don't buy gifts. But here, most people have pretty easy access to credit cards, so even quite poor people can buy gifts at Christmas, for example. And that keeps the wheels of industry turning. Of course, those who are less well off will have to somehow pay that money back. But it's all about the economy, isn't it? So you just have to live with it. That's the way UK society works.
Do you think there's pressure on people to buy too many gifts?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know very well, but if you have some special days and you didn't get anything, maybe you will be sad, and we expect that.
Yes, absolutely. I think so. Because if you turn up at someone's house or a birthday party without a gift, or you don't give gifts to relevant individuals on a certain day, then you're going to feel left out. You'll be shunned by others, at least subconsciously, because you haven't conformed to societal norms.
Do you think it would be better for society if all the money that was spent on gifts was given to help poor people?
Yeah, that would be perfect, but I don't think it's possible. But that will be really good, yeah.
Why not possible?
Because people still like have a present or being remembered, something like that, but it would be nice, yeah.
Oh, well, yes, that would be lovely in an ideal world, but as we both know, that would be impossible. I mean, people like to receive gifts as much as they like giving them. You know, people like to be remembered, and one way of showing that you're thinking of someone is to send them a present.
Do you think people in society should be made to give money to help other people?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know where is the poor people, or I don't know there is or not. If the society or the government or another community help me to find poor people, probably I will, yeah, and other people will too.
Yes, I think that it should happen, and ideally, I think that's what taxes are about, at least to a certain extent. Yeah, sure, our taxes are used to build roads and expand airports, but they're also used to assist those less fortunate than us to find a place to live and have enough money to buy food for their families. So, in a way, we're already forced to give money to others because obviously, if you don't pay your taxes, you're in big trouble.
Is it better for people to give money or their time to help other people?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
Is it better for people to give money or their time to help other people?
Yes, it's better because when you need help, other people will help you, and it will be a circle again, and everybody will help each other.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think there are some people who feel like all they need to do is hand over some money and then they're absolved of any responsibility after that. But I think oftentimes it's your time that people need, not your money. For example, there are many lonely elderly people, in Europe in particular, who are looked after financially by their families or the state, but they're desperately sad because no one ever comes to visit them and they waste away. They feel like they're no longer used to society. And a volunteer who came to visit them every now and then and just shared his time or her time with them would make a huge difference to their lives. At least that's what I think.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that we should be made, or school children should be made to help other people?
Yeah, if you train at a young age, it will be like a habit for you. When an adult or older, you will always help the people, yeah. It's like a science or math, I think.
Yes, I think the earlier you encourage community service, the better for the whole community, not just the individual. In fact, I think it should be treated as a subject like maths and science because you can develop your emotional intelligence as well as doing something like this. And it then becomes an inbuilt process which carries through into adulthood. Who knows, maybe selfishness will become a thing of the past.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the speaking test.
Oh, thank you.